thing on the front. Rainbow Nation of South Africa bids you good morning. It's the Ballito Pro 2026 presented by O'Neill. Sean Gunning making his way in. Solid performance from that man yesterday. Warm-ups on the deck, eyes on the surf. Jacob Wilcox, he's got some very fond memories of some great conditions out here. Let's see what today brings. Some of the big dogs from the CT, like Rio Wider. He'll be looking to come out here and do what he does best, elite surfing. Had a really fun performance wave. As we see crew from Australia, like Indy Robertson, also ready to go out and do business. The locals, they'll be having their say as well. Aiden Mason Camp, looking to go out and perform. Wax on boards, weddies on, get limber, get loose, and look to do the business. We're bringing in bigger and bigger performances as we go through the rounds here. That sunrise, absolutely gorgeous as ever. Excitement, it's pretty high in the booth here because we've seen waves. It looks like some decent energy. Speaking of fantastic energy, good morning, JJ Starling, Greg Emsley. How we doing?
Doing great this morning. As you mentioned, we rocked up. The waves are surprisingly bigger than what we thought they were going to be. It's really clean. It looks really fun, promising big turns from the free surf this morning. So we are on, guys.
Game on. As Jess mentioned, a bit of energy in that ocean still. Just looking on dark, it's a bit peaky still, but there's lots of power in that ocean. Of course, we're heading towards the low tide around 9 o'clock this morning, so all lining up for a really good start. Of course, offshore winds blowing as well.
Time to go down and say good morning to the Frou Brew with the call. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, gang. Well, I'm down here with Joel Vaughan, and behind us, I'm sure you can see on screen there, it's absolutely cooking today. Joel, you paddle out super early, pretty much in dark. Give us a bit of feedback on how it is. It looks a lot bigger out there today.
Yeah, the waves are super fun. I feel like the swell's picked up and maybe the direction's changed a little bit. It's a bit more peaky and yeah, definitely a few more corners, a little bit less straight, so it's super fun.
Yesterday, when you were boosting those 2 airs in the last 4 minutes of your heat, giving us everything we needed for the highlights reel, swell almost seemed to be dying on the high tide, but way different this morning. And how does it compare out there now compared to heat yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, it's super fun out there. Like, yeah, yesterday was pretty windy and a bit mushy out there, but the waves have got a lot of steepness and it's probably definitely a bit bigger than yesterday morning as well. So I think we were in for a pretty sick day of surfing.
Yesterday on those big sets and in previous days, quite a lot of closeouts there, but you and I were watching that last set and it looks like there's a lot of corners out there and a lot of them have that slopey end section. Way different. And what would your heat strategy be out there if you were surfing this morning? Of course, you threw to the next round already. You can have a great morning watching.
Yeah, I think I just look for some good waves. There's a lot of them out there, so find some opportunity and try to do some big surfing. And I'm excited to watch a couple of my mates coming up pretty soon.
Right, have a great morning and good luck for the rest of the event. Paul, back to you guys.
Yeah, shot, Mike. Love that update. How about maybe some tubes and turns in the morning, some airs in the Arvo? Does that sound like an all right recipe?
Sounds great to me. I'll definitely take that. We saw some really big waves in these clean offshore conditions yesterday, thinking back to Sean Gunning's 8-point ride, and it seemed to get better throughout the morning as well. The tempo of the waves seemed a bit slower than yesterday too, which I actually think is a good thing, but of course we're going to have those big dramatic end turns too.
Talk to us about this energy, Greg. Direction, that sort of thing. Has that changed much? What's happened with this swell overnight?
Yeah, that storm seems to, the low pressure that's gone through and past the country seems to have almost like stalled a little bit and it's hanging out in the deep
for the afters.
Yeah, you're still seeing bits of lightning over night time, so that seems to have kept that swell just on tap and it's actually picked up overnight. It's we heard Joel on camera saying it's peaky and it's offshore and it's clean and there's loads of opportunities out there this morning. And you know, looking at the ocean, the sunrise, majestic start to the day.
All right, we have liftoff here, getting ready to start. We're underway. Our first heat of the morning will be that third heat from the round of 64. So we got 2 done yesterday, and then we'll just pick that up right now. So the top seats coming in, surfers like Jacob Wilcox, also Ian Gentile, Kei Kobayashi, and Vitor Ferreira, who had a bit of a dramatic heat yesterday. He'll be bringing that momentum. Looking forward to seeing what all of these bring. From the point of view of Jacob, obviously having a really big result here in the past. That's going to feel good for him. To rekindle those fond memories.
Yeah, he's had a 10-point ride here before, and that wave is actually in the Quadra ad that we have, and he would definitely feel comfortable knowing that these conditions, they look to be similar size. It is that nice offshore clean conditions as well, and even that little inside one was just a perfect little barrel that you could tuck into. So Jacob, definitely with those fond memories, but my eyes do really cast towards Vitor Ferreira, who I know is one of your favourites too, Greg. Just the surprise element to his surfing is something that's really entertaining. And I really hope he still brings that today, because yesterday he gave us some of the biggest single maneuvers that we saw all throughout the day.
How similar does this look to the round of 16 2023 when Jacob Wilcox got that perfect 10-point ride?
Yeah.
It looks so similar. Why does he get gifted these beautiful conditions?
Loves him.
But he'll definitely be feeling that out there. It was also broken up, peaky. There were those moments, and you just had that odd one, just up and down the beach. It was just really gassing with that power. And I really feel we're gonna see that again this year.
I'm quite intrigued to see how Jacob does this morning, especially this being his first major heat back from Newcastle that we had as the last Challenger Series for the season just gone. He was so close to re-qualifying for the championship tour. 2 spots out. He went into that event as that 10th seed and then got knocked out by one of his good mates, Cal Robson, who has had an incredible performance. So I guess we'll get to see what's going on now.
Chippo up, first turn's pretty big. Really well timed for another second section. Little release out of that tail. Crisp surfing for the early morning. And a banger of a start to the heat for him. So deciding the sort of wave he wanted to wait for. Wait a couple of minutes. Good start, fresh.
Yeah, great start. I think that board look maybe looking a little bit longer as well. That was going to be another thing I was going to mention. What kind of boards are these surfers choosing? Because there's so much energy out there.
All right, here goes Ferreira off the top hard. And then Patient. Big bowl. Another hit from him and a good, nimble recovery if he pulls this down, which he will do. That's audacious, degree of difficulty. The technical aspect of the surfing, really good. There's a layback. Bit of a signature turn from Ian Gentile. And then does well to just kind of join up the geometry on a section, closing all around him. So a really good exchange there. But the excitement from the Brazilian, that was really, really cool.
Yeah, he definitely has that trend of, like I mentioned earlier, surprise factor. And that is a type of competitive surfing that really does draw you in as a viewer or a fan. And there wasn't a lot of hype around Vitor for me coming into this event. But now I'm hooked. I want to see what his waves look like, how he's going to finish them. And one thing that we do know for sure, which we saw time and time again yesterday, if there's a big chunky section, he's not pulling square. He's not shying away from the fight. He is going straight towards it. And you either get a mega wipeout reel or a really good highlight one.
Yeah, I love this replay. I love this exchange, first exchange of the day. How perfect is this exchange for the judges to set the scale? A couple of good set waves and good surfing. And here's my boy Vitor. I love new on the scene. It's something we haven't seen, and I just love the rawness of his surfing. You think he's done there, and he goes, hang on, I've got an even heavier turn to finish. He's raw, and he just goes for every maneuver. And then this is, of course, the natural footer, Ian Gentile, showing us what the naturals have got. So lays into that first maneuver, and then gets a nice quick combo to finish. So back to my point of a good combo to start the day, it really gives the judges something to look at and set the scale for the morning. They've got a lovely comparisons, and that's a great way to start.
I just wanted to note as well, Ian is quite a tall guy. He's very lanky in his surfing because he is so tall. And that actually is showing us how solid the conditions are on those set waves. So it's definitely bigger than what we saw yesterday morning. And that's a pleasant surprise because we were expecting the swell to drop off this morning. But that was a solid looking wave there from Ian. And then that was that tempo that we were talking about earlier, slightly slower. And it's just offering these surfers to really take their time, poise where they want to put their turns. And once they get there, really draw hard like we saw from Ian on that first turn.
Loving these power pockets. You can see from the drone view, swell just a little closer together. So the period maybe dropped down a touch. which means we are getting more peaks. You can see those triangles forming invitingly for our surfers out on the peak there. A really good exchange to kick things off for the second air competition. The Ballito Pro judges with a bit to do right now just to set the tone. And they'll be just looking through, obviously making differences between what we saw there. I mean, they were all good rides. The best of it, which turn do we enjoy the most at what we just saw? I think we just saw 7 turns. What was the best one?
I quite liked Vitor's wave. Ian's first turn was probably, in theory, the biggest one. It was a big section, a big wave, and he really did lay into it. But Vitor, I keep saying it, but there really is just this want to be drawn in. You want to see him on more waves just because of how exciting he is. Kei Kobayashi has that as well.
Ooh, getting involved with a great looking opening section. Just has to go a little bit past it to hit the lip. And then he'll pause for thoughts. And just plants one on the lip. Maybe not quite the impact. Just had to pull it a touch, but he just wanted to get involved. Again, here's Wilcox on his backhands. And he'll just kick that section away.
Yeah, to wrap that up in a nice little bow, I think Vitor's last turn on his wave was probably the most dramatic. It was a really gnarly end section. He recovered well off that second turn, but all of those waves were really impressive. Kei, on the other hand, this is really the first showing that we're seeing of him on a Challenger Series. When you go to the regional QS, no one is touching him at the moment. He is holding down the rankings, has been for about the last, I want to say 6 to 8 months in the Asia region. He did compete all through US growing up and then decided to represent Japan and come and compete over on the Asia regional QS, and he is just dominating it. So he spent last week in Korea, got second in the event to Kobe Clements over there, and then now is getting to try and level up and show us what more he can offer up on the Challenger Series.
Scores coming through. Just trickling through. It's filled in for Jacob Wilcox. It's a 5, so your classic mid-ranger on the scale for Jacob Wilcox to open up the day. And then numbers for Ian Gentile. This is a 6-5. We're watching a replay here of Kobayashi.
Yeah, sets up with that first maneuver, has to hop across that section, gets the finish, so gets 2 big turns. Yeah, it comes in at a 4-1-7. I think that broken up wave is it always keeps that score down when you've got to bounce over that section and find that next connecting oncoming left. You want to get the straight running walls that you get the combos in quick transition. So I think that's going to be key. And we certainly saw that from the opening waves from Jacob, Ian, and of course Vitor getting those 3 big maneuvers for that 7-6-7.
Yeah, good number in for Vitor. A couple of judges went excellent and gave him an 8. 3 gave him 7 5s. And that averaged out with a solid number. And what a way to start your heat after performing well on the first day. And you're thinking, I've got to start in this. How do I keep my momentum going? Well, like that, really. Brilliant way to kick off the day, to build yourself a platform. Loving the rail spray as well.
Yeah.
It looks fast, doesn't it?
I love this wave, how he connects. Like, he really puts everything into that turn. And he goes, I've got another section. I like literally free falling through that scooped out end section. His back foot almost coming off the board and then resetting for the landing. And he's just unbelievable how strong he is on his feet. It's very hard to bump him off. You'd think like a boxer trying to get knocked over. He's got such a low center of gravity. You just wouldn't be able to take him down. He just holds his strength so well.
And his second turn pushed him so far back over his heels, like his knees were completely compressed, and he used that core strength to come back up and then managed to still generate enough speed, because you need so much speed with those end sections to go up into the most critical part and ride out with conviction. So you can see he's strong, but we talk about these cat-like reflexes a lot on the Challenger Series, and he definitely has both of those, which is a characteristic that you see in a lot of championship tour surfers. So far, Vitor has been a real standout for me this event.
Looking at the seed list coming into this event, you'd look at names, and Vitor is probably not a name you would have said a week ago that would be a standout at this event. You'd look at your championship tour surfers. As we've got live action, yeah.
Tunnel vision for Jacob Wilcox. Again, on the backhand for him. as he gets tube from takeoff on this section, on the peak here, and then exits. So Jacob Wilcox finding once again some vision here at Ballito. Meanwhile, swing in the pocket, and then a heavy floater, closeout section. Ian Gentile. It's got a light touch, sort of deceptive power as well. Gentile, quite unusual, unorthodox style of surfing.
Yeah, he's
Quite
definitely...
hard to, we like comparing people. It's sort of pretty unique, isn't he?
Yeah, there's not many people
He surfs
you
a lot
can
like Ian
compare
Gentile.
it to. He does. He does. But he also is... quite deceiving, like you mentioned. Just, I feel his turns are bigger than what you're expecting them to be. That was a really gross looking end section turn because the water looks so tricky and bumpy, but he was so smooth. He made it look a lot easier than what it probably was. And you'd have to think that the Hawaiians are favoured here.
Yeah, you think about grommets and pros, and it's about how many stickers you can have on your board. 1 million stickers is like pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
And then as you get like older, the less stickers you want.
Yeah, that's so
But
true.
Ian's like always just had no stickers. He's almost been like this old cool guy with no stickers on his board.
Just been so staunch the whole time. Bit of nostalgia there for Jacob Wilcox getting a tube already in this event so far. But this is that end section that I was talking about here for Ian. Really clean, classy carve to start that one off. Look how much water was rushing up the face. Heaps of foam as well. Probably one of the not prettiest looking end sections we've seen in this entire event so far, but he just made it look so clean and easy. And that does kind of go back to my point. It is chunky water out there. And when you think about surfers who can handle big lumps of water really well, it is those Hawaiian surfers. So Ian kind of flexing his ability to handle chunky looking sections, even though there's clean ones out there too.
17.5 on the clock here. Waiting for that second score for Gentile. The best of the opening exchange still with Vitor Ferreira, our Brazilian, coming in here as the 7th seed out of the South America region. We saw names like Ryan Kainalo performed really well yesterday. And then later in this round, we'll see some of those more familiar names. Emrod, DVD, Ian Gouveia, surfers that have gone really well in the past out here and turned that into really statement performances for qualification. Back to the Dream Tour. It will be for those CT veterans. Ian Gentile's number in for his second ride. 5.67 moves him up for the moment the first. Still waiting for a second number to come through for Vitor, who's got prio. Just the one-way ridden for him. He'll be, for a while at least, pretty patient and won't need to rush anything. He's got that big number in. He'll looking for something of a similar magnitude. But conditions so far this morning, that slightly shorter swell, just looking really, really shreddable.
We talk about the 10-point rides. Jacob Wilcox, big talking point. That was a perfect 10 as we see him up now with a quick ride. Another surfer that's had a 10-point ride is Michael Rodriguez in 2015 at this event.
Really?
So there's only actually been 4 10-point rides in the Ballito Pro, in the history of the Ballito Pro. And Jacob Wilcox owns one. We've got Michael Rodriguez coming up next. He has a 10-point ride. Christian Kimmerson in 2018 had a 10-point ride. And last year we had a 10-point ride from Lucas Cassidy.
We
big
did
air.
too.
Yeah.
The big punts. All right, we saw Vitor getting involved right there. We thought he's going to get it back up. A second score on the board sooner rather than later. Did exactly that right there. So getting involved, not hanging around, getting down towards that midway point. And that'll put him back in the lead. He only needs, well, doesn't need a lot actually. We'll see where that number comes through, but he's got plenty of time as well to look for some more real quality. Here's another look.
Yeah, so late on that takeoff and gets the whack as that wave actually spits. He gets up into the second turn. So, yeah, he's going to put a second score on the board. He's going to look for more, want to look for more. Of course, that's 7.67, the higher score of the heat. A very big asset in his scoreline right now, Vitor Ferreira. But Ian Gentile's quietly building a pretty solid scoreline as well.
Yeah, Vitor's surfing this wave like he's surfed it his entire life. Because, let's be real, he probably has been here max between 7 and 10 days. And Vitor I can't imagine how many of those end sections he would have had to hit to finally figure out that tempo, because although you can time it really well and get those ride outs really clean, sometimes there's backwash and it makes it really tricky as well. So Vitor, I also really do believe, by watching him in this competitive space, he has put the time in out here in all different types of conditions, and it's paying off for him right now with the highest wave score of this heat so far.
A little over 14 on the clock here at the moment. Suffer with CT experience. Ian Gentile leads another. Jacob Wilcox in our opening heat of the day will keep rolling with around a 64 for the men in beautiful looking conditions out at Ballito right after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Centre, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Having a look at the Surfline forecast, what's on offer out of the Indian Ocean here for the Ballito Pro this week to kick off the Challenger Series. Greg Emsley, we're liking the look of this energy.
Yeah, if you can see that big sort of reddy purple patch out to the sort of east, southeast of Ballito, that's bringing in all that energy, and it's keeping it coming. As I mentioned, we saw a lot of lightning overnight still. It's holding in there. When you look at the ocean, you'll see a lumpy, bumpy, smooth, lumpy, bumpy looking ocean. If you're on the points of the Eastern Cape into the Wild Coast, J Bay and Nahoon Reef, up into all those points, you don't really want to see rain out at sea, because that means it's going to break that swell up, and it's not great for the point breaks. But here with the sand bottom breaks of Ballito, you quite like the look of that, because it means you're going to get these lovely A-frame, peaky type waves, lots of opportunity. So that's what we're getting right now. Still getting those the swells coming off that system out of the east, but lots of energy, lots of A-frames, and it's lovely offshore conditions.
And as we peer into the near future as well, it looks like it's going to hang around. Those numbers looking really similar throughout the rest of the week, which is cool.
Yeah, really cool. We're going to have similar size in the morning. That storyline does look really similar throughout every single day of the waiting period, though. We have really clean, great conditions in the morning, and as we know, we start to see this cross-shore wind slightly turn into an onshore wind throughout the afternoon from about 10:30 it starts to puff up here. So these guys do need to be prepared to surf both really pumping conditions and maybe some more tricky ones like we saw yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, we're going to have a good morning, and it's going to be a tricky afternoon. We do see the wind on the charts this afternoon. Probably similar to yesterday, maybe a touch stronger, but we'll keep an eye on it. But we'll keep going. Yesterday that wind held off for quite some time. Hopefully,
it did.
Yeah, hopefully this bit of weather out at sea will just keep that wind away. And keep that offshore blowing for most of the morning.
It also randomly went offshore right before dark as well. It didn't hang around for too long in the afternoon, so just kind of swirling around us right now, but we will take it. We've got a little catch up from Ian Gentile here. So this wave not looking like it went into his top two here, but again, just You're so right, Paul. No one really does surf like Ian Gentile. He surfs like himself. And that's pretty cool because so many people mimic other people's styles. Jacob Wilcox, this one, it was really quick on that first section. There was a massive turn there from Jacob. Huge single maneuver. This is a tricky looking whitewater end section, but with a completion there, that's definitely Jacob's best turn out the back. And the score going, it's a solid looking number for essentially what was just a one-turn wave.
6-1-3 for Jacob Wilcox at the moment. Not good enough to get him into an advancing position, though. He's round about a point shy of the total of Ian Gentile right now in seconds. And it will be just those top 2 spots advancing. There's a vigorous warm-up from Emrod. Going to be looking forward to getting out here and doing the business. A surfer will be looking at these conditions today and just thinking, this is me. This is the kind of stuff that he absolutely thrives in. A really tough heat, though. Rio Wider, who is just deadly, so well-rounded. His improvement over the last couple of seasons has been unbelievable. Also in that heat, Guy Ribeiro out of Portugal, Sean Gunning from Spain. It's going to be a great, great matchup. I mean, all of these heats, by the time you get to this round, very hard to pick clear favourites. As we'll watch glassy lines come through. Just over 8 on the clock. This one's settled down a touch. And a little move on the scoreboard from Vitor Ferreira's just improved a bit, actually. He's nudged up his numbers. 5.57, that replay that we caught up with. And he's just put that little extra distance, a bit more breathing room. He won't be hanging around there, still paddling back, hasn't picked up that 4th prio yet, but you'd be thinking, even with this much talent in the water, those numbers that he's already got would be good for at least maybe 2nd at very worst, but he'll be looking to improve from there further. Still really impressed with Vitor, one of the outstanding surfers so far.
Yeah, I've absolutely enjoyed getting to know his surfing, his competitive strategy. He doesn't seem to be fazed by anyone else in the heat. He really is just solely focused about doing the biggest turns that he can. Someone I would like to talk about quickly is Kei Kobayashi. Only had 2 waves in this heat, a 4.17 and a 4. It's definitely safe to say he's getting left behind right now. You could see when we were in that drone shot, he was really far up, sitting close to the rocks there, which yesterday when we were watching the event from front on, that was essentially quite deep. But this morning's conditions, like you mentioned, Greg, it is peaky, so you can get those deeper peaks, but I don't know what he's waiting for up there when surfers under him are getting 6s consistently that he could also be getting.
Super Coach Emsley, what are you saying to Kei Kobayashi now? What does he need to do?
Yeah, I think what's happened to him is he's probably extremely out of rhythm. With these peaky conditions, you know, in like a free surf, you can say, like, just find yourself on the wrong side of the peak and just find yourself on the wrong side of the peak. It can happen, and that's what's happened to Kia. I think he's got so little time. And then on the flip side, you can be that guy that's just always in position. You know, it is these beach break type conditions this morning. And yeah, positioning is going to be key. But when we get that drone angle, you can see those broken up peaks, and there's no real exact rhythm to them. So you've almost got to surf into your own rhythm, create a rhythm for yourself.
Is he looking for an 8 right now? That's the number he needs to advance. Is he looking just to put something legit on and then maybe chip away with time to go?
There's time for 2 waves, definitely. But he would be looking to probably get a wave before that 4-minute mark, because say you take a wave and then all of a sudden we've got a 6 to 7 wave set, which is definitely a massive possibility at Ballito. Some are 3, some are quite long, and you're stuck in that impact zone completely. But Kay definitely wants to pull the trigger somewhat soon, because yeah, it's going to be tricky to try and make that happen whilst there's 3 other surfers also breathing down your neck and creating a little bit more space.
Yeah, he's a lot deeper than the others up on the break. He's a good couple of meters. So he's probably identified something during either his early morning warm-up or with his coach. And that's a spot. He seems to be on one spot. So he knows that he's seen waves there, I would say. And he's sticking to his guns. And maybe it's the tube rides that he's seen there. Maybe that's what he's looking for.
Looks like he's misidentified something, because there's not a lot happening for him right now. Inside 5 minutes to go, and he's on wrong side of an excellent score. Really wants to get his skates on. expect improvements as well elsewhere in this strong lineup right now. Gentile from second place, stings the lip, recovers that, has to do a little bit of work to get around, does it pretty well. Slash off the top, off the bottom again and into the lip, very nicely done. So speedy, precise surfing, with a little moment as well in it that kind of keeps you guessing, which sometimes can add a little bit to your number. So good stuff from Ian.
Yeah, he was putting his board in every single critical pocket of that wave, and it was almost overcritical too, because where he was hitting it, the lip was essentially about to break on him. So really impressed with just how quickly he could redirect his board and react to those sections too. But that's that rhythm you were talking about, Greg, where Kay is essentially really out of it now, because where that set came through was on that traditional peak that we've seen over the last 24 hours, and Kay would have loved that wave.
Yeah, so watching this replay, it's a big section, hits it critically, just loses control for a little bit there, but regains momentum. Beautiful slice off the top on the second turn and gets the finish as well. So, yeah, it's I think that little bit of loss of control might cost him a touch in that scoreline, but he did connect with that wave 3 times.
3.5 minutes for the likes of Jacob Wilcox to keep his campaign alive here in South Africa. He's got a bit of work to do. Definitely not a daunting number. That may well change when we get a score for Ian Gentile to come through. At the moment, it's 6.05. The Chippo's chasing down, and he's just asking the question about that. So that's the number that he's facing, but pretty good chance of seeing an improvement really from Ian Gentile, isn't there? Looking at his numbers and what we just saw in terms of the surf on that wave, it was fast, surfing top to bottom, critical. I think that'll be another helpful score for him. Let's see what our judges make of that as time will continue to tick away here.
Yeah, Jacob looked to be asking a question about priority there. We didn't see a wave that Vitor paddled for. We were probably watching the last of Ian, but then Vitor also asking the question of turning priority too. So a situation obviously going down between those two surfers, and we know that they're both extremely competitive. Jacob definitely would prefer to have a higher priority right now and not be under the thumb of Vitor.
Well, the good news for him is there wasn't an improvement. Came just under the low score for Ian Gentile, 5.43. So not the improvement. That requirement remains the same for Jacob Wilcox and also for Kate Kobayashi, who still has priority, and it's been a bit of a yoke really for him. He's not thrived at all. He's not been active enough, just 2 waves ridden. Now he's looking for an excellent score, so he needs to pick a bit of quality. The decision that he needs to make, I suppose, is pretty clear now, really, because he needs to get something really quite special. Definitely capable of that with his surfing.
Definitely capable, but back to the point of Jacob Wilcox needing the 6.05. It's been a little bit of time since he got the 6.13. In that time, he did have priority. He paddled for a wave, missed it, lost priority. He's down in 3rd priority right now. And you probably find someone had a bit of a look, and he probably thinking to himself, well, I paddled for a wave, I had a look, I lost priority. Why is my competitor, you know? But it's always a fine line with the priority judge, because they ultimately make a call. You're allowed to have a look, but it's got to be a committed paddle. So I think, you know, the competitors will always ask the question to the beach. But having a look, this looks like a fantastic wave coming through from the drone angle.
Wow.
How's that spit?
Heat leader, Vitor Ferreira off the top, rips one, and then patient, really precise spot and turn. And he'll hit a section, not quite the amount of lip in that stuff out the back that we saw on his big wave for Keiko Bayashi.
Wow.
He gets covered, an absolute bomb. This is what he's been waiting for, and he jams one in the pocket. Well, he's asked a question. At least he needed an excellent number. An 8-point ride was what he was chasing. Inside the final 30 seconds, he got himself a bomb.
My gosh, this is, even watching those last 2 waves, I just couldn't think to myself, wow, there is some heavy water out there right now. Kay, good on him, waiting that long to find the biggest set wave that we've seen in the last 30 minutes. It had a big tube on it as well. This looks like Ian Gentile.
There he goes, Ian. Bit of foam on the face, but a cupped out section, and he'll punt, grabs the rail, puts down the air reverse. So, Gentile right at the end of the heat. Just trying to make sure there will be numbers coming for surfers underneath them, or just one actually. Jacob Wilcox didn't ride another wave, so it's going to be bad news for him. But Kobayashi, we just kind of picked that wave up. We didn't quite get the takeoff, did we? But we saw him get cover. But how deep was he, which will really determine the score?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking as well. It was what I was coming back to is, did he get deep enough in that? We're going to take a look at it again. It was a solid wave. That was a chunky piece of water. And he did get a really nice, clean cover up for a moment there. Could he have been deeper? Could he have not? We'll break it down in that replay. But I was thinking to myself, wow, he's just let this heat slip through his fingers. He didn't even put himself in this heat. But what a wave to finish off on. Vitor, again, this was not his best wave, but just the acceleration he can get off those bottom turns, you know that it's going to be a fun looking top turn. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him in the next round if he gets through here. This is the wave we want to talk about though. So Kay stalls here, has to get under the lip, so he does completely disappear for a moment there. It is a short barrel, it is a big wave. We haven't seen enough barrels to know if that's going to go super excellent, but when you think back to Jacobs, he really stalled and he was in that for a really long time for that to get a 10 and then did a big turn after it as well. So was there 2 points in separation or was there more? I know they're different years, but that's the only solid barrel I can compare to in my mind. Greg, you're probably better to break that one down.
I wouldn't say better, but I've obviously got my thoughts. We have had a couple of shorter tubes through the day. I saw Aidan Mason-Camp get a tube ride yesterday. Very clean. He wasn't very deep, in my opinion, and got two fairly basic turns at the end of the wave for a 7.5. So for me, that is a sort of benchmark of what the judges could look at. It's a new day. Notes for me on that wave from K is double overhead when he took off. It was a big, tall wave. It was a heavy wave. It had a lot of power. It's the biggest wave we've seen this morning. And he got tube time. How deep was he? Maybe he could have been deep, but more that just where he was in the lineup. And the wave did spit, showing us how much power the wave had. And the completion wasn't there. If he had really hammered a completion, I would say yes.
I would be more
and
convinced.
That's what I'm a little bit worried about, is he didn't get the completion of the turn.
There's even a chance that the requirement to go up as well, because we saw that air landed by Ian Gentile. But the numbers in, and it's insignificant. It's not enough. 6.83 doesn't quite get there. Would have been a helpful score at the beginning of the heat to build some momentum, but he's just never in this heat. He just left himself a mountain to climb. So unlucky. Well done for getting that big piece of water to him. But
he might make the highlight reel with that tube.
Yeah.
If that counts for anything.
No, it does.
And he'll take away some key learnings from this. Just having another look here at Ian.
I love that Ian gave himself this opportunity. That was a pretty sick air when you watch it from that straight on angle. That tail completely high. He landed in a really nice spot. It was nice and fluffy for him to ride out of. So it's going to potentially better, but not by much. It was nothing crazy, but it was cool to see that Ian still gave himself that opportunity, because he would have heard the beach go pretty wild for Kay's last wave.
All wrapped up for our opening heat for the day. Hasn't disappointed us. Well done to Vitor Ferreira. His run continues with just that aggressive backhand style on these rights. We're enjoying watching him surf. Ian Gentile will also advance. Jacob Wilcox and Kei Kobayashi will bow out, and we're all wrapped up for our third heat, the round 64 for the men. Expect more of that great surfing and some upsets and surprises as well. More live action from South Africa right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the action here at the Ballito Pro. Our first stop on the Challenger Series for 2026. CT Glory at the end of a long road. Out on the trail right now, looking to go deeper into the event. Rio Wider of the Championship Tour. Michael Rodriguez, who has experience right there. He's in live action right now. Also, Guy Ribeiro, Sean Gunning in the water. That's our quartet. Only two can advance. A quick start for Emrod. A major surprise to see him get down to biz. Emerging from a tube, Sean Gunning on the backhand blazes a big vertical hit and does it really well. Sweetly timed, great body position to get himself pull that board down in front of that powerful whitewater explosion. Very impressed by Sean the Prawn so far.
He has had an exceptional run in this event. Yesterday, dropping the first 8-point ride that we saw of the Challenger Series so far. We obviously saw a lot of excellent scores yesterday, but Sean's was one of those waves that does sit in your head, and you could watch that wave time and time again. Really solid 3 turns on a good-looking set wave. Also, love the board spray at the moment as well. That feels like we've just got to put that on the table too. But Sean, what a way to start, Greg.
Yeah, it's, patience and good decision making is what has been Sean's game plan. Yeah, it's been great to see. And the wave selection has just been amazing. We see this amazing wave on our screen as we come out of the break, barreling, and then Sean pops out of the barrel. It's like, wow. And then that big finish. So can't wait to see the full replay of that wave. But he's in rhythm with the ocean here at Ballito. He's just finding those perfect waves. He's finding the lovely line and those turns. He's getting so vertical, critical, and I'm really enjoying what he's bringing to the Dolphin Coast.
Yeah, to the judges, is it? Straight from the get-go in these heats, they've got decisions to make. Really impressed with that start. Let's just keep this rolling. Rio Wider just had a very quick wave. He'll be looking to get something significant on the board. He'll know really well that these heats can get away from you pretty quick. So we'll get a modest number for just that start of Michael Rodriguez. It'll be somewhere in the 3s. Not a helpful number in the context. Here's another look at Sean's wave.
Okay, so it doesn't get super deep in the barrel. It's not an overly critical one. That turn, though, overly critical. That was sick. Really tight in the pocket. Oncoming lip, heavy water, but you can see he was really stalling to get in the barrel, but it just wasn't quite throwing over him. That next section did, but it would have been a really tricky exit. So Sean, I love the fact that he pulled it square, redirected, and got a solid hit in.
All right, here's Guy Ribeiro with a bit of foam on the face. We'll just slap that lip and do pretty well to come down. So that busy start, I think everyone's approach will be like, okay, let's not hang around. Here goes Rio Wider. Loads of speeds. Can't do much with it though. The wave just kind of ran and ran. Didn't really offer him a lot, so no break in the pace to allow him to go on the attack. Square up to the lip.
We've seen quite a few surfers today ride those sort of frothy looking waves. We saw Ian Gentile getting a couple of them, and they're quite tricky to turn on. maybe it's just that there is a lot of water moving in the lineup, but for me, you want to choose those waves with the clean green walls that your rails can slice through, and it's a lot easier getting the big maneuvers on those clean faces.
24 remaining in this heat. Time to hear from one of our first heat of the day. Vitor Ferreira is with the Frou Brew. All right, well, we'll endeavour to get that interview with Mike shortly. In the meantime, just having a look at sets, standing up outside on the sandbar here. Got that steely look to it, clean and glassy. And just beautiful looking bowls, which will offer up points for surfers. If they can identify some big lips to hit as well. We saw a little bit of everything in terms of tubes, big lip line turns. Saw Ian Gentile go to the air as well right at the end of that heat. So all sorts available out there. Meanwhile, picking up Rio Wider right now with a big carve in the pocket. And then dealing with this white water, just kind of fling one. And then he'll get a finish as well to tag the closeout. So much better from him. That'll be the set, the kind of third attempt at doing that and just posting a number as time is ticking away. That'll feel pretty good, JJ.
Yeah, definitely. It's so interesting to see that there is a level between the CT surfers and the others. That first carve had so much drive and intensity in it, and there's that level you go, that's a CT surfer.
All right, let's go down to Mike Frou.
Thank you, Paul. Vitor Ferreira, that was an incredible start to the day. You gave us some great highlights right in the beginning of the heat there, and it looks like it's absolutely firing out there. Bigger than yesterday.
Definitely completely different, similar but different. Conditions the waves are much more powerful than yesterday, I think. Swell direction kind of switched after yesterday's wind. And the waves are pretty strong. Like, I almost changed my equipment, but I just decided to trust my board. I had yesterday a huge ending section, and I realized that I could have the same waves today. So kept with the same board. Putting the same energy onto it and firing waves. Today's going to be an amazing day of competition. All days have been really good here in Ballito, and forecast looks amazing.
Just I'd like to find out, you have so much speed coming off the bottom on all of your waves, setting up that first turn. Give us an indication of what fins you're using in the bottom of this board, and what are you using in equipment-wise?
First, I worked with Jacques Seco for the past 14 years of my life, so he's like a father to me, and we have developed such amazing boards throughout the years. This is a setup that I really like riding. It's pretty much a day-by-day setup. I like those All-American fins, but what is more interesting than that for me is that round pintails that I've been riding. This is the model that I have with Jacques. It's my model. So we have developed this 6 years ago, and I've tested my boards in Hawaii, Chile, Mexico, everywhere else in the world. And this comes from the work, right? And I have such a close relationship and good work with him, and I trust my boards with my life, so I know they're never gonna let me down. And the speed comes from the work we have. We have our secrets, and I just feel really comfortable with my equipment and really thankful to Jacques for all the years and for everything he's done to me. I have the best boards in the world for sure.
Well, that board certainly worked for you. Go keep it nice for your next round and enjoy the rest of the surfing. You don't surf, probably not surf again today. Great job. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, love it. Thanks, Mike. Great interview there. Really good insights as well.
I love that, and that's such a note for the young kids out there. You can see Vitor really, he's like patting his surfboard.
See how lovingly he wiped that sand off. Really, he just looked at it and he's like, no. And he just very lovingly just swiped that away, didn't he?
Yeah, I feel
Soft
like
fingers.
I feel he's going to wash it off very neatly when he gets back to the flat, and maybe put it in some cotton wool or something. Just really looking after it. And this is the replay. But yeah, and thankful to his shaper. The shapers are our racing car makers, aren't they? And they put so much effort in, and so good to see him acknowledging that. And look at some of these hammers that we've seen in the replay. Vertical attack for Guilherme on that. So we've got a couple of numbers. We've got a score to come for Sean Guilherme and Marco Rodriguez. How's this one?
Yeah, love that first turn. So much spray came off the back there. And just this end section, I was really surprised that he fell. And that's only because of just this standard that he set for himself, that he is that kind of guy who does complete his waves. He does usually get quite low and put his arms out in front of him. So when he didn't finish that ride, I went, oh, I just wasn't expecting that. But wow, Guilherme's wave was drama city. Those airdrops out of those first two turns were crazy. So like I mentioned in that last heat, we spoke about the Hawaiians being really comfortable in this heavy water. My bad. The Europeans definitely are as well.
He goes Rio wide up, wrap off the top for him, high in the pocket, and then bang, that was a beautiful turn, a lip line, and did a bit extra, getting the board slide into that lip, tail release as well. Super tech from him. Pretty much comes as standard. He put so much in to his surfing. You can see the dividends right there. I love that first time we just saw from Enrod. Just showing his class, really. He's got so much variety as well that he can do. Amazing technique. Here's a look at a replay of Sean Gunning. Big wave.
Yeah, huge wrap off the top. Just so patient on those bottom turns. There is something about that Tommy Carroll spray that looks good on that board.
Sick heat this is. I mean, everyone's getting waves. The sections just look like they're begging for the treatment. We're being treated to a bit of a show right here.
Oh, definitely. There's something about having pumping waves and then you put incredible surfers in it, no matter what. No one can complain. It is such a fun event when you can see everyone putting their best foot forward and how hard all of these surfers are fighting to get big scores. It doesn't feel like they're fighting against each other. They're fighting because they want to showcase what they can do. And that's when surfing and professional competitive surfing gets really exciting, because these guys want to put their best foot forward, show us what they've done in their off season, because I can guarantee every single one of these surfers has been working really hard to hopefully come back this season and be that guy, that underdog story that we saw from Luke Thompson and Oscar Berry last year.
Rio Wahida's wave, I feel he did that turn and he was thinking of possibly something more. It looked like that wave actually barreled off after that maneuver. I was wondering if he thought, let's get this turn, let's try and get out of it quickly and straight into the tube. And that lip kind of held him there for a little bit longer. But I feel this morning, with this low tide, offshore winds, I feel we're going to see at least one excellent tube ride coming our way.
Checking out the prep for our defending event champ of the championship tour by virtue of that performance as well, Luke Thompson. He wants to be limber and warmed up. He's going the right way about it. He's got a tough heat. They're taking on Ian Gouveia, Mimana Bray, and also Kijiro Nishi coming up next in this fifth heat of the round of 64 right now. It's a really entertaining one going down in the water. We're going to get score in for Sean Gunning. That'll be his second number. And it'll put him in a good position. Also looking at a score, which will be a second proper number for Rio Wider. While we wait for those numbers to come in, time for a quick break here. Great looking conditions, brilliant surfing going down at the Ballito Pro. More live action pretty soon.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the action here. Pump and surf in Ballito. Some big sections to be hit and a great looking heat, just setting up good numbers for the young Spaniard, Sean Gunning. In the lead right now with priority as well. Good heat so far for the Euros. Gui Ribeiro of Portugal in second place position. Another number to come in for him as well. 12.5 on the clock here. Looking at surfers like Rio Wider to step up. Also, Michael Rodriguez, here's your heat leader, Gunning. Another great looking wave choice. A bomb of a bowl section. And can he get up there? It'll just run away from him. That thing just drained off the sandbar. And he was going fast. If he could have got up there, well, it would have been really dramatic, but I like the way he's really dialed into the energy out here. He looks very comfortable, JJ.
He does, and that would be a testament to those European beach breaks that are gnarly. We see a lot of barrel clips come from anyone who lives in Europe through the, is it the spring time of year, Paul? Is that right? Spring, autumn, where then it starts to just absolutely tube. But Sean also spent a lot of time living in Australia. He spent a lot of time surfing Duranbar, and when D-bar gets big, it actually can get quite similar to this. We see tubes, we see a lot of peaks everywhere. So Sean having a lot of experience in different conditions. Then Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, just belting that, but falling. Again, I mentioned it earlier, just not expecting him to fall on his waves here. And then Gil Herme, wow, what a statement he's making in this heat. 2 major turns, really hard looking finishing section there, and he is going to execute that with conviction and confidence. And then this is that last save that we saw of Sean. Great first connection. I love this style. It really is just super traditional, easy to watch. He touches the rail on his bottom turn, so you can see his technique is flawless, but that was a really tricky section to come and meet.
Oh, picking up Rio Wider, going down really hard there from our drone view. Brilliant surfing from Gui Ribeiro, the high score of the heat so far. Gets right up there, 7.67. Couple of judges went excellent and gave him an 8. And he knew it as well. You could see the fire from him as he finished that wave. All right, Emrod needs to get going here. He's fallen off too much in this heat. He's in last place right now. He's carving up. And then he's hitting the lip hard. And he just needed one. First of all, to surf well, then obviously to finish as well. And he's done that here. So he'll be back at this. And we're game on for a really exciting 10 minutes in this heat. It's been pretty breathless so far. I feel like the wave selection, everyone's kind of got a really good idea now. Maybe just haven't watched that last heat as well with what they're after, that they're picking. They're making good choices.
Yeah, definitely. And those set waves actually are holding up as well. And we saw in that last heat, if you can finish on one of those set waves, you're going to get rewarded with a good score. Gil Herme identifying that and putting that into play here. Now, Rio, that was a chunky looking end section there. He just went flying straight down to the sandbank. That would have hurt. And then you can see on this one, Greg, how much it meant for Michael just to finally get a finish here.
Yeah, and he does get the finish. It's I think the problem for the surfers right now is Gil Herme Ribeiro's 7.67. the first turn was so huge with so much spray. The finishing turn was massive. So that's the blueprint for the heat right there. The 767. That's. I actually thought that score would go a bit higher. But what it means is for our other surfers to attack that scoreline, they're going to have to go big. They're going to have to finish those maneuvers. And we've seen a lot of hard-hitting finishing turns going incomplete.
To go right up there on the scale, does feel like that kind of morning. You're definitely going to need to look like you're nearly not making it. Checking out Mimana Bray, getting ready. He's amazing in beach breaks, this guy. Definitely been a speciality for him. He's tagging those heavy, heavy sections. He's got some strong legs, great for recovering in those whitewater explosions. He's going to need quite a bit of that based on what we're seeing right now. Still 8.5 in this one. And it is a Europe 1-2 still. Just flipped it around with Ribeiro in the lead right now. Decent numbers from him.
I love the beach warm-ups, the surfers warming up. I love it when, our pros, they sort of imitate what they're going to be doing in the water, the maneuvers, and, you're looking at them, you're going, cheapers, if they do that, it's going to be a 10-point ride. And then you go to your local beach and you see the average Joe doing the same warm-ups, and they get to their feet and they...
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, but different level, we got some of the best surfers in the world. Of course, 10 championship tour men are in this event and 7 championship women are in this event.
It's exciting to see those CT surfers come back. I also feel like it's forcing these Challenger Series surfers to lift because of how well these guys are surfing like Rio.
Oh, great looking first turn straight into the bottom. A stinging hit off the top. Check these bottom turns. That sets him up for just the perfect angle to go into the lip. That one was a runner. Doesn't have that impact of those kind of semi-closeouts where it's super, super heavy, but just beautiful surfing as well. Easy on the iron. Powerful, speedy. Love it.
Yeah, he definitely has a lot more speed. He's probably got the most speed out of anyone that we've seen in this heat so far. It's so frustrating because you see him want to chase down that end section, and he's done it pretty much on all of his waves there. So if it almost drops the... I use this word a lot, drops the drama of that finishing turn because he's chasing and then not getting it. But they're 3 really good turns, but you almost want to see him finish with a really solid full stop on the end of his rides. First turn, incredible. Second turn, timing so well in the pocket. There's that third turn. You can see then chasing it. It obviously doesn't take away from what happened at that wave, but there definitely is an element of finishing with conviction that I do believe the judges have been enjoying this event so far. But Rio, that was absolutely his best ride.
Definitely his best ride. That, as Paul said, those bottom turns, the torque on those bottom turns, I don't think he could have pushed that board any harder. He had that rail engaged. We saw pretty much 2 fins out of the water, 1 fin, the inside fin holding it in, and full control, full rail work on that bottom turn and just driving, and that's what then caused the big top turn with all that spray. I think from the judging view, that will look really good, and I've got no doubt that that's going to be Rio's best wave and give him a very good shot at the back end of the seat.
His board must be an F1 machine. That it was going so fast, and it must feel incredible to put that board so hard on rail.
Let's see where this number comes in for our Indonesian surfer, Rio Wider, at the moment. Looking for a number to the tune of 6-9. That's the score we're owed from the panel. Otherwise, it's our surfers in positions 1 and 2 also have priority in that order as well. So a controlling position for them. Surfers like Michael Rodriguez with a bit to do. Good score to come in for Rio. Not quite enough to get him where he needed to go, though, but it does help him. It's his top score. We'll bring that number down now. So that'll be a useful 6-6-3. Just needed a little bit more than that to move up into that second place position. Final 5 minutes of this heat now. We're really well set up at the moment. That's the number Rio Wider's looking to advance, 5-8-8. He's going to have to do that from 4th priority. And And that's going to start to come into play soon. As surfers in those advancing positions will be very aware of that. They'll be looking around and making decisions about, am I trying to improve my score? Am I being aware of the dangers around me? Who do I want to try and stop from getting that number? Beautiful looking peaks marching through.
Yeah, and really smart on Rio's behalf here. Has that fourth priority, is staying away from everyone else to try and create some magic for him down the beach. He's going to get flogged with a solid looking set on the head there. There is just so much juice and energy in the water. And I mentioned it yesterday. How many boards have fallen victim to that end section, or even probably just duck diving out there? That's how strong it is.
Looking at that drone angle, you saw our surfers sort of not really worrying about Rio Wahida, leaving him wide, even though he needs just the 5.88. But I think they know they probably can't stop him, right? And they need to focus on their own game and build that scoreline. So Guilherme will feel he can get another bigger score than a 6, and Sean will say, okay, let's get rid of this 5.83. Because that's
double trouble.
Oh wow. Okay.
Heading over in his general direction.
Okay, now they're going to talk and go, okay, you take him and I'll take Michael Emrod.
They actually do look like they're working together, don't they? They seem to be
well, they definitely will
supporting each other.
Well, you got first and second priority. You're in first and second. This is, I mean, you'd be crazy not to work together.
Yeah.
I mean, you're protecting your job right here, and this is what you got to do. You're not going to do this for 30 minutes, obviously.
No.
But it's the last 3 minutes of the heat.
Okay, well, this sort of tactical stuff is part of the sport that quite easy to miss, really, unless you're dialed into exactly how the heat strategy, that management goes down. So surfers with priority, well, they'll use it right now. Second priority, Sean Gunning, he's gone. And he's got a running right-hander and a big, really well-timed hit for him. It's just the one turn, but you saw the speed that he came out of that maneuver with. He's back up the 5.83. His high score, the 6.67. He's down on the inside now, 2.5 on the clock. So still first priority, Guy Ribeiro, but Michael Rodriguez now with second prior, 6.58 that number.
Michael's looking really good as well. He's just been incomplete on a few turns, so be careful for him. If he just settles on one, he definitely could chase that 6.58, and that first turn from Sean, really good. And he's had 2 waves in a row like this where he hasn't been able to get the completion, so he's scoreline has not moved for probably almost half this heat, and that is a little bit of a danger for him.
Yeah, he's surfing so good. Sean's surfing the best I've ever seen. And the way he's attacking these waves, rising to the occasion, he's put himself in a really good spot to make this heat. It is just always so daunting when you have someone as talented as Rio and Michael only needing essentially mid-range scores, 5.88, 6.58, 2 surfers who have championship tour, years of championship tour experience. It just does come down to, is that wave going to come through? And we've talked about it time and time again in this event so far. Those lumps of waters are constantly shifting across 2 banks. We saw Kay wait a really long time to all come down to that one last wave. So an element of being in rhythm has to come into play here too.
It's Gunning again, live action from him. Stabs one nice and vert on the backhand, a smaller wave onto the inside, just kind of hits that foamy section and nosedives on the inside. Guy Ribeiro's used his prio. We saw him finishing off a wave down on the inside. Inside that final minute now. So that tells us that in the lineup, it's Emrod and it's Rio Wahida with a little bit of time on the clock now, 40-odd seconds. Here goes Rio Wahida. He'll stall and grab the wall. He's deep. He's pretty deep in the throaty. Smaller barrels, nice and round. Full rail, roundhouse jam in the pocket. And again on a smaller section on the inside, he'll look to just finish this up, just milking anything he can. A reminder of that requirement, 5.88. Are we seeing that with the tube?
Oh, my initial thoughts are no. I don't know. I want to see it from the front on to see how deep he got, because it is really hard to get the gist of, is he really deep in that tune when you're looking into that barrel? There definitely wasn't an X factor at the end of that wave. That carve was incredible. But my initial thoughts are it's probably not. Greg?
Maybe.
Love this. I'm just a negative Nelly. I need to change my tune.
I would absolutely love to have a barrel like this right now. Look at that. It's so clean. He's deep. He's got quite a lot of travel time. And how's this caddy? So stylish. I mean, that's like a little free surf clip right there. Surfing to the judges for what the judges are looking for. I mean, it's got to be right there. I mean, he had tube time. He was fairly deep. And that cutback was pretty carvy on the rail and super stylish.
Okay.
If that counts for points, I think it does. I mean, it looked good.
I really want to see Rio get the score because it didn't feel like he even started to hit his stride in that heat. He's got so much more to give, and he is a major threat. He's won here before. He's a previous champion, and he's just so entertaining to watch. I don't know, 5.88 needs to be a 6.
In a heat that scores have come down from belting big sections, now the judges are going to have to look at tube riding and the real technical elements of it. How deep was he? How critical was that tube? And then also the carve that he throws in.
Well, let's think about the K's last wave. K got a tube. He got completely covered for a moment there. It was probably a little bit shorter than Rio's, but it was on a wave 3 times the size. And that came in as a mid-range 6. So that needs to be slightly less. I don't know. I really...
But then you think about Sean's 5.83. The 2 turns he got on that. They were good, solid. Because that's sort of where you're aiming at, right? Or 5.88. I don't know. If you're a judge, what are you typing in? Look, you're going to have some of your judges putting down a 6 to start with. So you need a judge to think that it's a 6-point ride for him to get the 5.88.
I don't think it's a 6-point ride.
JJ Starling says no. Greg, the Bigfoot Emsley says maybe. Let's see what our judges make of this.
I wouldn't mind if it is the score because I think it was so well put together.
Oh, number comes in and he just gets it, a 5.9. He jumps to second place. Heartbreak for Sean Gunning, who surfed a brilliant heat. What a clutch performer. That's why he's a CT server. That's why he's elites. Well done, that man. I tell you what, these heats, they're so entertaining. That's not going to stop now either. A great looking matchup. About to hit the water. A brilliant morning of surfing. We're loving the action that we're seeing out here. A great moment for Rio White. You can just see the relief, what that means. Well done to Guy Ribeiro, really, who just ran his own race out there, brought the power, brought the fire, and got the heat win in a tough, tough field. And it will be Rio that advances in second. Sean Gunning and Michael Rodrigues will bow out of competition at this stage. Time for a break. When we come back, it'll be Geeks and Kai talking you through the action. Stay tuned.
Well, the surf is thumping here in Ballito this morning as we're teeing up a big encounter. A look back to last year's very passionate win for Luke Thompson, the South African, who found his way to the championship tour. Big overhead conditions with that win for the Safa over the Australian George Pittar. And that's really did have the entire surf fans on the beach, on their feet, particularly this wave against the grain here to get the win over George Pittar. It was huge emotions, a lifetime of effort, and a 21-year-old birthday present for the young man from the region, Luke Thompson, as he got that massive win back this time last year. Of course, welcome to 2026. And it is the first stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. It's a Sawabona good morning greeting from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Kai Linda. We're having so much fun with it. We trust that surf fans all around the world are. And what a surprise to wake up to thundering waves this morning.
Well, Giggs, it was amazing. This morning came out in the dark. You could see the lightning storm out on the horizon. And what that's done is that storm has pushed a bit more east into the swell.
Yep.
We thought it was going to be 2 to 3 foot this morning. There's a couple of big 6-foot clangers out there, and there's a lot of grunt in the water. I had a quick little paddle this morning. I can tell you there's no shortage of power on tap. So surfers like Luke Thompson, Ian Gouveia, they're going to be reveling out there. There's a lot of surfing to be done.
Absolutely. Tighter period in the swell as we hit the low tide this morning. And look at this heat. This is a massive one. Luke Thompson, the 2025 winner. Ian Gouveia, the 2024 winner. They'll take on Miyamana Bray, the talented Tahitian who's had a lot of opportunities in the CT jersey over the last 2 seasons. Kaijiri Nishi will keep the Japanese push going as we get into competition this morning. Steely grey look to the skies. You mentioned that storm, Kai, and what it has done is squeezed the wave height up a little bit, closed the period down a little bit, and certainly lot of energy in the lineup.
Yeah, and like you say, Giggs, the period's a little bit narrower, so they're a little bit more on top of each other. It's also opened up a few options on the bank. You've got more than one peak.
Well, let's have a look. We saw some great surfing from Sean Gunning in the previous heat on the back end, just falling out with that last-ditch effort of Rio Waida. Of course, in the lineup now, more championship tour surfers. They find themselves down at the bottom end of the 2026 rankings. Luke Thompson down in 32nd at the moment. Ian Gouveia also steep and way down on the rankings. And here we go for some fun surfing as we look for a lot of action. There's going to be some mixed approaches to the lineup as well. A tube ride from Rio Waida had everybody puzzling. Was that enough? It was just so. Points on offer for being behind the curtain here.
Well, and we look at this replay now. This is from Ian. Bit of a wobbler, but stuck with it, had a look and pulled out. And this is what you've got to be careful of today, Giggs. There are those waves that are going to do that. And then, of course, Miyamana Bray, the Tahitian, a lot of power on tap here. Look how he just unleashes the tail there on that first turn. Gets a bit of cappuccino on the inside, but still working the rail down the line. Got the 483, so not a bad start. And on the barrel side, you know, that first heat of the morning, Kobayashi with a deep pit. This was Luke's wave. Loved the approach. Going big fin drift, just caught the rail. Little warm-up wave. We won't be too stressed about that. But, yeah, in that first heat, Kobayashi, deep stand-up pit. Got the 683, I think, somewhere there. We saw Rio with the high five with the barrel. And I must say, one of the best cutbacks I've seen in quite a long time. So I think the judges are still going to reward those critical turns a lot higher. But there is the possibility of getting that big deep pit on a big one and maybe getting a higher score.
It's not absolutely perfect out there. There is a little undulation from that storm out at sea. But certainly as we are in the low tide here this morning, it is going to be perhaps some more tube riding on offer. Of course, big heavy lips as well are crashing down on the sandbars here at Ballito this morning. And we know that's where a lot of the points came out of competition yesterday. It's going to be some big moments over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and I mean, even seen 2 big airs this morning already. So the guys are looking at the aerial maneuvers and pretty big scores coming out of them just because of the intensity of the closeout section. So you're going critical if you're going to the air. A lot of these guys able to pull those maneuvers as well. So I'm excited to see. I think the tide's dropping and it's just going to get better.
Well, a lot to talk about here in the lineup and a lot going on in and around the event this morning. But it's all about winning heats. So let's go down and hear from Emma. She's with the winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Giggs. Gilliam, I feel like I looked at the heat draw, I saw that heat, and I thought that is not a heat I want to be in. You pretty much had 2 previous Ballito Pro winners. What was the feeling going into that?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really care because I looked at every hit in the round 2, and round 2 is already every hit is the same. Every hit is hard, and yeah, I didn't look to my opponents. I looked to myself, and yeah, I came here to do my job, not look at the others, and felt great. And yeah, the waves are firing, and I love to compete here. It's my second time here, and yeah, can't wait for the next round.
Nice, that mindset definitely paid off. From the beach, it felt like towards the end of that heat, it became a little bit of a priority game. And like we said, with those surfers in that heat, it kind of didn't feel like you're 100% safe.
Yeah, this was a heat of both strategy and surf quality. I think I got the best wave of the heat, the 767. And that I felt great, and after that I had a 7 and a 6, and yeah, ended up playing strategy at the end in the last 10 minutes, and yeah, felt good, and yeah, I feel my surfing is better than ever. This was actually my best surf. It's been super hard with the crowd and everyone, and yeah, can't wait for the next one.
Nice. Well, we're looking forward to the next heat. Having strategy and your performance paying off is a really good feeling. So good luck for the next round. Back to you guys, Giggs and Kai in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. Just a nice sort of pensive and calm look about Guilherme Ribeiro as he gets that win over a host of talents, including Rio Waida, who did get the second, and then Michael Rodriguez, who's always a big player in the lineup, especially here in Ballito. And what about behind the curtain? Just out in the mouth of that, but that would have felt really good. Already a 767 for this man, Ian Gouveia, and he's enjoying his time here in Ballito in 2026, and that would have felt really good. Of course, more waves on the way here. South African Luke Thompson gets it up in the top corner. We spoke about the lip line and where the power and the points would lie. That one a bit of a tapered wave, but nonetheless, Luke Thompson sticking to a bit of strategy of his own. Let's get some turns into on the scorecard from the judges. And just like that, we'll open the scorecard for both Ian Gouveia and Luke Thompson, Kai. But how nuggety and beautiful did that backhand tube of Ian Gouveia's look?
Yeah, really good. I think that was the 473. I see he's also packing a 767. So at some point, Ian unleashed on that big, powerful backhand of his. Hopefully we'll get to see that one. Here goes Luke again.
Now live action, just down the line. Thompson looking for opportunities, gets it easily over the lip. Nicely done. There's just a caliber. You can see there's a measurable improvement in Luke Thompson's all-round performances. Of course, enough to get the Challenger Series win this time last year, but pulling on that championship tour jersey, just getting in and amongst the very best of the best. It is rubbing off on Luke Thompson. It's not reflecting in his rankings right now, but to me there's just a little more quickness, a little more confidence from Luke Thompson, the 2026 version of him.
Well, I mean, if you look at that round 2 on the CT now, it's absolutely brutal as one of the bottom seeds. You know, you've got to come up against guys like Iago Dora and Gabriel Medina, heat after heat, which is really difficult, but it is going to rub off on him and give him some confidence when he comes back down to this level.
Well, showing some good pace and a couple of great backhand turns. Miamana Bray runs across the lineup here in Willard Beach this morning. It is, of course, the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop of 5, and Ballito really playing host to great surf conditions this morning. Second day of competition, round of 80 on the men's yesterday, and round of 48 on the women's. Banked on that opening day, day 2 of the window of competition here, and we wake up to thundering waves. Local time here, just moving towards 8:30 a.m. and a spring low tide about 30 minutes away here, Kai. So we'll have some low tide conditions. We will see a wind change when we start moving into the later morning. But for now, the surfers that are in the opening rounds of this round of 64 are just relishing the conditions on hand here. That'll just spill away for Ian Gouveia. As you mentioned, Kai, a 7.67. His backhand attack just so flawless. But you think of his 2024 win, built on really a sort of a smaller edition of the Ballito Pro that year, 2 to 3 foot, little left-handers. It was a bit of a weird sandbank setup a few seasons back. But this year, the sand is ruler-edged here. You put the right swells into the bay, and they are just tunneling down the sandbar here.
Yeah, and it was nice, you know. Or let's look at this quickly. So this was Luke. See, just a considered approach, waiting for the sections he can go for. He's not scared to go to the air. Not a massive score, 3-4-3. I feel like he's just sort of trying to find his rhythm. Maybe he needs to hang around a bit and just wait for one of those set waves. And then Miamane, always deadly on the backhand. That wave not really giving him too much to work to. Like the second turn, that got a little bit more vertical and a little bit more powerful, but still working it all the way down the line and getting the 4.87, so jumping up into second place. But, I mean, Ian Gouveia, you've got the surfers in second and third already needing massive scores.
Well, it's coming at us. This is that replay of Ian where he lets that last turn go, Kai.
Yeah, you see him just letting go there. But Ian's such a deadly competitor. You know, he's a really good surfer, but also I just feel like he's got so much experience, so he knows how to turn the screws. And putting that 7.67 on the board so early in these conditions, you can see the rest of the score lines are all sub-5, so he's really put the pressure on the rest of the pack.
Well, Gouveia into the early lead here as we're moving towards the halfway mark of the heat. Heat warm-ups for the round of 64, Heat 6 coming up next on screen. Aidan Mason Camp. He'll just want to stay focused here. We spoke about the inspiration that Luke Thompson would have brought to a whole spread of South African surfers with his successes and, of course, onto the championship tour. We are at that halfway mark in the heat. Up-to-date scores is top left of screen. We'll allow the action to continue. We'll take a quick break. Stay with us here in Ballito.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Beautiful scenes here in Ballito. We spoke of the stormy skies, but the surf is thundering along the coves here on a beautiful Monday morning. We trust that everyone's enjoying it and certainly we are as well. Giggs and Kai in for the call. And, well, nothing to report during the break. Gouveia leads. Former championship tour surfer looking to get back again at age 34 now. He's moved on.
One of the bullies.
Well, that's the South African affectionate word for when you're a mature surfer. But nonetheless, Ian Gouveia already so much experience. To think back, he was already in the CT jersey several years back already. I think 2017, 2018 period, he was already at the highest level. Let's have a look at Miamana Bray, who's been getting a couple of big turns of his own, and that is just momentum now for two goofy footers in the top two slots here. South African Thompson is down in third, and really has been a very quiet heat for Kajero Nishi.
Yeah, he has been quiet, and he's got the priority though, so he's obviously sitting out there waiting for one of those nice big peaks. You can see the guys are sitting quite further down the bank now too, not right on the bricks at the top. That second peak has been looking good this morning with that slightly wider swell, but the nice thing today is that you've got options. You don't have to sit with the pack. If they're on the wide peak, you can always move up to the top peak. There are some good waves coming through right off the point there. So you've got options today. There's swell, it's offshore. What more could you ask for a Challenger Series round 2?
Absolutely. Brushed offshores right now. Slightly more compressed period in the swell, but it is unloading for us here. And talking of unloading, lovely turn on the backhand for our Japanese surfer, Mr. Nishi. And that was a spicy turn. So he'll wanted to bring it to Gouveia and Bray. And meanwhile, priority has slipped in favor of the South African Luke Thompson, who really has, at this stage, only a pair of threes in his scoreline. Love this overview, yeah, just giving context to our viewership of the multiple peaks in the lineup. Spoke of the swell being compressed overnight, that storm out at sea, just taking a big south swell out of the deep water, stacking it a bit tighter, squeezing its angle in a bit more, definitely the swell a little bit more straight on. And Kai, as you mentioned, you alluded to more than one area of takeoff now available for the competitors.
Yeah, and with the east swell in the lineup, I even sitting on the deck this morning, if you look down towards the alley, which is sort of normally a little bit outside of the area these guys would look at, but in years past we've seen a few guys sit there. I've even seen a couple of left barrels down there. This is Miamane just power surfing on the backhand, really threw himself up into the lip on that second turn, and I think the judges will like that one.
A little ninja stance there from him, and how about the answer from Nishi?
Yeah, just a pity he didn't get through to the second turn there. He was a little bit late on the first one, but good surfing. If he can find a wave that's going to give him 2-3 of those, he's going to get a big score.
Well, Miamana Bray felt the joy of those two turns. He had so much weight forward as he came out of the lip, that just that drive and that speed, and it reflects in the scoreline, 7.77. New heat leader now in Miamana Bray as we are moving down to 9 minutes to go. Gouveia slips to second. Thompson still in third with the pair of threes. This has now pushed his requirements, Kai. 8.73 for the South African. And he'll want to start engaging quite quickly now. Let's see if he gets going. This will be Miamana, heat leader, just sort of inquiring everything that's moving in through the takeoff zones. For now, though, they have seemed to cluster a little bit back together in the same part of the beach. But Miamana Bray maybe trying to just nudge his 4.87 up a little bit as well without the priority.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a clear indicator for Luke and for Kajero on what they need to do. If you look at the two big scores in the heat, 3 turns up into the lip, big closeout turn to finish. So it's not rocket science right now. You just need to find the wave that's going to give you that scoring potential.
You see the slight undulations in the swell lines here this morning, but the low tides and the offshores just grooming it all. We've seen some fantastic images from the opening rounds, the opening heats this morning. Round of 64, heat number 5, currently out in the water. Of course, a number of championship tour surfers and caliber in the lineup. Oscar Berry coming up next will take on Imai Kalani, De Volt, Lennox Smith, and Aiden Mason-Camp. So the South African interest, not only here in this heat, but the next one as well. And it's all kept pure by the CT standards. You can see much closer gaps between the swells. Watching perhaps the South African Thompson in position. Big, meaty wave, one of the bigger ones we've seen. It's tall. He's going to come around the section. Big requirements needed for the South African at this stage. And it's just really going to offer him that one turn. So does he? He's got to start breaking it down now. He's going to have to do this in 2 waves, Kai, as we hit the 7-minute mark.
Well, yeah, either that or he's going to have to do something absolutely ridiculous for the big score. But he's capable, so it's not without you know, the options or the chances. But for Lukey now as well, under the 7-minute mark, maybe you've got to start sort of hunting up and down the bank a bit, staying away from the others, looking for one of those wider peaks maybe. And like you say, Giggs, probably the best bet to try and work up 2 mid-range scores just to sort of get yourself back in the game.
Yeah, at this stage in the previous heat with around 6 minutes to go, Rio Waida also in the red singlet was in third, requiring, I think it was a 5.83, and he got a 5.9 for a tube ride to cutback combination. So Thompson nowhere near any sort of 6-point scale scores in his scorecard just yet. It's a low set of numbers. He needs to really start approaching this quite quickly now with 6 minutes to go. Nishi, as we said, a 3.6 for him. Just that one turn. Kind of feel like he also has maybe been a little over-selective in the lineup.
Well, I think that's really the thing is, I mean, Luke has had a few waves, but just a lot of low-scoring ones. He hasn't really picked out the gems, whereas Ian and Miyamane, you know, got a much better point spread across their waves. So I think you've got to stay busy in the lineup in these conditions. Waiting's not really going to pay dividends. And also don't sit in one place. You've got to move around a bit. You know, the waves are also shifting.
Well, big backhand turns sets the pace for this encounter here. 7.77 for Bray. Gouveia with the 7.67. Both of them building those scores with combinations of big, heavy turns in the lip line area. So that is the unlock for the bigger numbers here. And even Bray and Gouveia, respectively, still soft scores in their scoreline.
Yeah. Well, Miyamane is going to keep Luke off on this one.
Well, here we go. Medium-sized wave. Miyamane Bray will try and improve on his 4.87 heat leader. Strong convergence in that section. It's going to just vaporize Miyamane Bray. The Tahitian will go down. So no change to perhaps the set of numbers that already has him established as the heat leader. Clock's moved to 4.5 minutes to go. More waves approaching. Gouveia now has the priority, and he will utilize it. Here he goes. His attempt to improve on a 4.73. Nice pace from this one. This wave sort of moving into the inside area. Very low tides here, and he does it efficiently. So combination there. Probably maybe just nudge that scorecard a touch higher than the 4.73.
Yeah, I think Luke did really well there, though, because he kind of sold both of them back-to-back on those ones.
Meanwhile, priority now with Nishi, and he'll get going. Just a beautiful knifing style from the Japanese, who really is an incredible talent, and that is his best effort right late in the heat as we move down into the last 4 minutes. Prior to that, just the 3.6 for Nishi in the green. And, well, let's see. That'll leave Thompson out the back with the Prio. So is there a big magic moment for him? Might feel that his 8.73 requirement might climb a touch now.
Like the first turn then, what I love about Ian surfing is that bottom turn. Just look how hard he drives off the rail when he comes off the bottom. Unfortunately, the wave didn't really give him too much to work with there, but he might improve on that 4.73. This wave, though, big bottom turn, nice little wrap to start things off. Watch the second turn now. Really threw it up into the lip. Great second turn. And then got the completion, so he's certainly going to improve his situation. But really enjoying some of the backhand surfing we're seeing at the moment in Ballito.
Well, the 3 goofy footers bring us waves. Judges working on scores. And you see Thompson coming into picture here. Does he go to the air? He does. Wow, just extending as he starts the descent. He'll just disconnect. That was just, in theory, just falling apart at the end there. Quick look at the equipment for Luke as he just inspects. The clock is moving, 2:20 to go, and certainly if he had made that, he would be a big step in the right direction.
Well, he really wanted this wave. You saw him thinking about the turn, and then it was just, I'm getting down the line to do the launch. Got into the air really nicely, got the rotation, just kind of got shot off a little bit too far into the flats and wasn't able to bring in the landing. It might be a good thing that he didn't land that flat, because I think that board would have broken. I see him checking it again.
Well, let's have a look. Lovely scenes here in Ballito. Miyamana Bray, our heat leader, up into the lip. For him, still trying to better the 487. He's not going to do it. Ian Gouveia didn't add a improvement, so still remains on his respective 473. Here he goes again, and that requirement for the other surfers didn't nudge. As we see our second place surfer, just a big crack on the backhand. He'll move and start heading towards the lineup now as he's thinking, well, it's a lot of work to get back out over the impact zone for one, and certainly might feel that he's bettered his 473 this time round.
Yeah, that was a big turn on a big wave, so he nearly dry docked himself on the shelf there coming in. But yeah, Ian will feel pretty confident now. I mean, requirements for Luke and Nishi in the high 8s, almost 9-point rides, which we haven't seen any of those yet this morning, really. So I think he'll feel pretty confident. Look, anything can happen though. If Luke had landed that big air, might well have been one of those kind of scores.
Well, it's all just discussion and theory, because we're down to 40 seconds to go. Miyamana Bray is in the lead, and he's done it well with the backhand surfing for the 7.77. Ian Gouveia, is he going to improve on his counting score of a 4.73? We've asked that question. And meanwhile, Nishi up into the third place position, so Thompson's bumped down. 6.91, sobered his requirements a little bit, but the clock is against our Japanese surfer. Where is he in the lineup as we hit 10 seconds to go? See Luke Thompson with the second priority, and he's going to start hearing now the beach announcers closing the window of this heat, and the horn blows, and both our surfers in green and red respectively are just like that out of the Ballito Pro for 2026.
Yeah, I think the story of the heat was wave selection, really. You know, all four surfers incredibly talented and been surfing well, like all of them on good form, but Ian and Miyamane just getting the pick of the waves that gave them those opportunities, and specifically those waves that gave you 2 to 3 turns, including a critical finisher.
Well, an official result now in the books. The two goofy footers, Miyamana Bray and Ian Gouveia, move into the round of 32. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito. It is the Challenger Series, the first stop in 2026.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Running wild in the streets.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Beautiful Ballito on the east coast of South Africa is the host of the first Challenger Series event of 2026. So good morning as we frame up our next heat featuring another championship tour surfer in the form of Oscar Berry. He'll take on, of course, CT level surfing from Imai Kalani de Volt. Lennox Smith, the young Australian, is in the lineup, and Aiden Masonkamp will try and ignore everything that he saw from Luke Thompson in that previous heat and bring his own approach to the lineup. It's a very good morning. Kixaliers alongside Kai Linda as we break it all down for you. We are pretty much nearly on that spring low tide this morning, Kai, and well, a couple of mixed results. The first heat this morning, Joel Vaughan, a CT surfer, getting the heat advance. We've lost Thompson now. So mixed results. Does Oscar Berry find his way through this?
Yeah, it's the quandary of Ballito. Is it a point? Is it a beach break? Sometimes it's one, sometimes it's both. Yesterday morning, lining up with the southwest swell, much more point break sort of lineup. Today, very much the beach break. Multiple peaks, but shifty, but there are absolute gems out there. It's just, are you going to be in the right place to get them? So, bit of a test. Aiden Masonkamp in the lineup. We give a big shout out to his best friend, Jose Faulkner. Surgery went well yesterday. Of course, he had that horrible break of his leg the other day in the 2000. So, Josie, we hope you're feeling better and we're wishing you well.
Yep, let's trust that there'll be no injuries in the lineup today. Masonkamp already, our scorecard showing a quick 5.33, so smart start early for the South African. Of course, the 2021 winner of the event. It was a year with a disrupted program around the world, and well, we did the Ballito Pro in December that year. Meanwhile, Oscar Berry on our screens.
Yeah, and going for the big blowtail. Nearly got the fin slice in the wrong place there. But Oscar was on form last year, so it's going to be good to see what he brings to the table. Aiden, nice little jab. Now this wave starts bowling out for him. Another big crack into the lip, and somehow holds on to that last turn. That Mayhem's looking good under his feet.
It is, and it's been assembled right here in South Africa. As we see Oscar Berry back into action here, somehow holds on to that, just standing there with that water boiling around his knees, Kai. That certainly knows that the scores are in the lip line, and he's attacking it furiously here at the start of this round of 64 Heat 6.
Wow, that was an aggressive turn to a pretty heavy section. We've been seeing the goofies kind of putting their hands up with those kind of turns this morning. Oscar Berry, like, the naturals can get in on the action too. And it's looking like we've got a bit of a firecracker heat on our hands. Looking forward to seeing Imai Kalani in these conditions. I think they suit his surfing really well. Big, powerful, flary surfer out of Hawaii. And look how it started. Nice little pit. Then just come down the line, waits for the turn, and just wham, straight up into that heaving section. I mean, like you said, spring low tide. That bank is shallow.
Well, I'll tell you what, that was spring-loaded as well. Just incredible flexibility and strength from Oscar Berry as he brings a completion. That is dramatic and critical, and we'll watch the scoreline for that. Meanwhile, this is the young Lennox Smith, who's in and amongst it here for the Challenger Series of 2026, faring well on his regional series rankings, and it's coming at us here with Imai Kalani de Volt. Also has his incredible moments in his career, consistency perhaps plaguing him in his journey in the CT jersey, but here he is in the Challenger and just working the system as well. And while judges process all of that, let's go down and hear from Miamana Bray. He's there with Emma Smith.
Thank you, Gigs. Mihi, we just realized it's your 10th year here in Ballito, and I know we chatted in the last previous heat winner that you don't like to look at names of your heat, but can we take a moment for taking out 2 defending champions and 1 local defending champion? You must be feeling good.
Yeah, of course. You know, I saw that hit on paper. I was like, well, I know like every Challenger Series hit are really stacked, so I knew I had 2 defending champ over here. But you know, I'm just trying to focus on myself. I've been preparing a lot since like 5 months ago. I started this preparation for the whole Challenger Series season. So yeah, I'm just feeling good, and the waves are pumping too. So it helps. It helps a lot. So I'm really stoked. Yep.
Nice. It's always good when the hard work pays off. I would love to pick your brain on what your wave selection was about, or what you were actually looking for, because I think I just chatted to you now. Everyone was sort of scratching for a lot of waves, but your wave selection was really on point.
Actually, before the heat, I was like the last one. I got late. I got smashed by those sets on the other bank at Bader's. So I got a little rush when I got to the lineup. But then I told myself, you know, it's now like it's the moment right now. I was just trying to relaxing, like breathing, stay in the moment. And out there at the lineup, it was so beautiful. So I was just trying to be present and enjoy every moment. And like I felt like every wave was coming my way. So it feels good, and I hope like every hit the waves will come my way, so I get to perform.
Nice. Well, sometimes getting a set on the head pays off. Yeah, well, good luck for the next round. Thanks for chatting to us. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. A real human interview there. Yamana Bray, just, you know, there's so many heats, he just misses the requirement, or he just comes short. I've seen him in the CT jersey now the last 2 seasons, winning those trials over in Chopu. He's always had a good beach break game. But the other thing to take away from that interview, Kai, is there is no jet ski assist. And so it is hard work to get out there, and certainly everybody getting pumped. And as we go to replays.
Just that first turn was great. Wave went a little bit flat on him, but he still got the carve out. And then just punching the little tailor to finish off there. Nice opener. And then we had straight into action. Kalani, he kind of went into that turn, just got kind of like a little lump and bump. Didn't really work out for him. And then went for the second turn. I mean, that's a throwaway for him. He'll want to chuck it. But what I like about that interview, and then we still had Aiden as well. Look at this wave, Gigs, really lining up. Summer held on to that fin drift, wow. And then into the big railer. And then was looking for some closing maneuvers. The wave went a little bit flat on him, but Aiden's a workhorse and manages to get the closer. So that was some good surfing from Aiden with the 5-3-3. I think he's going to have a good situation on his hands. And Mihi, as Emma called him, I think we need to change his name to Zen. He took the set on the head, and it just cleared his focus. And anyone who's been caught by a set at Bathers in Ballito will tell you it does tend to clear the pipes a bit.
Yeah, these waves have North Shore of Hawaii type power. They'll give you a good hard rattling, sober you up, and has no respect for anyone.
No.
Doesn't matter who's in the heat, who's in the lineup, and certainly making for a great morning of entertainment here, second day of the Challenger Series. We are thoroughly enjoying it. We trust that we're sharing that enthusiasm as we wait for scores for Aiden Mason. Camp scorecard open. Also Lennox Smith. Lennox Smith's number's going to settle in nicely. Good number to work with, Kai, 5.93. That's a good score in the lineup considering what we've seen over the last hour.
Yeah, and here we go into the action. Straight out the back. Oscar Berry, we saw that little tube ride with that big closer getting a 6.17. So it's got to be said, the tubes are not really tipping the scales this morning. At the moment, the judges are definitely rather looking for that critical sort of lip surfing.
Well, it didn't get more critical than that lip line smash from Oscar Berry for the 6.17. So that's how the numbers are being built right now. Did see a 5.9 tube ride to cutback combination from Rio Waida in a heat previous this morning. But I've got a feeling that the tube will become less and less of a discussion in about an hour's time, Kai, because we'll go through that spring low tide, and then we do see that threat. The barometer has increased in pressure, and we know that there is a bit of a looming onshore wind just out the back there, seen by the cloud structure. Meanwhile, on the inside, Lennox Smith free fall combination. Lovely, squared up and almost just floats a sort of flexing section. And he'll get it done nicely. That'll bring another number to his scoreline. Opened with the 5.93. Had a throwaway, which has now been replaced. So let's see where this number from the young Australian who's rolled his competition vest sleeves up here and is prepared to duke it out here for a heat result.
Well, I think the judges are going to like that one. 2 very critical turns, especially the second. So he's already got the 5.93. That's going to put him in a good place. And I see the judges are having a long, hard think on that second ride of Mason Camp's as well. 3-turn combo, and it comes in at a 4.67. So maybe just feeling that some of those turns were a little bit on the soft side, but they had to have a good look at it. Currently in the lead, but I have a feeling Lennox Smith might just be jumping to the top.
I think what is tangible is the effort that Mason Camp is putting into. You can almost hear him grunting as he surfs and just carves those faces. 4.67 though, it's a respectable number for a flat 10 heat score lead at this stage. And it is one of those sort of moodier mornings this morning. The grey skies, that imminent storm out at sea last night just twisting up our swell a little bit here. Let's have a look at some replays. This Lennox Smith, he really is surfing into the criteria well.
Bam, just straight up into the lip with a little airdrop. Got a little late, but did so well to get up and over. And like I said, I think that's going to be a score for him. It's certainly going to jump him up on the equation at 5.93 to open, so he's going to get a second score. Oscar Berry with the 6.17, so those two really pushing, and then you've got Aiden with the 5.33, so he's within shouting distance. So right now this is probably about the tightest heat of the morning.
Absolutely. Watching Mason Camp on the inside means he's had another ride, so we'll update all of this. Judges working on scores now again for Mason Camp. Of course, still the 2-turn combo from Lennox Smith due from the panel to ditch out that low-scoring 0.47 that you currently see next to the Australian in white's name. That'll disappear shortly. He's moving along nicely. Let's have a look what Mason Camp found.
Wow, that was a proper carve, and then blast the tail again. And another one. Wow, Giggs, that was a real performance. You can see how pumped up he is. But for good reason, I'd be claiming that one too. Those were 3 big hacks.
Tightened it all up there, really applied himself. Quick transitions, kept that power and consistency on the rail. So we feel that his 4.67 is going to fall away shortly. Meanwhile, Lennox Smith, a 4.43. Okay.
I think it was more about the lateness of that turn, really.
Yes.
It wasn't like completely clean. So the judges, I mean, they're going to be strict. This is the Challenger Series. It's not the local derby. So, you've got to, they're looking for perfection at the end of the day. And I think that wave, it was very aggressive and powerful surfing, but was kind of just a little bit off the dots.
Well, there we are. Numbers updated, and Mason Camp stretches out for a 7. So lots of effort, lots of sort of grinding on the rail, compressed those turns in, fitted 3 very complete driving turns in for the panel. Did it all in the upper top section of that wave. So 7 points plus the 5.33. New heat leader again in Mason Camp. Smith's up in second though, and he holds the priority. This could be perhaps a little bit of pressure for Oscar Berry. Of course, Oscar in the championship tour jersey this year finds himself down in the lower rankings and turns the focus to the Challenger Series. And someone's in the right place at the right time. Let's see what Aiden Mason Camp can find here. Big, heavy section. He'll just hammer away. Little disco dance there as he lets that one fall at the end, but certainly just focused on the aggression of attacking that lip.
Just look how long he traveled underwater there after that wipeout. It just shows you how shallow. I mean, if you just look at that there, it actually looks like a reef. It's like gurgling, but the sand's so shallow. So lots of work. But then let's look at the last heat. Luke Thompson knows the wave well, surfed here his whole life, couldn't find a scoring wave. Aiden, out of priority, finds this wave wide on the bank. So just that energy and connection right now, and going for such a heavy turn on a big section there. If he had held on to that, would have been interesting. But it's just so interesting how one day you sort of in that groove, you can't do any wrong. The waves just come to you, and the next day it's not happening.
Well, in the lip, Mason Camp will not improve his scores. And while surfers are puzzling it out here, let's just sit back and let it breathe. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back for more to wrap up around 64 heat number 6.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The US Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the beach. It is the round of 64, the first Challenger Series of the year. And you're joining us as we continue with heat number 6. Nothing to update. Those are your scores as we go under the 11-minute mark. It's a good morning from Giggs and Kai as we break it down for you. South African Mason Camp out front with the 7. His last score not featuring, so he's built that number, the 12.33, care of the 7 and the 5.33. For now, the young Australian, Lennox Smith, on his first visit to Ballito, into that second place position. It's over Championship Tour surfer Oscar Berry, and it's certainly over Imai Kalani Duvalt, who is down in 4th, and we really haven't seen him feature much. The Hawaiian, we know that he's capable of all sorts of good stuff, so we'll see if the remaining 10 minutes favour both Oscar Berry and Imai.
Yeah, Giggs, and I mean, just looking at the conditions, what more could you ask for? It's pretty funny, you know, you heard Mane after, in that last interview, just saying, like, it was so nice to actually have uncrowded Ballito, because in the morning session, you've got about 100 of the world's best surfers out there. So actually, in some regards, it's almost nice to paddle out in the vest today, because there's just 4 of you. You've got the priority system, and you're actually guaranteed of being able to an opportunity to find one of those absolute bombs.
And that was the thinking, of course, with the previous event, all of this part of a big 2 weeks of surfing festival. Many of the Challenger Series surfers are signing up for the QS 2000. So getting that time in the water, just getting your orientation, getting some heat drills, and getting some laps in the lineup here.
Well, and I mean, some of the guys even surfing the Pro Junior before that, because they're still under 20. So having to do 3 events back to back, all on the same bank. So you've got to say they've had time to adapt to the conditions.
Well, we saw Geordie Lawler on screen. He's lit up the Challenger Series in years past. How was that? Oscar Berry just draws a line that draws him into outer space. Just nothing on the rail, but he'll just eject himself straight out into the flats there. See where that scoreline goes. That was entertaining from the young Australian. Of course, Oscar Berry this time last year, a 3rd here in Ballito to set himself up for Championship Tour qualification, a 9th at the US Open as well, another 9th, I think it was in Portugal, and certainly brought consistency to the Challenger. But how about this set of rail lines?
Well, from takeoff to second turn, all critical, and then this was just mega critical. Big tail drop out. There was literally just about 3 meters of fresh air between him and the bank, and did so well to land that. That could have ended badly, but he made it look controlled.
Oh, that would be such a beautiful slow-mo, because that line that he drew, just lip line, and then just flicks him out into open space.
That was heavy.
That was really flat landing as well. So goodbye to the 0.9. Loved that first turn as well. Just ripped it in the top corner, did Oscar Berry. Judges pondering that. Haven't seen a lot similar to that, but they recognize the criticalness of it, so much so that he'll turn the heat upside down And we have a new heat leader just like that, a 6.6 in the scoreline. Dramatic critical surfing from the championship tour surfer, Oscar Berry. And now Mason Camp drops to second. Mason Camp, respectively, would need a 5.77 to steal a lead away from the new heat leader that has a pair of 6s.
Yeah, and we're going to get, I mean, even the takeoff here was intense. He took off so late under the lip. Straight round, beautiful first whip. I mean, that was a really good turn.
Watch this.
And sees this thing coming, and I mean, jeez, that is commitment right there. I think a lot of guys would have bailed about halfway through that, but Oscar went for broke, and it paid off getting the 6.6.
Wow, lovely stuff. Entertainment out of the lineup here. 6 minutes and 45 seconds still remaining. Mason Camp, Smith, and DeVault. Where is Imai Kalani in all of this? He's really peppered his own scorecard with a couple of low numbers. The best right now, 317, not a reflection of the adaptability. We have these heats where Imai just sort of lights it up, and then you have others that he just sort of fizzles through them. And made that comment right at the beginning that perhaps consistency is just the one item missing on Imai Kalani DeVault's sort of talent list. If he gets that right, I mean, he just really is a special talent, just growing up amongst names like Seth and Josh Muniz. Of course, gets a lot of surfs with our South African mate Benji Brand that has settled himself over on the North Shore. And just an all-round nice guy is Imai, but consistency is where he needs to pick up the pace.
Well, he's an outrageous free surfer. And
Absolutely.
If you look at his video bits online, I mean, he is one of my favorite surfers to watch. Beautiful style. He's got all the new age sort of stuff, and he can really put it on a rail as well. A lot of power base in his surfing. But like you say, just maybe consistency and heats. Seems to sometimes just lose his way a bit. You think of the vest.
Yeah, you think of the Hawaiians. Ian Gentile also sort of has this meandering career path as well. And certainly both of them just special talents. Just very smooth in their approaches. Almost, I think a lot of times they make, and I'm saying respectively both, Ian Gentile and Imai DeVault, they make it look easy when they surf. And let's see, we almost cue him in here for action. In the lip, lovely. Just that wave will just twist and flex, and Imai Kalani will go down. Meanwhile, another big blunt turn from Oscar Berry, the heat leader. He's starting to freewheel a little bit in the lineup here as we move under the 5-minute mark, and you just saw how these waves are unloading here. Lots of power kicking back on the spring low tide. Local time here, just 9:10 in the morning. Quite of a moody looking sea and skies here for day 2 of competition. But right now, it's bottom of the tide, and these waves are kicking hard, Kai.
Well, and the good news is even yesterday, looking at the forecast for today, we were thinking it was going to be a onshore pretty early, much smaller swell. The offshore is still flaring out there. I mean, it's blowing after 9 a.m., which is normally a good indicator that it's going to hang in there for a while still. I'm not seeing too much ruffle out on the ocean either, so hopefully we're going to see quite a long stint of these conditions, and I think we might only just see that onshore sort of mid-afternoon now. So let's hope that the conditions stay the same and that we can make the most out of the tide all the way through to the higher tide. The nice thing as well is that with the swell sticking around, there are going to be waves on the high tide. It's still going to be surfable.
Oh, absolutely. Enough sand packed into the bays here, enough swell size. There's going to be big, crazy maneuvers all the way through to complete the round of 64 today. There's no doubt of that. It is going to turn onshore, and but certainly I think there could be some really special performances even in those fuller onshore conditions.
Yeah, I think you'll see in the, like you say, with the high tide it'll get a little bit softer, but the guys will be able to get into the aerials, punch the turn. It's not often I'm going to say this, but looking at his 3 waves right now, I think board choice might be affecting him in this one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to drill into it. Meanwhile, a big clobber of the lip from Oscar Berry. We're not going to feature on his scorecard. You see those waves just unloading on the sandbar here. 2:45 to go, spring low tide conditions. But Oscar Berry has steered this one well here, Kai. It's kept it on pace. Let's have a look if the young Australian Lennox Smith, who's really been approaching these waves with his own spice and power, is really bringing maybe his best stinger to the lineup now. Lovely 3-turn combo, medium-sized wave, though, had a nice tapered line on it. But Lennox Smith, 4.43 in the scoreline. We speculate that we're going to lose that number and replace it. Let's have a look at requirements, Kai. 641. Are we visiting that zone at the expense of Aiden Masenkamp?
Well, 6-6 for that wave of Oscar Berries, which was a really big turn, followed by that absolutely psycho floater to airdrop. So, I don't know, looking at that one, there was some good surfing. I think it might just come in below that requirement, though. I think Aiden may be safe. Let's have a look at it. Came off the bottom. Nice big first turn. Little caught maybe on the exit. The second turn, strong again. And then a third.
Whoa.
Good surfing, got to say, good surfing. I don't know if it's going to come in at the 641 though. But
if there's a downside, perhaps the wave size, Kai?
Yeah, but smaller. He certainly connected the dots, but also just maybe needed that one turn just to be a little bit more flared.
90 seconds to go. Priority with Masenkamp, who has a 5.33. Do we see the South African find an opportunity to pull the trigger and dump that number out and make a bigger stretch on the scorecard for Lennox Smith? We'll find out. Clock is moving quickly here. Imar Kalani de Walt has been left out of this. Not a reflection of his surfing potential, certainly. And he'll be thinking about the US Open of surfing, be thinking about the next stop on the Challenger Series just a few weeks away. And meanwhile, the clock is now down to 50 seconds. And the judges still pondering that number for Lennox Smith.
Well, it's an important score in the heat. It's going to have a big impact, and especially with only 40 seconds on the clock, Aiden will be wondering what he needs to do. I think the best thing he can do is if a wave comes in this next 30 seconds, he needs to get on it and put in a performance.
As I say, he won't be too content with holding a 5.33 in the scoreline at this level of competition. You know that he'll be now raking around the lineup. In fact, we almost cue him into action here. He has a game plan. He wants to protect that second place. Look at this wall stretching out for the South African. Top corner. Nice tight pivot in the critical section. Big float section as well. He'll go down. So we'll speculate that he doesn't improve on the 5.33, which brings us back to that wave that ran down the line. It's so vertical on the first turn for Lennox Smith. You kind of said that he may have got hung up. Maybe it was just the emphasized turn of his. All this is discussion right now in the judges' booth.
Well, 641 comes in 667, so the judges gave it to him.
Wow, it was so vertical that first turn, Kai, and then just the intensity of everything else. He gets the clutch heat a moment there. Lennox Smith, all cred to him. 667. This one was the opportunity for Masenkamp to better the 5.33.
Really nice first turn, and it was a bigger wave. Went for the big floater over the top. Kind of think that if he had landed that, maybe would have improved the situation, but went down. And Lennox Smith, I mean, he needed a 6.41, got a 6.67. It was tight, but did enough.
Clutch performance to keep advancing here in the Challenger Series. All credit to this young man here for the Challenger Series experience. The young Australian has found the requirements to stay alive. So the two Australians, Oscar Berry and Lennox Smith, will keep advancing in the draw. It's at the expense of the South African Masenkamp and the Hawaiian de Walt. Stay with us. The show continues from beautiful Ballito.
storylines are really starting to unfold here in the first stop of the 2026 season of the Challenger Series. We're seeing high seeds, new faces, and really, really fun performances rise to the occasion. But let's be real, the winner of the day is, of course, this incredible coastline that we have. Such beautiful waves this morning too, which is incredible to see all of our top surfers really just lap up these fun, chunky looking waves. It is definitely bigger than what we expected today as well, so that is a bonus as well. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Now, Greg, I know you would have watched the conditions very closely. It still looks really fun.
It's still very fun. We see that cloud cover keeping this wind still offshore for now, in my opinion. You can see we've actually put our jumpers on. It's got a little bit colder outside than what it was this morning, and I think that's helping the offshore wind. I do fear as we see bits of sunlight popping through those clouds, that onshore easterly wind is going to start blowing. I do feel by this afternoon it's probably going to get quite strong, a bit stronger than yesterday. So hopefully this offshore stays, because the conditions are really lovely out there. Walking along the beaches now to the studio, there's just so many waves up and down. There's so many opportunities. So surfers can actually hunt the lineup a bit, because you're seeing waves all over the place. But it's quite tricky to make a decision on where you're going to find those waves in a heat.
There's actually a lot of angst and excitement from a lot of our competitors, especially the ones that are coming into this heat right now. Iago Dominguez from the Basque Country getting his first wave under his belt there. Really solid second turn. He's going to take on 3 Australians right now. Geordie Lawler, the top seed in this heat, was in that top 20, so automatically re-qualified for this year's season. Xavier Huxtable, he was in that top 20 conversation from last year's rankings too. But Caleb Tancred, a new name to the Challenger Series, but an incredible surfer, Paul.
Yeah, he is. I tell you what they're doing out there, really, apart from sort of surfing against their competitors, is just trying to make good choices. You know, when you go in a sweet shop when you're a kid and you're like, I want one of those, but I want one of those. We've only got so much money. Like, you got to make some decisions, and I think it's a little bit like that out there. There's all sorts of different waves that can kind of tempt you and lure you in. We've seen tubes up and down, but are tubes getting the scores? Generally, no. So you've got to make those smart decisions. I think these guys are pretty well versed. Iago, again, that was early on in the heat, just catching up with him. He's a really electrifying performer. Been very impressed with how he got qualification done. Jordan Lawler, we know about his experience and his backhand. It'll be lethal out here, and it'll need to be, actually, because it's going to be a tough heat to get out of.
Yeah, this is a really solid one, especially with guys like Zave, who are seriously competitive as well. He's always got really good strategy, but nice start here for Zave, Greg.
Yeah, he's just so strong. He's one of these guys that can just make those heavy maneuvers because he's got that leg strength, super strong surfer. And here we go with Iago on the backhand, vertical hit. And that was really well done to hold on to it. So, yeah, I mean, none of these heats there's no easy heats. All these competitors are such sound competitors. And, you know, to get here, right, you've got to go through cutthroat qualifying series events in your region.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the guys most of those qualifying events would have only just finished a month or two ago. So all these guys have got a lot of reps in. They're at the top of their competitive game.
Looks like we're going to have Zave with a paddle here. He really does encapsulate what you were talking about, Paul. He is that kid in the candy store, just with life. First turn, solid. Second turn with a little bit of extra spice in it. Zave likes it. That board completely disengaging for a moment there. Those fins had to re-grip the wall, and then him to get the ride out there. There was definitely a lot going on. And we know that the judges have been really impressed by those clutch end sections, especially with a couple of those surfers in those earlier rounds today. But Zave, that was a quick turnaround from his 6-point ride, Paul.
He absolutely got hold of that thing, didn't it? It's always a bit of a question out here. We talk about the power and, like, how hard do you push? How much of your own physicality do you apply? And he put loads on this. Really nice with that first one. Swings out with the speed and then gives that a crack. And just the way that stood up, had that drama as he came out of a heavy section with speed, and you can see the fire from him, how much it means. He was stoked. It's going to be a good number.
This is an interesting one for me because I grew up in the same town as Geordie Lawler. He was one of those surfers who back home was really scouted to crack the code and make that championship tour. He's come really close. I'm going to say 3 times now. I'm talking anywhere between 3 to 5 spots away for being on that CT. Greg, you've had to do that qualification process yourself. It's a tricky one, and especially being so close multiple times. Does it start to play in the mind games a little bit coming into a new season?
It's a heavy burn. I think when you just miss out, that the amount of work that goes into it. I mean, of course, Jordan Lawler, he won it was the GWM.
Yeah, the Narrabeen.
The Narrabeen Pro. I mean, you thought that year he's going to qualify easily because a win almost puts you right there. So it's a big reset. It's a big burn. It hurts that you've done so much work. Almost enough, but not enough. And to reset from that's not easy. But he keeps fighting. He's been at it for a long time. I first got to see Jordan Lawler in the South African waters back in 2018. We had the City Surf Series that WSL was running in our major cities. It was a really cool series. And he actually won the Geordie Smith Cape Town City Surf Pro. So that's when I first got to see him. And was really impressed with how quick he was on his backhand, strong backhand manoeuvres. So he's very well known to the South Africans, is Geordie.
Yeah, he's had good results here in the past as well. He's also almost qualified back when it was the Prime events. He did win an event over at Manly when it was the QS 10,000s. He's going to get a second swing here. So 4.83 on that first one. Quick in the lip turn for Geordie. Tricky looking end section to navigate there. So Geordie's kind of sticking to that let's turn some wave strategies that we saw yesterday. Now, that's a whole other kettle of fish that we can talk about, because this morning in our first block, there was definitely a lot of sit and wait strategies to find those set waves, but I'm not sure if we've seen today heats being won on those smaller waves, Paul.
No, definitely. It does seem to be about really the waves that are packing the punch. And, you know, we've seen a few really, really close ones go down, and it's going to be all about maximising absolutely everything you can. Get another look here at Jordan Lawler. Kind of going through the motions a little bit on this wave. Nice little crack there in a sort of short space. Does well to finish it. Just sort of revisiting that point about him and missing out narrowly. He did it by winning, though. He didn't do it by kind of consistently being close to it. When you're an event winner, I think, you know, you're going to keep going at it.
Wow, big hack to start this one off for Zave. Kind of mistimed and goes down on that second one. There's so much potential on that wave. That was a big old miss, Greg.
Yeah, I think when Xavier sort of got stuck on the top of that lip, he sort of looked at he thought, like, you know what, I've messed this up. I actually deserve punishment, and I'm gonna go down this wave and take the punishment to teach myself a lesson, so I don't do it on the next wave.
It started off so well for Zave on that one. He did get the highest score of that opening exchange. So 6 going to Zave, Yago with a 4.5, Geordie with a 4.83, Caleb with a 0.7. And I did see him quickly go over the falls on a second time there. So waited a long time for 2 really quick falls here, Paul.
Not the start he was looking for. Got to wash that off, really. Over 10 minutes gone. Hasn't really happened for him. As you see, he sees that section. He had quite a bit of time to think about it. Maybe at Jordan Lawler as well. Just in his peripheral vision, but got that wrong somehow. Got a bit tangled. Love this rail work here, though. This is really clean and powerful, but just sort of pushed himself to a point where he just got hung up. But I love the attack from Xavier, as you call him. Xavier, if he was French.
we do say it in a little bit more of a bogan way. Xavier. It's not as nice as the French. All right, we are going to go to Oscar Berry, who waited a long time for this heat win. He is down on the glass with Mike Frew.
Thank you, Jesse. Oscar, it's so good to have you here behind the glass with us again. It's been such a long time since your last heat win. This is a very significant moment for you.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, it is. It feels amazing. To be honest, I was out there at the end of the heat just going, whoa, like I really want to get through this. Like, I just really want to just get through. Like, I didn't care like how it happened. Yeah, I'm so stoked.
This event, the Ballito Challenger Series event, was the start of your WCT campaign last year. The points you got here was enough to trampoline you into that. What does this mean for you I know it's a similar question, but internally, psychologically.
Obviously, yeah. I know this event really sort of like kick-started my year last year. I think it sort of gave me a little bit of belief in myself that I can do it at this level, and it's sort of after the previous year I've not really making a heat and sort of really struggling everywhere except for the one event at home at Snapper. It just sort of gave me the belief that I can do it, and it's really nice to be back and get a bit of winning feeling coming back. It's been pretty hard the last couple of events. I've definitely felt El Salvador and Brazil definitely pretty flat on comp day, so it feels nice. I got a couple of weeks at home before I came over here and recharged the batteries. Didn't speak about surfing for a couple of weeks, and just got back in the gym and just enjoyed my time. And I'm stoked to be back here. It's such a beautiful place, and got a lot of good friends here, and just stoked to see everyone, and really enjoying my time so far.
So looking at it and breaking down the heat specifically now that got you to this point, what was going through your mind? Aiden had that early lead with the 7. How did you get that job done in the end of the heat?
Oh, it was really hard. I had to do it the hard way. I sort of under prio, fishing around. I had priority for 8 and 7. Imai and I both did, and we just didn't really see that it was such a good runner. It was like a nice small runner that just must have hugged the bank. But my waves weren't easy to surf. I had to friggin' really fight for them, and had a huge end section on the 6-1, I think it was, and then the 6-5 was I had to paddle way up. Lennox didn't give me an inch, so I had to take off in the lip, and the whole thing was sketchy, but I managed to just wind it back enough to finish on my feet. It was a wild end lip line, so that's exactly what it was. It was a wild heat, and I was just saying before, I didn't really have time to be nervous out there. It was just all going on, so I'm pumped.
Well, Jesse, Oscar's back, and we'll see him in the next round. Stoked. Back to you, Jesse.
Thanks so much. It's so nice to see. It is a little bit of a tearjerker just to see him with some confidence under his belt. I got to spend a lot of time with him at the start of this year on that championship tour, and it's got to take it's going to take out of you just not getting through or thinking what that first year is going to be. So Oz is definitely back. He's got that heat win. Geordie Lawler just tagged those first 2 sections. Didn't have that solid finish, but starting to see him just loosen up those shoulders and surf with a little bit more intent here, Greg.
Yeah, Geordie really put that wave together well. A couple of very quick turns. We spoke about that earlier. But still back on Oscar Berry. I mean, he's only seen the glass from a distance for the whole year, It's nice to see him back on the glass. And you heard his excitement coming out of his voice. All those losses building up. I mean, winning really is losing turned inside out, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is such a sport where it's said a lot, but you do lose so much more than you win. And those guys on the CT who are dominating that top end of the rankings, they've been doing it for a really long time. They know the game inside and out, and you can really see that they're flexing their experience this year. So the rookies having to fight for a spot. So Oz, hopefully a couple of good results on the Challenger Series really fires him up to go back to Tahiti, which is that next championship tour event, which is obviously quite a daunting one to go to, being the next stop on the CT calendar. Back to this heat though, Caleb Tancred, a little struggle at the start of this heat here. Gets that tail really nice and high. I've seen a lot of Caleb over essentially my entire life. We grew up competing on the same coast. He grew up an hour and a half from where I did on the Central Coast. He is so talented, and it's crazy to see that he's not living to that potential right now, Paul.
Yeah, he's having a nightmare so far. Still got time though, just over 13, but it's not really happening for him at all. Just contrast that with the rhythm. Jordan Lawler, it's only a short wave from him, but clicks that first turn. Get another look here at Caleb. At this point of the wave, you're thinking, all right, you're set up here, a 2-banger, a completion, and then paddle back out with your tail up a little bit, a spring in your step, start building. No, unable to get the completion there. And he's just going to have to just go again, keep going. The good thing is the consistency.
Right on cue, Paul. He is going to swing again on a smaller looking inside one. A completion here would definitely build some confidence, but just forcing it a little bit right now, Greg.
Yeah, he is forcing it. I quite like the look of his board off the tail. He gets a lot of movement off that tail, and it can get him nice and vertical in the lip. He's just got to get the right wave, calm it down. But when he takes off on that wave, it's really sharp off the tail. So I'm looking forward to seeing more from him.
Yeah, clock's ticking though. He really does need to get a move on here. We're going to take a quick break in this, and we're going to come back and see who is going to dominate the end of this heat.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
This is a really fun-looking heat right now. We've got excellent scores in our lineup. An 8-point ride from Xavier Huxtable, a 6 as his backup score right now. Geordie Lawler starting to build as well. A 6.5 and a 4.83 has him in second place here. Our sole European surfer right now has a 4.5 and a 0.5, so has a little bit more ground to move. And then Caleb Tancred, we spoke about it before the break, essentially just needs that first make to start building a little bit more confidence as we come into the final 10 minutes of this heat. Obviously, last year on the Challenger Series, the European women absolutely dominated. We have to give a moment to them because they really did just come out of the gates firing. Has that now fired up our European men to do the same this season, Paul?
I mean, it's about time. Not seen loads of movement for a while. I mean, Cowley did well. Marco Migno recently, but other than that, it's been quite patchy. I mean, I would just quite like to draw your attention to the current world #1 on the championship choice from Italy. Don't know if you've heard of him, but yeah, in terms of that next, there's a bit of a gap. So they definitely got something to aim at. If you're looking for inspo, if you're from Italy or anywhere else in Europe, there's some pretty good figures to look to. But yeah, we need to see a bit of a move. Jager's definitely part of this new young generation from Spain. Spain's kind of been where the movements happen. Portugal and France have been dominating for a while, but it's Spain's time to shine.
Here we go. Caleb going for a really big manoeuvre there. Just a hard-looking section to do it in. You can see he's trying to make something happen right now. Jago, the man we're talking about, part of that next generation who's started to trailblaze for the European men. Someone who definitely stands out in that world for me is Adair Amatriane. He was an incredible showman last year. Some of his turns, especially at Erasira, were incredible.
Yeah, he's got injured, unfortunately.
No.
So, yeah, he's hurt his ankle. Bit of a nasty one. I think that happened at Super Tubos.
Oh, you're kidding.
Got a bit of a nasty one, actually. So, unfortunately, we wish him well with recovery. But, yeah, he's definitely on the up and up. He's kind of spearheading that next push for sure.
Here we go, Zave. He's got the lead and an excellent score. Big push on the tail on that first section. All right, let's see it go even bigger on the second here. Zave has that momentum. He has that rhythm that we've been talking about all throughout the last 2 days, where if you're in sync with these early morning conditions when it is a little bit lumpy, it's shifting around everywhere, you're on for a good-looking heat.
Muscle mass I'm seeing from him. I just think with that 8 in particular, I'm going to draw some comparisons to the smooth gorilla. Are you seeing that? Some of that rail work? Ethan Ewing? No, the smooth gorilla?
I was going, who's the smooth gorilla?
Do you not? I got flashes of that. I'm saying maybe similar sort of stuff.
I love it. It's a major compliment too. Geordie, he's got a nice first turn here too, Greg.
Yeah. Geordie's looking good. I'm thinking of a new name for Xavier, maybe the rough gorilla. A bit more untidy than, obviously, on those maneuvers. But I love the rawness from Xavier. I love his attack. But, smooth. I haven't heard that one, actually.
I haven't heard that
That's
one
what
either.
I'm here for, guys. If you want to keep up with some of the new sayings that the youngsters are using, I'm super relevant.
Appreciate it.
But how are these 2 turns? We did see him go excellent on his second wave, that 8-point ride. I think that's going to go close as well. That was just solid hammering through that.
Yeah, the second turn may be more convincing than the last wave too. It was sick from Zave. So a couple more waves going down. We saw Yago on the inside there. Looked like potentially a couple waves from Caleb as well. But Caleb is on the other side is struggling.
There's stuff happening here in the ocean as well. Because when we're looking from this view, it's lumpy. When we're looking from our traditional view, it looks a lot smoother and cleaner on the face. So like really different looking. A bit of energy, bit of bump coming through. It's on the change, and we will see heats, a couple of them, where maybe within 2 heats, it completely contrasts. You've got to deal with that as well. Getting good scores in early on, as Xavier's done. If you can do that, get that cushion built, so to speak, you're looking good.
Definitely are. Zave actually working with a new coach at this event too, Wade Carmichael.
Yeah.
Speaking of power surfers, that matches with both of them.
Seems like a sort of a cool voice to have in your corner as well,
yeah,
wouldn't he?
Definitely.
Unflappable.
He's definitely a great coach.
Pretty
Not
staunch.
a world I saw him going down, but he's loving it. So Wade definitely stepping up.
I thought he was driving around Australia in a panel van, just kind of doing that, but no. He's here coaching.
Yeah, he's coaching. He's here.
I just had him fishing.
Okay.
With the
Wow,
swag.
you really are keeping up with all
with the swag. Oh, just kind of what I would picture him doing with themselves. What I'd be doing if I was him.
That's what
yeah, with the swag, the fishing poles.
Yeah, no, he's into helping that next generation. It's really cool. He's definitely a fire-up type of coach, and you can see that's worked with Zave. Just saw Cole Hausman running down the beach. Now, he's won here before, CT surfer, and it feels weird having Cole back in the draw because he's just so good on that championship tour. A couple of replays here, though, Greg.
Yeah, big hammer there for Yago. So he's pretty happy with that one as well. The claim, he's just shaking the salt and pepper there. And there we go. Jordan's actually come alive in this heat. He's had that 6.5. He's got a 5.6. He's also just had a couple of big hammers on that one. So Xavier and Jordan have actually dominated the first part of this heat. But let's see if Yago can make a fight back. We talk about the Europeans. I kept quiet through that conversation.
Okay. Why?
Well, I'll tell you why now, because I didn't agree with it. But check out that first maneuver from Jordan. And wow, solid finish and holds on. That's pretty impressive. No, why I kept quiet was because the current Olympic champion and current world #1 European.
Yeah, no, totally. I was more saying this sort of crop Challenger Series.
Oh, the younger ones.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Be inspired by what the women did last year. They were, Tia, Yo-Yo, Nadia, Annette Gonzalez-Echabare was near there too. She's got an injury, so she's out this year as well, but sending her love back home in the Basque Country.
Fun fact, Tia's been in my fantasy team all year.
Same.
I know she wasn't getting the results. She got second in the last event, but I just thought she's that good. She's got to eventually get the results.
She's going to eventually do it. She's too good at surfing. I have full faith in her.
I'm still angry at her. I had her every event, got last. I'll pick her again, last. Every single time, last. I sacked her, guess what? Makes the final. I'm not happy.
You got to have faith. You got to believe in them through the hard times. Caleb started to hack away this one. This is definitely better. He's been chasing it and goes down.
So we are starting to see that wind coming across the screen now, a little bit more from left to right. It's still a bit of northerly in it, but it's quickly gaining momentum. I think those calves at the surface are getting caught up, a bit of the chatter. It's almost got a little bit of a devil wind on it right now, and that wind's going to keep swinging. So the next couple of heats, there's going to be a lot of readjusting from our competitors.
Yeah, Zapier, Paul.
He's just ripping, basically, isn't he? Sometimes you have a heat, he would just want to keep surfing right now. He's just, everything's dialed in. There's different people making different kinds of mistakes around him, and it's almost like everything he does just ends up working out well. Got a feel for Caleb. He's on his way to a number here. You can just see when he gets rhythm and it all starts to click, it could be something really quite special. Doesn't get the finish. It was better, but, you know, it's very late. Couple of minutes left. But, I mean, you see Huxtable scores nudging up. He just looks great.
Yeah, adding to his total right now. 8 and a 7.5, so definitely comfortable here. You'd have to think Geordie's last wave definitely starts to dabble in that 7.5, potentially 8 world as well. That was a solid looking wave. Second turn had that element of drama that the judges have been just eating up all event, and it's going to drop in. Best wave of the heat so far, an 8.1 for Geordie Lawler. Now we look to the requirements with just over 90 seconds to go for both Yago and Caleb. It's a world of pain. It's a combination situation here. 14.6 for both of them. It's I feel bad, and again, I need to change the tune of my attitude, but it doesn't feel doable with 90 seconds here.
A 14.6?
Yeah.
It's definitely not doable.
Glass half full, Paul?
Yeah, no, it's...
He's out too.
No chance.
3 strikes, you're out. Oh, that's a shame. It definitely is going to sting a little bit for both of those guys, because Yago was getting some nice connections, but just not getting past that 4 world, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, Yago has taken moments out of that, the 4.33, the 4.5, and Caleb, to be honest, Caleb's scoreline is shocking, but looking at his surfing, I'm actually seeing that positivities that he can take out of it. I spoke about that board. There's magic in that board that he's on. The way he comes off the tail and gets super vertical, he's just been getting caught up on those turns. I'd like to watch a little bit more from Caleb, because I really enjoy that bottom turn and how tight he gets in the pocket. Just falling off's cost him today.
Paul?
Yeah. I mean, you've got to try and take some positives away from you. So forget about the result, but maybe look at some performances, one moment, one turn, a relationship with the equipment, like Greg's talking about. That's how his heat's gone. The contrast to that, Yago just didn't get involved, did he? So it's a bit of different sort of heat, but a similar result for him. He just didn't do enough surfing, basically. Heat went on around him, and a lot of these you can maybe get through in second with some kind of average stuff. Not this one. We're seeing real quality from those 2 Aussies leading it, and it's going to take good numbers to get past them. It's not going to happen for Yago and Caleb, unfortunately.
Yeah, Zaven and Geordie really convincing in that heat. Just big turns. Also looking very confident in their completion as well. We spoke about that with a couple of surfers this morning. You can really tell those guys who have put the time in, hit those really gnarly end sections, got used to what the conditions are like when that wind does start to pop up a little bit. Interestingly enough, this wind come up about an hour earlier than what we thought it was going to happen here. So results are in though. Xavier Huxtable, Geordie Lawler. They will be moving on through to the round of 32. Coming up next, we do have a previous champion, a CT surfer, Cole Houshman, and he's got a solid looking heat on his hands. We're going to go to a quick break and come back to call you through that one.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Centre, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
We love the beautiful, soothing tones of Joe Chappelle to describe what has been a great event so far. This is the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, the first ever Challenger Series of the season. First ever of the season. We have round of 64, heat number 8. Cole Houshman, like I mentioned, previous winner, championship tour surfer. He's in the red. Luca Macinas, he's had CT experience in the blue. Ryaru Ito, come from Japan in the white. And Brad Scott, he's the wild card. He is in the green. So really interesting heat in our hands. 4 surfers who have 4 really different strengths here, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. I think what we've seen the last couple as well, it's not just going to be about getting the best wave. Some heats, there are only a couple of opportunities come through. If you snaffle them, particularly if you get 2 of them, you've got a really good chance in this format of 4 surfers, but that's not what we're seeing. It's going to take real quality. You're going to actually need to get really good numbers and do it the kind of proper, legit way with really, really elite surfing. But it's been just super entertaining throughout the day. I think, it's obviously a change from heat to heat, but one of the themes we're seeing throughout is just that quality. And we've, been banging on quite a bit about how we're stepping up to the CT and how close or far away that is. We're seeing like real quality surfing from surfers getting through this round, and as it should be.
Yeah, it's definitely a level up to what we saw in that opening round. These guys doing bigger turns, drawing different lines and placing their boards in those really harsh and critical parts of the waves. Luca Macinas, like I mentioned, has had championship tour experience, had his rookie year back in 2022. Has been fighting to get back there ever since, Greg. What is the formula for him to try and step back up to that main stage?
Get the best waves and surf them well. But he's a brilliant surfer as well. I love Luca Macinas' surfing. He's just got to, compete and compete well. I talk about getting the best waves up and riding on pretty much average wave. Those sort of frothy, smaller waves are not going to get you the score. I think we need to see the surfers settle, and wave selection is important in these events. Everyone's so good. If you don't get the best waves, you're going home.
I think there's obviously a bit of extra impetus, and it's kind of easy to draw fire. If you're a surfer that has been on that era with the cut, and you were cut, you feel like I didn't really get my fair crack. I didn't have a proper swing. So that'll also be a massive incentive to get back.
Definitely. Brad Scott, like I mentioned, he is the wild card here. He's from the Cape Town area, which is obviously the waves are quite different to what we have here in Ballito, but he's made it through that first round, took down, I'm really sorry, Greg, took down your nephew, and was actually really convincing in that first round. But this is a completely different story. This is, like I mentioned, we're talking CT surfers. Ryaru Ito, who is one of the best surfers to thread a barrel. Him at Pipeline is actually insane. So he really does need to step up here.
Yeah, Brad will need to step up. One thing that Brad did do very well yesterday was have good wave selection. And a sharp chap is Brad Scott.
Here we go.
He's studying business science in the University of Cape Town. He's up and riding.
Let's see what this next bowl has on offer for him. A sleepy start, so he's going to get out. I think that's a pretty fair call, Paul.
It's a free hit for him as well, though. No pressure at all. And how often have we seen at this level surfers that have come in as a wild card, or they just got to call up as a replacement, and there's no pressure on their shoulders at all. They're obviously great surfers as well. They're here, but there's no angst behind everything they do. They're not surfing necessarily for contracts or just for their existence, for their career. It's like, you know what? I'll take down some big names and just enjoy myself. Why not go out and have a swing?
I don't know how closely the two of you watched the Pipeline Challenger Series at the start of the year.
Oh, I didn't miss a heat, mate.
Like I mentioned, Ryaru Ito is...
He got a 9th there. Hey?
He got a 9th there. He got excellent
That's a huge
scores.
result.
But he also got the wipeout of the event. I don't remember if you saw it, but it felt like he fell from a building. It was massive for the event, but he absolutely charges. He's one of those surfers who, if he got to the championship tour, you know he would do damage. Really nice first turn. He's got nice poise,
Wow,
great timing.
make it, come on.
Second turn, feeling really strong there. Greg Emsley is definitely a fan.
Oh, you know what? I love the quickness of those turns, and then the heavy hitting finish. It's just all put together so well. That's going to be a solid start for Ryaru. It's just, I love that. That looked so good.
Yeah, Ryaru he's one of those surfers, like I mentioned, that he doesn't get a lot of consistent results, but if he got to that top stage, he has such a versatile repertoire that you would believe that he'd stay there, Paul.
Brilliant setup, that bottom turn, and then just gives it a full crack, just tweaks out that board as well, which looks really dynamic. If you can get the whitewater explosion, if you can airdrop into that and kind of come out, you're telling a story with your surfing, and it's an interesting story. I'm in. I love it.
He did so well to also not lose his footing with his board there. He free fell with the lip. He wasn't out in front of it, so that wave's still wanting to push the board away from him, Greg.
Yeah, that's going to be a big score. As Tank mentioned, he fell out of the lip, and the judges are loving that. It's just really dynamic, and it's going to touch close to that excellent range, I'm sure.
Yeah, 717 for Ryaru Ito. So a great way to start off this heat. Luca Messinas with a 1.5. Brad Scott has a 3.5 in there. Haven't seen much from Cole so far in this heat. Greg?
This guy Cole Houshman, what's he doing here?
I don't. He's just
he's not in comfortable waters on the CT right now.
No, and he's had a really unfortunate year. He's just not making many heats. Luca Messinas in and out of that one. It feels weird to see him here because he's already won 2 events on the championship tour, both in Bells, which is such a prestigious event to win, and then in Brazil, which we know that the Brazilians usually dominate pretty consistently there. So winning at 2 rather hard events as well. But this year, it's not happening for him right now.
Do you think it all happened too quickly, too easily for him? When I say too easily, the wins came easily for him. 2 challenger wins onto the CT, 2 CT wins very quickly. I mean, that's moving very quickly for a pro surfer. He hasn't really felt the hard times, has he?
No, he hasn't, and potentially isn't used to this new format that we have on the championship tour as well. One of those surfers that is struggling to adapt to it. Luca Messinas is a messy end section there.
But what I do like from Cole is he's identified it quickly that he's not sitting in a good position.
Yeah.
He's not sitting at home going, well, I'm good enough, I'll make it on the CT. He's like, I need to protect my job, and he's yet to work.
Yeah, and there's a lot of those guys too who have been standout performers on the championship tour. Think of Jake Marshall. He was 4th in the world a couple years ago. And then now he has to come in and defend his job, defend his spot on that CT. And those guys, when you think about it, are top 32 surfers.
Morgan Sibilik.
Yeah.
Top 5?
Yeah, it was top 5. And
he surfed for he's actually sitting 16th right now. That, in any sport, you top 16, you at the top end of your sport.
Yeah.
But Morgan has had a couple of years off. He didn't like the feel of that, and he doesn't want to go back there.
No, and Morg's actually last minute pulling out of this event, so he's not here. He's going to go and get ready for Fiji and Tahiti, so he's going to back himself. So we're actually seeing 2 really opposing strategies to staying on tour. One is come back and have a backup plan and try and execute there, and the other is stay on the CT and fight for your spot there. Cole Houshman looking strong as always on these waves here. Just easy, classy surfing.
Can we get back to that topic?
Yeah, please,
Because it's quite an interesting one. You see the guys coming here to back themselves, and it is something I looked at last night where you can come onto the Challenger and back yourself up. But what that means is you've got to be in Ballito, you've then got to be in Huntington, which means you're not getting any practice for Chopu.
You get about 5 days before Chopu. Yeah,
which isn't
enough. It's enough, right?
I'd like
it's not. I don't think it is.
I got a geographical point to make as well. For the American surfers, if you are in that sort of corridor of uncertainty, shall we call it, why not come to Ballito, get a result, and then you California anyway. Why not do that one? You might have 2 results already locked in the Challenger Series.
And then that's a good start to the backup plan too, which is going to allow you to free up on the CT. 2 really interesting ways to take it. We do, though, have Xavier Huxtable down with Mac Frew, who served an exceptional heat and is looking confident on the Challenger Series right now, Mike.
Thank you. What a heat. Good win there. You had the luxury of smoother conditions just before the wind came through here, but you said you still had a couple of hidings on that sandbank.
Yeah, when I first got out there, it was like stiff offshore and perfect. I was having a few tubes in the first heat. Oscar pulled into one, and I was kind of losing it. I was like, this is what you dream of, coming all the way here, watching replays that you, John and some other crew getting kegged. And yeah, I mean, I didn't get barreled, but I got some really fun waves. It was pumping, so frothing.
Talking about John, I see you got some pretty interesting fins on your board. Yeah, break us down the board you rode in this heat, and give us the board dims. And I see you got some really strong fins on there.
Yeah, I ride pretty big boards. This is 6'2", made by Sharp Eyes, the crew back at the board lab. Yeah, they always looked after me. Big shout out to them making the best boards. This is a file 50. It's got a bit of size in it because I'm a pretty heavy fella. But yeah, it went so good out there. I got the large Johns from Futures. Yeah, everything's pretty large to hold me in on the waves. But there's heaps of power out there, so it kind of really suited having kind of bigger fins, bigger board, and allowed it to hold and drive through those sections. And yeah, a couple of sections I was just holding on, just trying to ride out. So it was really fun. Yeah.
You're riding a rounded sort of pintail there, and it does look like it's got a lot of volume. How come this particular type of tail choice?
Yeah, I literally pretty much only ride rounded tails. I don't know why. Just kind of, yeah, I feel like I get a bit more pivot and can kind of move because my boards are so big, fair bit easier. But yeah, me and my grovelers, I go a squash, but yeah, it just allows me to kind of get a heap of drive in those sections and yeah, ride along a board. So yeah, I love them.
Well, you through the next round. Job done for today. You can enjoy the rest of the surfing, and we can't wait to see you in the next round. Back to you, Jesse.
Very happy guys. That was a epic just breakdown of Zave's board as well. Zave with the easy decision. He's coming here to do the Challenger Series. He wants to make that championship tour. Greg, just to wrap up that last conversation, you've been on the CT. You've also had to fight for your spot to stay there. If you're in the shoes of someone like Cole Hausman or anyone on the rankings, what would be your decision? Would you be backing yourself on the CT and not doing the Challenger Series, or just making sure you still have a backup plan?
I don't know. To be honest, that's why I brought the talking point into it. It's quite a tough decision to make because there's no doubt Chopu for anybody it's a frightening wave. It's a heavy wave. The more time you spend there, the more you get used to that sort of wave, and you do become way more comfortable. If you could spend 2 weeks before the event there, I'm telling you, it would be such a big advantage. It's something I sort of regret in my career, maybe not spending enough time there, but I do feel the years that I focused on just the CT, I did get my best results. Trying to do 2 tours can take a bit of focus away, so it's a tough call, but it is important to protect your job.
There's probably a little bit of, you'd have to say, for lack of better words, ego in it too, for being a CT surfer. Maybe you don't want to go back to that Challenger Series. But Luca Messinas, one of those guys who was relegated back here with the cut back in 2022, like we mentioned earlier, still fighting to get back there and just slowly chipping away here, Paul.
Yeah, just on ego, that's an important part of being a sports person. You have to have that. That's not a criticism. I mean, you're not there because you're average. You're way above that. You're elite at what you do, and that's why you're getting paid to do sport, which is what everyone wants to do, right?
Can I say one more thing is, or not one more, there'll be a few more things, but I think that you've got to have a line. It's mid-year. You've had all your CT events, and that's why these tours are set up like they are. I think you've got to have a mark where you say, if I'm below that mark, I'm doing the Challenger. If I'm above that mark, I'm going to stay CT. I think that top 16 is probably that sort of mark that we're looking at.
I love the breakdown from both of you. Thank you. Ryaru Ito just coming a little unstuck with that end section there. We are past this halfway mark. Only massive score does go to our Japanese surfer, being that 717. Waiting for a couple of our CT surfers to stand up, and maybe even our local wildcard take hold of this heat. We'll find out right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Up and going, white, big section, Riaru.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. The Ballito Pro is held in the KwaZulu-Natal region of KZN on the east coast of South Africa, and as you can see, we're blessed with beautiful waves again today. Behind me I've got a lot of the international contingent that come out for this event, surfers from all over the world, from South America, Japan, from the USA, Brazil, all over the place, and they're here to compete for points in this event. The KwaZulu-Natal region is also a major tourism driver for South Africa and the Ballito Pro, the anchor sports event. It's a huge input for this whole region, and it's a lot of employment and so much happening for the region. This is the Ballito Pro. Back to you guys, Jesse.
Thank you so much. The Frubru, he could sell me a block of land here at this point. He is just absolutely loving the time down on the beach. It was packed here yesterday too. It really is a festival when we're down here.
Yeah, and talking of all the nations and our visitors, the theme for this year is Waves of Unity. And what a cool theme, bringing our tribe of surfers together.
That's lovely.
One tribe, one vibe. That's what I say before paddling out. Don't know about you guys.
One tribe, one vibe. Paul the Tank Evans. Quote that in your book. That was amazing. Luca Messina's looking left. We don't see too many lefts. Okay, let's get back to this heat because it is flying by at this point. We only have 10 minutes to go. Still with that 717 for Riaru Rito being the high mark here. Cole Houshmand, you can easily expect things from a CT surfer. You honestly assume that they're probably going to be dominating the heat, but he's really having to fight his way into it here. Better looking first turn. He airdrops out of it, but maybe slightly a little bit of frustration there from Cole. He wants to get multiple maneuvers now. Our local wildcard, this is Brad Scott. Just with the one turn here, this is the opposite shoe on the foot. He looks like he's starting to build confidence here for Brad Paul.
Yeah, he is, definitely. Looked cool there, didn't he? Would have loved just one more section. But I just like the way he came into that, not forcing or rushing anything. Luca, we know about his weapons and what he's got. Really smart, sort of competitive chops. But I just think his timing is good when it's good. Not quite so much the case there. Riaru, this was crazy. It's similar sort of stuff to what he did early on. To get this good number, that's 7. It's been a while since we saw surfing of that sort of caliber, though, hasn't it? Like, since then, we're like, all right, game on here. But we haven't actually seen a lot of quality since then.
No, and Riaru's going for it. Those bottom turns are so textbook, such a pleasure to watch. But then as you're coming back down, we've seen it from Cole, we've seen it from Brad, Luca and Riaru. With this tide, it's becoming increasingly difficult to get the makes on those gnarly end sections, Greg.
Yeah. What's the biggest score in the maiden side of competition so far?
A 9.
From?
Joel Vaughan.
I reckon we're ready. That wind is into the face of the waves. Flight BP 26 is ready to take off.
Ballito Pro 26, please board.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
plane is about to leave.
The wind is perfect for it now. I'm sure there's going to be an adjustment of each strategy. We're definitely going to see our surfers starting to go to the air now with this wind.
You know what was really interesting? I went into the athlete area before we came in to do this block in the booth, and I was checking out a couple of surfers and the decision making on what equipment they're taking out, because some guys opting for those slightly longer boards just with how chunky and heavy water the conditions are, and others still backing, like Vitor this morning, just with their normal shortboard. It is starting to drop considering what we saw with those big waves this morning. But Paul, it's a hard decision to make, especially now that the wind's coming up too.
Yeah, definitely. There's all sorts going on. I think just having the sort of comfort and familiarity might even be sort of optimal over than necessarily kind of switching things up too much, whatever you've been using, if those surfers were in the QS last week, or whether they're just doing warm-up laps here, just stick to the formula that's working. I think everyone's good enough to be able to make those adjustments rather than like necessarily overthinking and, oh, do I need a different tail shape because this has happened to the wave? But I think like equipment choices, obviously super important, but yeah, I reckon basically get to this level and you're going to be really confident whatever you ride from your quiver.
Yeah, it is one of those ones you're like, oh, I could probably be on an inch or 2 inch longer, but then with that wind, maybe it does an effect of the BP26 flight that's about to take off. So 7 minutes 20 here. Ryaru Ito just bumped down to second. He's looking to drop a 1-3. Hasn't made this end section in a while. Just gets absolutely clamped as that wave falls down. So Ryaru, you can see he's doing exactly what we want as surf fans. He's going for it, but starting to get punished on that end section, Greg.
I almost felt he went too soft on that wave, like he was surfing for that second score, and him just trying to go a little bit soft cost him. Like that heavy hitting attack of that first wave where it went so hard, actually that momentum of full throttle surfing helped him make those maneuvers. And I think softening it, trying to be a bit safe, cost him there on that final maneuver.
And Luca Messinas, he's been going for it as well. That is the completion there, but slightly smaller wave so far, Paul.
Yeah, better stuff from him. You know, obviously wanted to make sure he finished. He did well. Nice combo from him. He enjoyed it. Judges weren't overly seduced with that kind of stuff. As you said, the wave didn't really have the magnitude on it. It's a pretty modest number, but it's definitely heading in the right direction. Going to need a bit more where that came from. Have another look here. So just the soft setup from Ryaru, and then very similar kind of turn, but he fell a long way, and it's almost like the board and his legs straightened, but his torso kind of stayed up top. So it almost had like those go-go gadget legs went down and then just slammed on that flat water. Ouch.
It's going to come in. It's a 207. He does need a 337, and it's one of those ones where if Luca Messinas keeps trying, you are pretty close to being guaranteed that 458 is going to be achieved with 5 minutes 40. And you'd hate for Ryaru to lose with that high score because he's given us the most entertaining performance so far in this heat, but struggling to get that back up again, Greg.
Yeah, and looking at all of this and what's going on, it's a tricky heat. The conditions have changed very quickly. They haven't, besides the 717, it's been fairly low numbers. But the pedigree of Cole Houshman finds him in first place right now, just by making sure he's got a decent average.
Yeah, 567, 487. It's got Cole just ever so slightly in the lead. Ryaru really trying with this one. It feels potentially like we're shifting back to what we saw from Caleb Tankard in that last heat, potentially trying to force it. Now, 575 is a relatively small requirement there for Brad Scott. He's already taken down some big names, and we do love an underdog story, Paul.
This is completely wide open. I mean, Cole Houshman's in the lead. He hasn't really done anything, right? He's done a couple of decent-ish turns. He's winning this heat, but the scores are really, really low. The server that can make a difference is obviously Ryaru, because he does have that big number. If he can back that up properly, I mean, he's been struggling. He's ridden 5 other waves. You add them all up together, he's only sort of getting the 3 or 4 for the combined total of all of those. So he's really struggled. But he can change that around. It will change the picture. But right now, it's so low scoring. Messinas and Scott would be thinking we're right in this at the moment. These are very, very gettable numbers, particularly Messinas. I feel like we're going to see something from him. 3rd prio right now, so he's going to have to be a little patient. Something's going to have to happen for him, but I think he's kind of poised. I just feel like we're going to see his best wave is going to come soon.
Yeah, it was on a slightly bigger wave. You could see those 2 turns really hitting that mark of that 458, but the judges still keeping that scale relatively low, considering he's on those smaller looking ones there. Brad Scott, he's waiting for a particular looking wave. This is one of those really interesting heats because the conditions have changed drastically to what we saw half an hour ago with Xavier Huxtable and Geordie Lawler. So it is going to be those surfers who adapt relatively quickly. Let's see, this looks like it's Ryaru trying to chase down 337 for first place. He's going to get caught behind yet again here. This is going to get back to the point I was trying to make. This this is going to be interesting here because Riaru trying to turn waves and make something happen. Is that the strategy, or is it the drop in weight that we're seeing from Luca and Brad?
I think he's under priority now, so he's not going to get into that priority swing now with 3 minutes to go. So he has to actually just move away from the others and look for that 3.37. One big hit can get you that turn. We saw the 4.87 from Cole Hauschman for one solid turn. So I would just simplify it if I was Riaru. Look for that one big section on your own and click it.
No, he's not listening.
Riaru, it's one turn with a click here. Like we mentioned, a 3.37 is the requirement. 2 turns in, question mark on the completion. But there was still a moment on that wave. 3.37, though, it's such an interesting score to need with a wave like that.
That 2-point ride that he's sitting on is just one of those little pebbles in your shoe, really annoying, just kind of irritating. You can't kind of forget about it. He just wants rid of it. He wants to get rid. Understandably, he's trying to do that. Let's see how he goes. I mean, he'll keep swinging away. At some stage, it's going to happen for him. He is going to find himself the sections. A decent little runner for him there, but like you said, second turn, don't know.
Not super convinced by it at this point, but it really does need to start breaking further than that 2.07 because you don't want your competitors needing a 4 and a 5. Greg, is this what you wanted? Is this what you were seeing, hoping for?
I think he's not convincing on the completion. So he'll stay in that second place spot, but it's not a comfortable spot to be in, I don't think, right now.
Cole Hauschman clicks with that first section. So much water can move off that back foot. He's so strong. You can see, though, really hard looking back half of the wave there. Heaps of foam on the face. He's going to get the ride out there. He is only trying to better a 4.87 here. So that score's drastically shifting from what we saw in this last heat, which is really interesting too, Paul, because with these afternoon conditions that we knew were on the way, who does this suit now?
Yeah, I like that move that he just made. I just thought, good call to go the wave. I like the decisions he made on the way he surfed it as well. I reckon he's kind of showing his class and his experience. And when we think about performance and at the upper end of what he's able to do, but it's also about just making good decisions, being practical sometimes and thinking, all right, 7s, 8s, 5, 6s, and being a little bit more practical. I think he's doing a good job.
Yeah, I think he's doing a great job. He also forced his way into the lead there too. He wasn't asking for it. He was making sure he got there. So really smart surfing from Cole Hauschman. He isn't over yet. So he is going to stay in the lead here. That last wave for Riaru, a 3.10. So it is his second best. It does better that backup score. Luca Messinas now needing a 5.61 and then a 6.78 for Brad Scott, which is a solid requirement considering how quick the conditions have changed here, Paul.
Yeah, he's not had a lot of rotations, is he, in the lineup as well? He's got a couple of 3s and nothing else really. I haven't even really seen him show a lot of interest in anything coming through. You can see some frustration there. The water being slapped. Messinas, I feel like he's kind of coiled and ready to strike, but there's no waves.
Yeah, Luca Messinas, unfortunately, is going to run out of time alongside our wild card for this event, Brad Scott. They have unfortunately been knocked out of competition, but Riaru Ito, I'm stoked he got through. After that first wave, seems to me he's got a lot to give this event, and well, if Greg Emsley's a fan, then we want him to make more rounds.
Yeah, he surfed good, and I'm glad he improved that scoreline. So the 2 goofy footers going first and second, the 2 natural footers losing out.
Yeah, Cole Hauschman making those championship tour surfers just continue to move through to that next round with a heat win here from Cole. Like we mentioned, Riaru Ito, he's going to be in that round of 32 as well. We've got another CT surfer in that next heat is Jake Marshall. He's got Slade Prestwich, Charlie Quivon and Connor Donegan dos Santos. We are going to bring in Kai and Gigs for the call. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
It's a Sawabona greetings from this beautiful region of the east coast of South Africa, the KwaZulu coastline. We call it the Dolphin Coast, and it is just beautiful scenes here as you join us for coverage of the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop in 2026. An exciting Challenger Series ahead. It's a very good morning from myself, Gig Saliers, alongside Kai Linda for the call. It's been an interesting morning again as we showcase the championship tour surfers in those lower orders making the trip over to get the Challenger Series campaigns underway.
Yeah, and then you've got the young guns coming through the mix, and then like a guy like Slade Prestwich in this one, total dark horse. We know his quality. He can really rip in these kind of conditions. Getting in sort of lastminute.com thanks to Finn McGill injuring himself yesterday. And if you want to know how heavy this sandbank in Ballito is, just look at the medical list so far already in the last 2 weeks. It has been crazy.
Yep, strong waves on offer here in 2026 as we get the Challenger Series for the year underway. Jake Marshall takes on Slade Prestwich, Charlie Quivrant, and Connor Donegan de Santos under the Spanish flag. We say, if you're just joining the broadcast, it's been a morning of low tide conditions. We were blessed with brushed offshores this morning. We saw time behind the curtain for many surfers and certainly some solid overhead waves available. We move now into the mid-morning, 10:20 local time here in South Africa, and the tide has turned and the wind has just changed, a little bit of ruffle to the face. But that's not going to put the South African Slade Prestwich off as he gets his opportunity here amongst many of the world's best. And just letting go that turn could be a little bit critical there. Slade Prestwich, an opportunity to get a quick start on the pack here.
Yeah, and Slade should do well in these conditions. Grew up on the south coast, big power band there. Lives on the north shore of Hawaii these days, works at the surf shop out there and surfing Hawaii pretty much 3/4 of the year, except for the time he comes home in winter. So these are like ideal conditions for Slade. Big, punchy beach break.
Yeah, absolutely. Prestwich, as you mentioned, Kai, from the Scottsboro area to the south of us. Just an hour and a half drive south will get you to some really quality point breaks. And of course, Slade really got the foundation of his surfing going there. He'll be very comfortable in those Hawaiian waters. You think of other surfers from that region, Gavin Roberts, Casey Grant over the years, a number of strong surfers. And then, of course, you move to the modern era, the LePronce, all three, the siblings from that beach and spearheading the Scottsboro push.
Yeah, it's a real crew. You've got the older crew too, like Gary van Beringen, you know, and that sort of class of guys, Frankie Olberholzer, Mike Roscoe. So the South Coast has always pushed out quality surfers, and these days as well, an ex-CT surfer hiding out down them in Royden Bryson. He's doing a lot of coaching down there as well. So a lot of the kids benefiting from his knowledge.
Absolutely. We'll see how all of the pedigree of Slade Prestwich fares in the lineup as we start going to some replays. This is Connor on the backhand.
Couple of usable turns there. I like the swing off the hips on the backhand. We've seen the goofies the last 2 days really putting the points in. Here we go with Jake Marshall, of course, CT surfer, and he's been doing really well on the tour. As you see him working this wave down the line. Couple of bumps, decides to pull out. Jake's kind of one of those surfers, he almost cruises sort of under your radar, and then suddenly you look and he's in the semis and finals. So he's just one of those calm, collected surfers, just does what he needs to do and gets through for the results.
Well, Jake Marshall, of course, wearing that championship tour jersey again. I think it's his 3rd season of it, currently ranked 23rd, so just outside qualification. He starts to turn his attention here to the Challenger Series. Jake Marshall, a number of quarterfinal results, particularly Bells Beach has always suited him. He's got results out of the beach breaks in Rio de Janeiro, of course Super Tubos Portugal as well for some quarterfinal appearances at the highest level of the sport. And he'll red singlet it here as the highest ranked surfer as we get his Challenger Series campaign underway. Of course, so we saw and we'll hear very shortly from another CT surfer in Cole Hauschman. So a number of them making the trip over here, and 5 big stops on the Challenger Series ahead for them.
Yeah, the Cali crew, they traveled together for the last few seasons. You've got Cade Matson in that mix as well. A couple of guys, the Colapintos, when they're all together. So they've really made like a big crew of guys that support each other, and it's paying dividends. You're seeing them all starting to get results. And very similar to what we used to see from the Brazilians back in the day, Gigs.
Yeah, very true story. Good teamwork is sometimes the momentum that you need and the encouragement you need. The French also travel in packs these days, and Charlie Crivant, no stranger to competition, the 26-year-old. And into picture comes the South African Slade Prestwich. As you mentioned, just used to the heavier water. This one he'll hold together. His first wave got unstuck, but second wave just keeps the repertoire intact. And just again, love the shot here, just indicating how much whitewater and how much impact there is. We mentioned the local time, and it's about an hour and 15 after the spring low tide. We move to the new moons. And of course, the tides stretch out with a higher high and a lower low. And of course, lots of energy on the bank here.
I love this one. Straight up in and just leans into that turn. Gets a little second turn and works the third. So that's going to be a good score. I feel like that first turn especially, just really laying on the power. Charlie is a hell of a character. I don't know if you've ever spent time with him. He's one of those quintessential cheeky Frenchmen and just loves life and out there surfing.
Well, Jake Marshall in the lineup with that CT jersey. It's a similar story with a heat win for Cole Hauschman. Let's go down and hear some thoughts from him.
Thank you, Giggs. Cole, there are a lot of happy South Africans, even a few behind you, to have you back in South Africa. We haven't forgotten your win. Must feel good to be back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. You know, I haven't been back in 2 or 3 years now since the last time I won. So yeah, good feelings here, just good energy, and yeah, happy to be back here. I mean, it's like coming from the tour to here is a bit of adjustment, but at the end of the day, we're here doing our job and competing and yeah, having fun.
Nice, and I know it's been a pretty hard year. It's been a while since you've been in front of the glass. What's the sort of mindset been coming back into Ballito after quite a tough year, as you mentioned just before this?
Yeah, it's definitely like a trip for the mindset, you know. It's like, not that you don't want to be here, but you're like, all right, we're back here like on the Challenger. And I mean, like, I showed up the other day and I was like, dude, everyone's so gnarly here. It's like kind of scary, but yeah, I mean, just going into it with like an all-in mindset that like this is the tour that I need to like qualify on, back myself up on, and yeah, just experience at the end of the day. And we're surfing heats, and yeah, it feels good to get on the glass, like no matter what it is.
Exactly, you're exactly where you're meant to be, and like I said, everyone's stoked to have you back here. Now rest up, good luck for the next round. Cool, back to you guys.
Yeah, great insights and thoughts from Cole Hauschman there. Of course, 2023 winner here at Ballito, catapulted him to the championship tour level, and then straight in as a rookie got the win at Bells Beach, backed it up the next calendar year, last year 2025, with a win in Rio, and here he is back where it all began at the Challenger Series. And as you sort of, as he alluded to, Kai, this Challenger Series is going to keep you honest.
Yeah, it's not easy, and you know, there's no forgiveness either. You get knocked out, you're gone. So you got to keep your head together, and you got to get the performances in.
Well, the shape of the heat, this is the heat leader right now. Conor Donegan dos Santos just working his way through. Nice whippy turn there, just almost balances it on the lip there for a moment. Already in the heat lead with a 4.17 and a 3.4, so no big, massive standout scores coming to us just yet. The best of it so far, Charlie Quivrant in the lip for the 4.9.
Yeah, and that was all that first turn as well. The two backup turns pretty soft. The wave didn't really give him too much to work with, but that first turn was proper. Kind of just needs to find a wave that's going to give him two of those sections, or he'll put something big in. Right now, super tight heat. I mean, there's not really much separating them. Like this wave, big, deep bottom turn. He really turned off the axis there to get up into the lip. Then kind of wave went a little soft, but it did give him this last section, and he did really well to ride out of that turn. It was not an easy section.
Spring low tide, it is very low. Still lots of energy unloading on the bank as we just get an overview. See that track that Charlie Quivrant has just traveled down. He's covered about 80 yards, 100 yards there, and some big meaty waves moving through the lineup here mid-morning as the tide starts to push. The wind starts going left to right across your screens. Signs of the northerly wind that will set in for the day. And but certainly moments out there will offer opportunities, Kai.
Yeah, and I mean, just when you thought the swell was maybe dying, look at those lines coming in through from the buoy out the back. There's still some grunt in the ocean. We were really spoilt today. We didn't think we were going to see swell this big, and luckily it stuck around. That little storm blew it in. And look at this wave. I mean, Giggs, there's nothing wrong with these conditions.
Big, meaty, chunky waves, and Prestwich will try and navigate himself through. Just lets go that as well. A lot of convergence of energy. Some of the peaks, Kai, in the lineup fracturing up and then converging again on the inside. We've seen a couple of surfers get squeezed for incompletions all through, even from the early morning heat. So that swell angle really has a number of angles to it. And someone that seems to be navigating it just fine. Great wave selection. You'll take that lip in the back of the shoulder blades and go down. Is the current heat leader, Conor Donegan dos Santos, just working hard in the lineup. Already his fourth ride there. Judges owe him a wave 3, and we'll wait and see how that score settles. As we mentioned, he was already into the early lead.
Well, we watched this one from Charlie. We saw it from the air. Good-looking bowl, comes around the corner. Lovely little power hack, and then straight back on to the down the line. Gets it over the top. Good second turn, and still got the third. So I think that's going to do pretty well for him with the 4.9. Then Slade found this one. Look at this bowl, just wham, gets it off the top, little airdrop back in. Gets another little power hack, and then he was going for turn number 3 here. Like you said, he popped it over and just got caught by that little revert sort of coming off the bank.
Well, that last ride of Charlie Quivrant, let's just watch where it went wrong here for...
Guillotined.
Yeah, guillotined for Conor Donegan. But just back to Charlie Quivrant, there were elements of that wave as it unraveled that reminded me of Lennox Smith's score from earlier into the early 6s. Lovely behind the curtain. See, that would have felt good. Not sure how it's going to go on the scorecard for Jake Marshall. And certainly...
Like the closing turn, though.
Say again?
I like that closing turn.
Yeah, I loved it. Whippy, as you'd expect from Jake. But just back to that Charlie Quivrant, could very well be the best wave of the heat thus far.
You see him waving the arms. He wants the score. 15 minutes to go. And because he knows he did well on that wave. And it was a tricky wave too. Let's watch this one from Jake. Love that first hook in the pocket. Then looked for the barrel, realized it was going to clamp him, so came around the section and just lays the little layback hammer there. Going to definitely be a score. Nothing too big, but looking, like we said, across the range here, we haven't seen really anything over a 5 yet in this heat, so that's going to be a playable score.
And just like that, we slipped past the halfway mark in the heat, so judges will ponder Jake Marshall, Charlie Quivrant, and Slade Prestwich's inputs. Meanwhile, new heat leader now in Quivrant, who was holding the priority, and quickly back to it, down the line, sectiony wave. Oh, and a lip line very similar to what Oscar Berry completed a heat or two back, and he'll go down. And wow, just almost a little dangerous moment there as he just got tweaked by that lip. in the impact zone. 4.9 though for Charlie Quivrant from a previous wave as he becomes the new heat leader.
Yeah, got the 4.8, 4.9, so he's sitting in a good position in the heat. Let's watch this wave. See that little lump and bump, got into it nicely. Round the section, big jab, got the fins out the back. Kind of thought about pulling in, then went for the big Hail Mary floater, but just no water left on that bank. It was just went dry dock on him.
Well, the surfers know that the points are in the lip, so they're looking for opportunities to go up there into the critical sections. Saw Oscar Berry fetch a mid-range 6 for like a real twisted exit off the lip, and a similar effort now from Charlie Quivrant. He'll go down with it. And the clock moving along. Jake Marshall, nice big hook in the pocket. And while the judges think about that score for Marshall, we'll sit back and allow that score to settle. We trust that you're enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Thank you for being with us here in Ballito in 2026, the World Surf League's Challenger Series at its first stop. And we welcome you back to coverage, day 2 of competition, and a heat where Jake Marshall has now found his way into that top slot, as you would expect. Gig Cilliers alongside Kai Linder for the call. And while you were at break, Jake Marshall gets a 6 from the panel for those 2 combos and a little thread through the tube.
Yeah, I think scratched the tube. It didn't really factor into the equation, but what did was a really critical first turn and then backing it up with a nice big power layback. So I think that's what the judges rewarded, 2 committed turns in the section. You know, Charlie with that 4.8 for 1 turn pretty much as well. So we're looking for big maneuvers in the lip, but Connor dropping a 6.5 while we were away, so we look forward to that replay.
Well, the lead seesawing backwards and forwards here. Connor Donegan dos Santos has found a number in the lineup and has pretty much answered to Jake Marshall's 6. Of course, during the break as well, another ride from our South African Slade Prestwich.
Oh, hello. Getting a little bit of a blowtail out there. It wasn't a big score, not really much of a section there, but showing that he's got the airs on lock. And then this was the wave we wanted to see. Big bottom turn, throws it up into the lip, comes straight round the section for the carve. And now there must have been a closer here. Oh, just held on to that turn, but then getting the close-out maneuver. So getting the 6.5, maybe just a couple more maneuvers than Jake on that wave. One of them a little bit shaky, but manages to hold on and get a 6.5.
Well, that 6.5 does represent the single best wave of the heat thus far as we move down to the 9-minute mark. Jake Marshall with that 6 in his scoreline. He'll be at work now with priority in his favour to ditch the 4 and take the lead back. So the pace being set here by both green and red. And Quivrant and Prestwich down in the cut-off 3rd and 4th right now will start chasing numbers in the 5 to 6.67 range here, Kai. So the heat's starting to stretch, but still plenty of time. Opportunity for both Quivrant and Prestwich to bring something. And certainly right now that backhand of Connor Donegan DeSantis looking very stable with that into that wind. He just smashed those turns in those critical sections. A nice pace to that wave. And really lights up the scoreboard.
Yeah, and it's kind of turning into the theme for the event this year as the Goofies are having a bit of a field day. Here goes Charlie, though.
Well, live action here. Quivrant down in 3rd. Needs the 5.11 opportunity to bring that to the judging panel. Will just go adrift at the end. Kind of went, almost feel like that surfboard caught a little bit of wind and his upper body weight and momentum continued down the line, and yet for some reason the surfboard didn't, and it just sets him off balance, Kai, and that's certainly an opportunity there spilt for Charlie Quivrant.
Yeah, kind of just transitioned over onto the front edge instead of the back, and unfortunately that meant he went down. Could have been a good score if he had ridden out of that closeout turn. I like the first sort of big high-speed drift off the top, then coming around the section, but unfortunately goes down. And still a pretty tight heat, though. I mean, Slade's sitting in 4th, leading a 6.67. That's totally doable. And, Charlie only needing a 5.11. Let's watch this wave. Beautiful looking wave. And he did really well to hold on to that turn because it was a heaving little bowl. Like you said, just looks like the wind maybe caught the board up and his weight transitioned over onto the front rail. And that meant he went down. But he's got the game plan. He knows what he needs to do. Just needs to finish one off.
Felt that could go into, might have just touched on the requirement, Kai, if it brought completion.
Yeah.
That first snap, really critical. Either way, it's in the past. It's a 2.53, and the heat continues with 6:45 now on the clock. Donegan DeSantis out front. Jake Marshall, as we mentioned, just will be patient. He'll use his priority, use that championship tour experience. Of course, he knows how to put heats together here at the Challenger Series, making his way to qualification a few years back. We mentioned Jake Marshall getting a number of quarterfinal finishes, which is very respectable at the championship tour level. Lots of surfers will be part of the championship tour and never get to that.
Yeah.
Some people will finish, well, best was 9th. So Jake Marshall has those big moments in varied conditions as well. How's some of those performances at Jopu over the last seasons, and of course beach breaks like this coming from those northern beaches of the San Diego region, North San Diego County. He'll eat this up. He'll have plenty of time with just under 6 to go to better that 4.
Yeah, and what's good news for these guys is in that last heat it looked like the onshore was really starting to pick up, but it's kind of tapped off again. The wind not too bad. Here goes Charlie.
Well, behind a bit of a section, it's an inside opportunity. Under the rest of the pack's priority, it'll be a throwaway in the context of it. So he won't... what he will do now is take a couple of waves on the head, Kai.
Which is not a great place to be in.
Well, waves are strong, but so are athletes. They're fit, they're strong, they've done a lot of cross-training. And on cue, here comes Jake Marshall. Beautiful in the lip line. Lovely. Keeps that center of gravity crouched down as he sets the rails. 2 big turns and goodbye to the 4. And he'll, we think, sail past the 4.78 requirement to take the lead back now as we hit the 5-minute mark.
What I really love about Jake Marshall's surfing is the control. Like, he never looks like he's out of control. Like, everything he does is just precise, like a bit of precision, and both those turns just showcasing that.
Yeah, as you say that, Kai, almost can't recall a wipeout ever being covered by our cameras. have to think about that. I'm sure surf fans love all these discussions as we get Donegan dos Santos back into a nice free fall out the lip. Little two-stage, perhaps slightly stuck in the top corner for the second turn. Either way, judges will drill into the details of these exchanges. And right now they'll be pondering that big two maneuver effort from Jake Marshall, of course, and there it comes. It does land in, and now we find a new best wave of the heat.
Yeah, but it's going to be interesting to see what comes in for Connor. That first turn was a really heavy section, and he absolutely belted it. Like you said, that second turn got a little caught about halfway through. But yeah, let's look at the precision here. Just beautiful bottom turn. Nothing like out of place there for that first turn, and then just lays the hammer down, but still in control. There was nothing else going on there. Then Slade got this wave. Big bottom turn. Oh, just kind of caught the rail there. That lip getting out a bit quick for him on the rail turn. Now watch this turn. Loved it. Comes off the bottom. Big heavy section. Throws himself up into the lip. Definitely just got a little caught on that second turn, but still going to get a counting score in a 487.
Well, Quivrant into your screens will bring completion. A little kitty pet as well there, and just really almost frustrated, showing, yes, this time I've made it. You see the body language. We're down to under 3 minutes. It's the prickly part of the heat now. Nothing really standing out for us from Slade Prestwich, who'll have a last opportunity here, but have a look. It's already an 804 requirement. And we know that with the scorecard being worked on from Charlie Quivrant, that would also bring another number. Meanwhile, Connor Donegan dos Santos, just a 487, so judges critical of that last turn. But let's have a look at Charlie's flow here.
I love the first turn, really getting sort of that torque down and then into another nice power carve. So needed the finish, just fighting to get through it. Like I said, a little bit of the pet, the kitty there to finish, but I don't think the judges will be too harsh on that. And I think Charlie's going to get a really good score there. The first two turns were money.
Absolutely. Knifing turn. Some of the best surfing we've seen, perhaps, from Charlie Quivrant. He's looking on form in 2026 as he finds himself back here at the Challenger Series in Ballito. 648 requirement, Kai. Are we thinking that it could go into that region? I mean, prior to that, a pair of fours in the scoreline.
Wow, we look at Jake's 2 turns. Charlie with 3 turns. The first 2, I think, were pretty aggressive. Maybe wave height a little bit on the smaller side, but certainly there was a lot of aggression and commitment to those first 2 turns. So I think it's going to be tight. Might not come in at the 648, but I think it'll definitely put him in a much better position to get there.
Well, he's got that quirkiness about him as he keeps staring back at the panel. He wants the number. He knows the clock is on its way to 1 minute 10, so we're almost at the 1 minute mark. Reaction, perhaps, if he hasn't found the requirement, Kai, is there enough time to find something else in the lineup?
Well, I think he's definitely got to do himself a favour and stay wide. There is that wider peak. It's not going to help him at all to go up the bay right now and get into the priority queue. But looking at scores coming in here, this could be close for him.
Meanwhile, on your screens, heat leader, Jake Marshall just beautifully puts this one together. And that there could see a 6-pointer in the scoreline being dropped. Meanwhile, behind him, Connor Donegan dos Santos will keep the intensity of the heat. And using the word intense, Charlie Quivrant really used an intensity of his own there on those maneuvers. And we're expecting a healthy score from him as we see a situation change here. Charlie Quivrant has flipped the script for himself. He's up to second, a 687 in the scoreline. So very close to that 7-pointer of Jake Marshall. And meanwhile, Jake Marshall with a score due of his own, and it's going to be another top-end number.
Well, now the wave that we want to see the replay of and what the judges are certainly going to be looking at is that man in green, because Connor got a very good opening turn on that wave. And Charlie now is going to wonder what's he going to be looking at, because requirement of a 528, you know, he really gave it on that wave. So Connor now, that score is going to be the one that's going to shake up the heat. Jake already in first place. Again, just so much control. Like you say, it just doesn't look like he's going to fall. We had a nice wave from Slade. Very nice carve there from the big man. Big float over the section, comes around, another big power hack, little wobbly on the rail, and gives us a little bit of the tricks just to finish off. But I don't think that's going to influence the heat at all. Very heavy section there for Jake. Goes over the top again, comes barreling around the corner and gets another close-out maneuver. So going to be a score. Might not go into his top two, but it'll be close. But here, let's watch this one. Big bottom turn, wham, vertical backhand turn into the lip. Comes around for another little snap. 5-2-8. That's going to be a big ask, but it could just happen.
Wow. This is a moment we'll hang on to here because Connor Donegan dos Santos replying. And when we think of the requirements, Charlie Quivron had an exceptional wave, a 6.87, but he doesn't have a strong backup, Charlie Quivron, just a 4.9. So battle of the numbers here for that cut-off second place position currently occupied by Charlie Quivron, care of the 6.87. But we'll just stay with this because it essentially was one big backhand blast, Kai. The second turn, he went into a really broken section here. A lot of speed up the face for the surfer on his backhand. Connor will just float around in front of the contest area himself. We think that it's right on the door of the requirement.
Well, look, I've got to say, it was a critical turn, and it was a slightly bigger wave as well, and he did very well. Late takeoff, hit that big bottom turn, and just went absolutely 12 o'clock. Just watch this turn, hits the bottom turn, vertical up into the lip. I mean, that's about as big a turn as you're going to do on the backhand out here today. And we've seen a couple of big scores thrown out for single maneuvers. So 5-2-8, I feel like he's got to get the score.
And even that broken section for the second turn, everything was strong and structured in that second maneuver as well. So judges on their respective replays, they're just pondering that. Of course, all credit to Jake Marshall, who upped his own personal score. So great management start to finish. Upped his numbers with a 6.23 at the end there. Nice combination from the Championship Tour surfer who'll get the heat win here in the Challenger Series jersey. And we are just for the all-important cut-off. 4-man heats, 2 go through, 2 fall away each time. It is that way from the opening rounds. And of course, day 2 of competition here, the round of 64 as we cut the field in half. And we are waiting for numbers, and it's going to be a decimal or 2 short. It's a 4.73. It's just short of the 5.28. And that's what makes it such a subjective sport. Very, very hard to always make those calls, Kai. And certainly we're just freewheeling like you surf fans do on the sofa at home. And that one, we were both wrong.
Yeah, I kind of thought he was going to get it. That first turn was pretty critical, but Charlie can breathe a little sigh of relief there. I think he would have been chewing his fingernails on the beach, but he makes it through.
Well, a 4.9 in that scoreline is tender, it's exposed, but it's enough to get through, and that will be an official result. Jake Marshall, Championship Tour surfer, advances along with Charlie Quivron. We'll lose Connor Donegan, dos Santos and Slade Prestwish. Stay with us. It's Ballito in South Africa. It's the Challenger Series.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, With an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, this beautiful region of the KwaZulu coastline, just really playing host to the world's best surfers. This fantastic region, easily, especially during the winter months, the best part of the South African coastline to be part of. Trust that everyone is enjoying the show with us. It is the town of Ballito and, of course, the stretch of coastline we refer to as the Dolphin Coast. Gixelia's alongside Kai Linda for the call. Kai, you call this stretch now home. What a region.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy days here. Warm water, beautiful weather. Started playing golf. There's some of the best golf courses in the world right here, including a new Ernie L signature course here in Ballito. And as you go up the coast, it just gets a little bit wilder. We've got all the wildlife for you to see, and also just one of the best culinary areas in the world. So much on offer.
Well, game parks, cuisine, culture, and pumping surf. It's all
don't
here.
forget the surf.
It's all here, folks. Trust that you are with us and enjoying as we plug into a new heat out in the lineup. Josh Moniz from Hawaii will take on Winter Vincent from Australia. Shion Crawford, the other Hawaiian, and of course Luke Ginaldo out of Huntington Beach, California. It's on the way to 11 a.m. And if anything, the wind, Kai, has maybe just backed off a touch for us. It's very contestable conditions right now as we continue with the round of 64.
Yeah, I mean, you can't complain. There's waves, and they are certainly contestable. We saw some rides in that last heat going into the sevens, so certainly contestable. There's loads of grunt in the water too, and I think we're going to see some great surfing, a big lineup in this heat.
Well, Luke Ginaldo will get it going here. The young surfer, the 21-year-old from Huntington Beach, California, who's really rolling his sleeves up this year, and saw him on some incredible backhand turns yesterday in that opening round, in the round of 80. He's here in the round of 64, and he'll get attacking straight away here. And it is an experienced and it is a talented lineup there with Josh Moniz, Shion Crawford, and of course Winter Vincent, who got here 2 seasons back as a junior and really lit it up. And certainly went all the way to a semi-final finish at the Challenger Series level.
Yeah, and Luke is a guy to look out for. I saw him in some serious 8-foot rides the other day, just going ham. So looking forward to it.
Well, Championship Tour surfers are part of the story. Let's go down and hear from Jake Marshall.
Thank you, Giggs. Jake, the talk of the beach and the commentary through your heat was your control you bring to the wave. It was so good to watch, but I know that it was a little bit of an ever-changing conditions, and the heat before was also a bit different. Yeah, how did you navigate that?
Waves were like in some of the best Ballito I've seen this morning. It was like pumping, and then the wind kind of came up right before, which I kind of knew might happen. But yeah, I just was really trying to focus on catching good waves. That's kind of been my thing. I haven't really been doing very well this year is getting on the best waves of the heat. So felt like I did that in that heat. Maybe like a couple of like weird decisions on what turns I was doing once I was on the wave. But yeah, I don't know. It's been just a little bit of a funny year for me. But it feels nice just to get a heat win and get a little momentum going. And yeah, stoked.
Stoked. Definitely wave selection paid off. And I know you said, as you've mentioned now, it's been a bit of a tough year. It's been a long year. The years have also all felt like they've blended into one. How good does it feel to be in front of the glass right now?
Yeah, it feels great. These last few events have definitely just been pretty frustrating for me. But, you know, that's surfing. Like, you go through ups and downs, and sometimes you're on and sometimes you're not. But, yeah, we've been having a lot of fun here, like staying with Crosby and Cole and Jet. And, like, just it's kind of fun doing the Challenger when it's like no one really has a coach and everyone's kind of just, like, all for one, like, rooting for each other. And it's just, like, feels like we're Groms, like, just doing, like, the local contests around home and stuff, you know? So it's always super fun. It kind of brings a little different energy, which I feel like has been, like, nice. It's just, like, a little less pressure and stuff. So, yeah, it feels really good to be here, and hopefully we can all kind of make some heats and get the ball rolling for our season.
For sure. That's so good. We hope to keep watching the Grom Froth throughout the next few days, and good luck for the next round. Thanks for chatting to us. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. And of course, it's been a while since a Californian has taken a win here. Cole Hauschman 2023. Maybe Jake Marshall gets that full 10,000 points on the Challenger Series. He certainly has the ability. But there's a bunch of big names, and of course, he alluded to a couple of them there in that interview.
Yeah, they're a strong crew, the Cali gang, and nice to see Crosby down here again as well. And they always enjoy coming here. They've had good history. I spoke to some of them in the water yesterday after finished work, and they just said they love coming here. The waves are so good, the food, everything. That is one of the heaviest turns of the day so far. Absolute hammer on a really big heavy section for Luke, and then Josh Money's struggling to get in through the white water there, and unfortunately that one just kind of running away from him. He did stick with it though, goes for the big punt. Wouldn't have been too bad if he had run out of that one, but that wave just kind of didn't give him any opportunities.
Well, Luke Ginaldo kind of hidden amongst the lip area there. A lot of water washed over him there. Only going to fetch a 4-point ride. So although it was a big impact turn, judges didn't do a full payout on it. And meanwhile, back in, let's have, well, this is almost a repeat look there as Luke Ginaldo just inspects an opportunity. He is in the lineup there. We're waiting for everybody to get into the primary takeoff area here. And Ginaldo will break wide here and find himself with this big hammer there. He really has been blitzing some turns in the lineup, and certainly here will set the pace for this heat here in the round of 64. Last one will get unditched there as we speak of the changing conditions. Lots of water moving on the inside. Wind going left to right across your screens into a more side shore, onshore angle. But certainly two big major hits there on a well overhead wave for Luke Ginaldo.
Giggs, this kid has got an outrageous backhand. It really is just ridiculous how he went into that first turn. And like I said, the other day, it was like 8 foot out at Bog last Sunday while the juniors were happening. I watched him take off on some like triple overhead rights and just go absolutely ham. So that was kind of the first time I saw him surfing. I had to ask, like, who is that? Watch him now. He just comes straight off the bottom and just wham, straight up into the lip. Around for the second one, just got like a little caught up on that second turn, and that kind of meant he was a bit late getting around the section, so didn't get to do the completion. But my goodness, that first turn.
That first turn, lots of squeeze, lots of amperage as he goes through that, and really just speeds and drives his way through that first turn up in the critical section. That'll light the judges' scorecard up a touch. We'll wait for their opinion to land. And as you mentioned, if Josh Moniz had brought completion, that would have been a number to hang something on. Right now, just a couple of decimals and no rides in the lineup just yet for either Winter Vincent or Shion Crawford. Well, Shion Crawford here early and had a roll of the dice in the QS 2000 as well, just getting the heat drills in. Think of Shion Crawford. Went to a quarterfinal finish here in Ballito the season before. And so he is waiting for his own personal breakthrough at the Challenger Series level, and maybe it is this year in 2026. Well, we spoke of the intensity of the backhand turns, and wow, one of the bigger numbers of the day.
Might even be the biggest so far, but I think it's well deserved. That was critical surfing. And the other thing to bear in mind when we were looking at that drone shot of him paddling back, he was so far down. I mean, you can see on that shot there how far down the beach he was. He had gone for that other wave, was fourth priority, kind of was paddling back, and then that set wave went a bit wide. All the other three surfers missing it, and he got like a Christmas present in July there. It was crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big payout of an 8.5. We spoke about the criticalness. We spoke about how intensely he hit it in the top section. And judges see all of those details and more. It's going to be a number to chase, Winter Vincent and Shion Crawford. But meanwhile, again, on his way back out, he's in the wider part of the beach here. That one just getting a little stab. He'll hang on to it. Surfing with a liberal flow in the lineup is Luke Ginaldo. Almost a recklessness as he just attacks every section. And there are a lot of sections on offer. And some heavy water breaking here as he makes his way back into the lineup. But as we mentioned, it's going to be a nice level for the heat to chase now for Winter Vincent and Shion Crawford and Josh Moniz.
Well, let's talk about surfing. I mean, probably the most lucky sport in the world. Like sometimes the luck's with you and sometimes it's very much not.
Well, the young Australian from the northern beaches of Sydney will hang that one up in the lip, and he'll like the feeling of it. He'll just stand there and let that water explode around him. Reminds me of that, remember the Geordie Smith crucifix that he just stood there as a wave crashed down on him around him in Rio de Janeiro so many years back. Of course, also a tall surfer, Winter Vincent, well over the 6 foot in height. And he certainly attacked that. This one a little bit of a broken effort from Luke Ginaldo.
Yeah, and he got absolutely taken by that oncoming left, but still just so aggressive on the first turn. And Winter loved the first carve. This kid has got such good style, but jeez, that was a heavy section. And well worth the question to the judges, because if you're going to talk about commitment, that was serious commitment from him.
Heavy oncoming section there, and he approached it with speed. His line that he drew through and over that was absolutely in control the whole way. A real good, strong maneuver before that as well. So two-turn combination from Winter Vincent is going to start getting in the ring and perhaps boxing with that big opening, well, that big number that Luke Ginaldo has as the current heat leader. And exciting stuff coming out of the lineup. We feel that the wind perhaps has also just eased off a touch. Meanwhile, Winter Vincent going to go over the best ride of the heat so far. That's massive.
Well, I mean, we've been talking the last few heats about, like, conditions are still good. You know, there's definitely scores out there. Well, how's this heat? Two excellent rides already, 8.5 and then a 9.33.
Well, we said that Ginaldo was going to transfer some energy over into the requirements for Winter Vincent and Shion Crawford, and certainly as we'll just slow this tape right down, such a critical section.
Well, I mean, the first turn also just really good, but I mean, just look how well he did there. That wave, to be quite honest, you have no right to make that turn.
Well, true story. Heavy section there. Winter Vincent, a 9.33. Massive number from the panel, which talks to the criteria that they have set out here. Critical sections will get the payouts. And, well, certainly no questions about how heavy and how critical that particular oncoming section was. And Vincent just flying through that. Now we'll be back in the lineup thinking about a second wave. And here he goes. Let's have a look. It's a medium one underneath the priority of everybody else, and he'll attack the lip line again. Another chunky section. That with speed and intent as well is going to bring a respectable backup score to the scorecard. So much so that we'll see a new heat leader as we start moving towards the halfway mark.
Yeah, that was clever. On the paddle out, fourth priority. Took a look at that one. A little bit smaller wave, but you could see some potential in getting a nice critical maneuver in. So not going to be up in that 9 range like the first one, but certainly going to be a doable score, and it's going to, like you say, Giggs, probably put him into first place and just put a bit of pressure on the rest of the heat.
Of course, a JQS win a few days back over reigning World Junior Champion Dane Henry. So Vincent, what are we thinking of this as a number?
Well, I like the commitment again, and I mean that section was heaving and just kind of made it look easy, but sort of reminiscent of like a guy like Parko, just very casual and relaxed, but you can't take away from the intensity of the actual situation.
Well, if you think of the young Australians on the push, you'd think that names like Dane Henry and Winter Vincent will get to championship tour level. What about Shion Crawford as he comes around the section? Hard to navigate. Meanwhile, Josh Moniz, 2 Hawaiians back-to-back here in the lineup at Ballito. Joshy will flare it out. He'll just get stuck at the end again. Same zone that he went down with on a previous wave. And Josh Moniz, as I say, just trying to get that big frame moving here. He loves the power. He loves the overhead surf. He'd love to get a few seasons with younger brother Seth Moniz on the championship tour. And we'll see if this is the year that he can gear that up. Stranger things have happened. Meanwhile, this surfer here with a nice angle for the first turn, vertical spike for the second. Luke Ginaldo will come straight back into discussion. So judges will think about that number. Meanwhile, Winter Vincent has fetched a number of his own. 4.67 was enough to bump him up into first. But I've got a feeling that Luke Ginaldo is not happy with that, and he'll want to be taking back that lead as we move down to 13.5 on the clock. 2 massive turns again from the Californian.
Yeah, not many people are allowed to wear the white wetsuit, but I think Luke's earned his right. That was some solid surfing. I think even Kelly would give him the big thumbs up on that one. This was Shion, nice little float over the section, went for the whitewater climb and just kind of losing it, so that's not going to be a counter at all. Watch this one though, Giggs. Again, hard off the bottom, big drive. That section just bottomed out on him and then just throwing himself into the lip on that sandbank. Really committed surfing, and got to say, I'm really impressed with this kid.
Well, judges pondering that score of Luke Ginaldo. They'll be looking at the replays. We'll sit back and wait for their opinions. We'll take a quick break here from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop, and it is intensity in the water with a battle of big scores. And while you were away, judges did find a number for Luke Ginaldo. He fetched a 6 and he stole the lead back from Winter Vincent, and now the scorecards open for both Winter Vincent and Shion Crawford as we continue here in beautiful Ballito. Giggs and Kai having a lot of fun making the calls here, and while we were away.
Well, this is Shion looking for a big hammer. Didn't really happen on that turn, unfortunately. You can see the frustration there. And got another wave as well, so quickly out back into the lineup and goes on the big carve and manages to hold on for that one. So that'll be that little turning point wave. I don't think it's going to be a counter, but at least we'll get the confidence back up and just feel like he's getting a bit of a rhythm. We've seen so many surfers today like just out of rhythm and just not really clicking, and a little wave like that can kind of turn the game for you. Biggest thing to look at here is, I mean, Josh Money's in combination.
Well, let's look at our heat leader as Luke Ginaldo, the Californian, is just working the lineup here. It gets pummeled and brought down to sort of ground level by that particular wave. It just axes him. But what a duke out right now for the heat lead between Luke Ginaldo and Winter Vincent. Winter Vincent bettering a counting score, but not enough to steal the lead. So Ginaldo is in that position with an 8.5 and a 6. And Winter Vincent, that massive 9.33 before the break, still sits with a relatively soft score of his last ride, the 5.07.
Yeah, and Shion got a 4.63 for that wave, so it just gets him out of the combo scenario. Still needs a 9.77 though, so he's going to have to work hard to get back into the heat. Connor Slipen, young surfer from Ladutno in Cape Town. He had a really good year on the local QS. He's an exciting young surfer. He's also used to the juicy stuff. You know, Ladutno is not a light wave. Surfs the hook and those sort of spots a lot as well. As we see some action out in the lineup.
Well, it's not an easy heat for him either. It is star-studded. It's going to be a heavy heat. Looking forward to, along with the rest of the surf fans, the up-and-coming encounter featuring Callum Robson, Edward Crozier, and Jet Schilling. It's going to be entertainment non-stop here in the overhead waves of Ballito. It is the second day of competition. We're in the round of 64, and we'll cut the field in half through the course of today. But for now, Luke Ginaldo, an 8.5 and a 6 out front, setting a 5.17 requirement for Winter Vincent to chase, and bigger numbers for Shion Crawford and Josh Moniz if they want to change the outcome of their trip here to South Africa for the first Challenger Series stop. Clock's moving along, Kai, just under 8 to go.
Yeah, and I'm just stoked to see Josh Moniz back. I mean, shame he had that bad injury. It's been a bit of a slog to get back for him, and think back to, you know, a good couple of years ago, him and Griff and Seth coming out for like Pro Juniors at Magnitubes and J-Bay. Just such nice kids, the whole family. Obviously the Moniz is just such a big part of surfing culture and history as well as a family. So it's just nice to see him back. You know, it's going to take a while for him to find his groove and his rhythm, but he's such an outrageously talented surfer. I'm sure he'll get there.
Yeah, absolutely. Respects and shout outs to Tony and family over in the Hawaiian Islands late at night for them as they follow the coverage here. It is our winter, and it has still got that Hawaiian tropical feeling here in the KwaZulu-Natal region. The northern beaches of the stretch around 50 kilometers north of the port city of Durban. And of course, just a quick 10-minute trip to the King Shaka airport. So an easy trip these days. Everybody just sips in. Lots of flights feeding directly into King Shaka from the international airline framework. Talking of airlines, Shion Crawford up in the lip line will get stuck there. 6.5 now on the clock. But certainly Lucas Ginaldo just setting the pace of this heat here. And Winter Vincent's 9.33. What a highlight. It's been a fun heat to call so far.
Yeah, and what I like about Luke's approach to this heat is look at the wave count for Luke. He's on 7 waves. All the other surfers 3-4 rides. He's just been catching waves. He's only got the 2 scores. He's got a 6 and an 8.5. The rest 4, maybe in the next highest score. So his game plan was clearly to go out there and just catch waves. And if you're going to go do that, you've got a pretty good chance of finding 1 or 2 scoring potential rides. Whereas I look at Shion and Joshua on the other end of the spectrum, they've kind of been sitting, waiting, using the priority, and it's not really paying dividends for them.
Yeah, interesting point you make there, Winter Vincent. Also, only 3 waves in the lineup, Kai, but one of them that exemplary 9.33.
Yeah, but that was just a psychedelic wave, let's call it that. That was such a heavy section. I don't think anyone thought that a surfer was even going to go for it, but Winter made it look easy, so deserve it of the 9.33, and he did get that 4.67 and 5.07, so he's been picking some pretty good waves out there.
Well, let's see if Shion and Josh respectively can bring some clawback and credibility to the scorecard here. It is testing conditions. There are some heavy top to bottom waves here. Tide continues to push in here this morning. Around 2 hours now after that spring low tide. We are on the new moon all around our planet. And we'll see how high that tide pushes in now over the coming hours, Kai. Of course, 4 hours now until a mid-afternoon high. And I know already as I talk about all these times and references, you're thinking about lunch. I know, I can feel it.
Well, it's always so good, yeah. Curry yesterday, bit of spice. I definitely had the head sweat going, but it's really cool for all the surfers as well. They get to come here, they get a taste of all the different South African foods. I know they always look forward to the end of event braai at John O'Hutch, the legendary head judge here from Ballito.
Well, a braai is burning meat on a fire, and that is right now what Winter Vincent is doing. He's burning his rails through the lineup here in Ballito, top corner. Everything going beautifully here as he is doing exactly what you would expect from a young surfer with the pedigree and the talent that he does have. He's going to wave goodbye to the 5.07. Not a big ask above his current score to steal the lead from Luke Ginaldo.
Yeah, and just talking about braais, let's just put it out there. If you're going to come to South Africa, don't come with your gas braai, okay? We cook on coals here.
Well, a lot of vegetarians won't care about what you're saying about how you burn the meat. But either way, it's coals and wood are a way of preparing the traditional South African barbecue. And how about these rails from Winter Vincent?
Well, yeah, he's really looking good. Couple of good turns down the line. Finds this little bowl, just whacks it up into the lip again, and then still finishing on the inside. A little bit of a wonky, smaller wave, but geez, he did about 5-6 turns there, so he's going to be happy. And just looking at what the judges are scoring, 6-7-7, so he's jumped back up into the lead.
Yep, situation changed. Beach announcers will bellow it out to the lineup. And Vincent with that 6-7-7, as you mentioned there, Kai, into the lead. Ginaldo drops, 7-6-1 requirement for him. And the heat really stretching away now from our two Hawaiian surfers. Shion Crawford and Josh Moniz, really not a reflection of their surfing ability. Let's have a look at Josh here. Picks out this wave in the lineup. Slightly cleaner face for Josh. Approaches it. Big punt.
Oh, come
and
on.
Ever so close to landing. He's had 3 rolls of the dice at that. That one perhaps the closest. But still incomplete for Joshy Moniz, who, I might add, is such a well-respected and respectable human. Had a number of trips up to Namibia with Josh and Seth, Benji Brand and Koa Smith and friends. And Josh, just one of those nice, gentlemanly, respectable chaps, and on his way back from that injury. But that one ever so close to completion there.
Well, he's obviously feeling good because he went for broke on that aerial and it was so close to landing it. Nice looking bowl here. I mean, got the bottom turn in, drives the carve, and then you could just see him starting to build up the pump. Threw it, got the grab. He landed pretty clean, just maybe hit like a little bump or something that threw him off. He was very close to making that.
Ever so close for Joshy Moniz as we go under 90 seconds to go here. All of that beauty on screen. Just a 217 on the scorecard. Does feature in his top 2. He'll require a combination to unlock this heat and stay in the discussion at the Ballito Pro for 2026. He'll be thinking about the US Open of Surfing and, of course, 5 stops on the Challenger Series schedule for the year, finishing in early 2027 in Newcastle. We've slipped under the 1-minute mark here. What a performance, what a set of scores. That 9.33 from Winter Vincent, really lighting up the scorecard for us. Respectable numbers for the backups and just exemplary surfing on the backhand from Luke Ginaldo as well.
Yeah, Luke's impressed. He's definitely a guy you're going to want to keep your eyes on, especially if the conditions stay in this heavy, critical sort of wave quality. And Winter just stylish and making that big float section look easy, even though it was terrifying for us mere mortals. So some great surfing from the two of them. Some of the highest scores of the day so far in this heat, so what a pleasure to call it.
It has been great entertainment, start to finish, so many moving parts to the heat. We're coming down to the last 10 seconds, and as we start thinking about the rest of the heats in the round, feels like the sea breeze has just sort of backed off a little bit. It is more playable perhaps as we move into the latter part of the round of 64. Shion Crawford on screen just outside of the competition window. The horn had already blown. And so that will be an official result, Kai, as you called it. It's been a fun one. But that man, that young Australian on screen from Sydney's Northern Beaches, Winter Vincent, the 9.33, sets the best individual wave of the contest thus far. And Luke Ginaldo goes with him to the next round. Round of 64 continues after the break. Stay with us. It's Ballito in South Africa.
Flying above the coast here at Ballito, KwaZulu-Natal, the region. Our attention focused on the Ballito Pro. Then you look at the coast and see waves up and down. Our competitors, a chance to warm up just north of the contest area and then down to Biz out the front. Beautiful beaches offering opportunities up and down. If you don't fancy going for a stroll, just have a stroll, have a meditate, maybe look for shells and just talk to the breeze, you know, just commune with nature. It's all available to you here.
It is.
Do you do much of that, Jessie JJ Starling?
All the time.
Every day?
Every day.
Greg the Big Fat Elmsley, you into that too?
I like to take a walk with my surfboard and have a surf. But yeah, we've been doing our little runs and
Yes.
probably the best boardwalk. It's about 5 Ks of boardwalk on the seafront. It's absolutely fantastic running, walking, and just taking a breather, right?
Setting up our heat number 11 around at 64. Some great talent in the water. Cal Robson of Australia, Edgegard Gragia of Brazil, Connor Schleipen of South Africa, Jet Schilling from the USA, and we're expecting hammers. We might see some airs go down as well with some ramps and a bit of wind kicking into the right hand of that north wind, just blowing into the rights now. Dramatic skies, a bit of light popping through. It's warming up as well. There's a lot happening, JJ.
Yeah, there is, but this is what we expect. It gets around midday, it starts to get a little bit warmer, the winds does puff up a little bit, and the swell does tend to drop. It is quite a predictable place when it comes to the waves this time of year, but I quite enjoy the heats in these conditions. Obviously, pumping conditions we love. We saw excellent scores this morning, but when you roll into something being a little more tricky, it switches a gear in some competitors and they go above and beyond what you think is possible in conditions like this. And that is why I love certain heats that can get a little bit grovelly.
Craig, what can we expect from Connor in this heat?
Yeah, Connor's definitely going to enjoy these conditions. He comes from Llandudno in Cape Town. Very, very punchy beach breaks, break lots of closeouts. But Connor, when you surf with him out there, he picks a good one. So he's so good in these conditions, picking which waves to
Good
ride.
air game?
I'm getting there. Good air game.
Oh, I just want to hurry up a bit, mate. I was like, is he?
Very good air game, and he's riding a volume Smith shape surfboard with a squash tail. We've seen most of our surfers actually going to the rounded pin. He's got the squash in this one.
He's up and riding here, covering some ground, bit of a weird one, bent out to sea a bit of whitewater tumble down in front of him, so not really finding the connection there. Meanwhile, he goes Schilling off the bottom. Gives it a slice, air drops down on a tricky section, just gives it a kind of a casual swing, but because he got up quite late, he's hung up. He actually jumps off a tall building.
Yeah, that was a pretty nasty drop off the end of that turn there for Jet Schilling. Gave us our first solid, excellent score yesterday with an 8.13 for 2 really big turns. So Jet Schilling, he's looking to keep that consistency today, which is something we touched on yesterday. He can tend to lack that consistency when it comes to competing on this level. However, traveling with an incredible crop of humans and surfers, Cole Houshman, Crosby Colapinto, Jake Marshall, so a lot of inspiration to draw off those guys, and Jet made a really big mark yesterday, so I really do hope that he keeps that train rolling through.
Let's see what he can do. Looking at Cal Robson as well. He's just got one number locked in. It's a small one, a 3. He's trying to make his mark. He'll have priority. This is a look at that early ride from Cal.
Yeah, so I mean, the ever powerful Callum Robson. He's so strong. And something I've thought about with Callum as we see this replay, this is Connor. There we go. Doesn't get the height, but beautiful rotation. That would have been the 4-3-3 replay right there. Super quick. And behind we've got Edgard Grogier. We saw him with a solid result here a couple of years back. Loves the Ballito waters. And Callum Robson, you know, he had a bit of downtime, a bit of off time, and he's got back onto the championship tour. You think about his Instagram and socials, as we see live action again from Edgard, setting up, this one's shortening out. You think about his socials and the clips he puts on. I steal a lot of the information from Callum. I think it's great. He gives coaching tips and surfboard tips, etc. I think it's absolutely fantastic. He's got a massive following, close on 45,000 folk that follow him. But something, when I finished the tour, I did a couple of coaching courses and stuff just for my surf coaching. And it actually helped my surfing. Like I thought more about my surfing and what I was doing. And since Callum's been doing these posts, I almost feel like it's helped his own surfing. He's had time to really think about what he's doing, what turns he's doing, and basically practicing what he's preaching. And I honestly see it standing out in his performances.
Yeah, it's definitely helped. And it does directly correlate to... Correlate? Yeah, correlate. I was just like, did I say that right? It does transfer really nicely between when he started doing that to him getting back on that championship tour. It helps with his competitive surfing. He definitely looks a lot more confident than what he would have said 2 years ago. So Cal Robbo had a quarterfinals over in El Salvador and was doing some of the biggest rail calves as well. So this is that backup plan that we spoke about earlier, but he seems like he's in a lot better space this year in comparison to the last few years of what we've seen.
What comes first? Do you wake up in the morning confident and then get results, or do you get results and then that feed your confidence? How does that work?
Well, Cal was lacking results over the last couple of years, so his confidence did have to be manufactured, and I think that comes from the Project 7, program that he started, where he's coaching young kids all around Australia. He's going to board riders clubs, offering up knowledge, trying to help that next generation. And by doing those tiny steps and listening back to what you're saying, I really do agree with Greg. Essentially, you do end up taking that on, and it is helping him this way. So he's really gone about confidence in his own unique way, and you could put Luke Ginaldo in that same bracket.
I've been meaning to ask you, what does Callum say at the end of every clip?
Oh, I don't know.
It's like, is it let's oge or go? What?
Oh, let's oge.
What is that?
Let's go.
Is that Australia?
Yeah, it is. It basically means let's go, like we're in a really exciting way. So let's oge. Oscar Berry uses it multiple times a day.
So it's just, is it putting go the other way around?
Yeah, and then throw an E on the end. Let's oge.
Is that actually a word?
No.
It almost sounds a bit South African.
It could be.
Did the O's oge?
Sounds Australian to me. But I've actually been meaning to ask, and it's quite interesting. It sounds cool. I love the way he sends off every time at the end of the
Please.
Of the clips, and it's
use it.
Yeah.
Let's oge.
Well, let's oge.
Oh goodness.
It's catchy though, isn't it?
I know. I love it.
Having a look at updates we've made to things on the CS this year. A new Sheddy is what we're looking at right now. We're in Ballito. We're very happy to be here. We're going to head over to Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, the US Open. That's happening the end of this month. Over to Brazil, stop number 3. We've got flip-flops, Portugal and Brazil, heading to São Sebastião, Mauritius in Brazil, Ericeira. Place very, very close to my heart and soul. We'll be back there in October, delighted to say, and then over to Newcastle. So that's next year, but it's still this season, and that is where really the drama goes down, heartbreak, tears of sadness, but also of joy and of elation as surfers are rocketed to glory on the championship tour.
That was exceptional, Paul. No, I really do enjoy that last stop being in Newcastle, because the championship tour is building. We still don't know who's going to be there, and it's this incredible rush of adrenaline of who is going to make this, and then really make their dreams come true or potentially heartbreak. You're seeing Mateus Hurdy make the championship tour this year. I was crying in the booth. I had tears coming down my face, and I was like, it's not even me. But it was just such an emotional roller coaster that you're like, wow, he's finally done it. And that's what gets me excited. I'm like, who's going to do it this year? It's a whole new storyline. So obviously this is still the first event. Can't get too far ahead of myself, but I love just that follow the journey.
Greg, when's the last time you cried in the booth?
This morning.
That was just to make you feel better, Jess.
Thank you,
I could see
appreciate
you
it.
getting emotional.
Thank you.
No, I've never cried in the booth, ever. I've never cried, actually. Jokes, I have cried. Of course we cry.
Yeah. What about on a plane, watching a film, a sad film at altitude? You get really emotional at 30,000 feet. Here we go. Grogia ripping in here. Oh, no, just almost lost it. Recovers well and gets back up. So he sort of, a couple of things happen there. And he gives it loads as well on the end. A little flex for a finish. You put a lot into that ride. Loads of power and aggression. Here goes Schleipen. What's he got for us? Hasn't really got hold of this. It's kind of snipping down the line, but doesn't have a lot of drive. Some of that frothier water undoing him. Here goes the big man, Cal Robson, into a heavy lip line. He gets pressed, crunched, and goes down. Great exchange.
Oh, great exchange. You could see Cal as he was coming back out of that turn. He was over these heels. You could see him trying to throw that back arm around so he could regain control, but essentially just got axed by that section there. And then Connor, he did really well with what was on that wave. It was super foamy and hard to read. So Connor strikes me as the guy who would take a lot from Luke Thompson's journey over the last 12 months and how he went from having a pretty shocking year on the Challenger Series 2024 and then qualified in that 2025 season. And Connor seems quite inspired by him. So I'm excited to see him push a little bit harder this year. But Jet Schilling, just a little bit tricky on that first section. You could see it shut down earlier than he thought it was going to and wasn't quite interested in that end section, just being slightly mistimed. But Edgard loved this wave here, Greg.
Yeah, Edgard pushes through that section, heavy water, and we keep talking about these heavy sections and the surface hitting these heavy sections, but it's not by choice. Every section is so heavy on their closeout. It's you've got to just put your board up there, and it slam dunks you at the end. And Connor's looking whoopee. You can definitely see the equipment he's opted for is quicker, sort of going to the air type equipment. Jet Schilling looks like he's a little bit out of sorts today. He hasn't got that timing like he had yesterday.
A little over 16 on the clock. Time to get down to the Frou Brew. He's with Winter Vincent.
Thank you, Paul. Winter carrying the momentum from the Ballito Open win a couple of days ago here into the Ballito Challenger Series. Did you realize how massive that section was that you hit on the 9.33?
No, I didn't. I knew it was pretty chunky out there, but that was probably the biggest section I've ever hit, and you probably wouldn't hit it. Well, I wouldn't hit it in in a free surf. So it's kind of like one of those comp scenarios, and yeah, that was pretty special. I was pretty baffled I made it, and it was so flush of a landing that I don't think there was even a pressuring in my board. It was just everything just came together. So I'm pretty stoked with that.
Well, the single highest score of the event so far. In terms of your equipment, did you make any adjustments to the board you chose to go out there, knowing that some of those big chunky sections and bigger waves are out there?
I was pretty indecisive with my board choice this morning. Swapped fins from yesterday. I was riding DHT larges, and I switched to my glass fins, Ethan Ewing fins, and then went to my board choice, and I got a 6.177 and a 6.077, and my 6.077 is my magic one, but I was just leaning towards my 6.1 for some reason, then I was kind of tossing up, and it was all a bit of confusion, and then I just went with that board because I was like, if a big section comes, I'm going to land it. Bigger board, bigger turns, and I was just like, that's the board for me. So yeah, stoked I chose it.
After the 9.33, you were in second, and then you managed to get the next wave, which I think was about a 6.7, and that got you back into the lead. How was it between you and Luke out there? Because it really turned into a two-person battle for the win.
Yeah, me and Shion were hassling deep, and it's funny because I had 5-6 heats in the QS 2 days ago, and I still had no idea where to sit out there. It was a completely different lineup. The swell direction went east, and And yeah, me and Sheelan were like, didn't have a wave for the first 10 minutes, and Luke got an 8.5 and a 5, and so I'm pretty stoked I got that 9 to put me back in the heat. But yeah, Luke's ripping, Sheelan's ripping. Sheelan's one of the best kids our age, and Josh Moniz is pretty good as well. Like, I mean, you don't really need to say much more. So I was a bit nervous going into that heat, but pretty stoked.
Got the job done and the single highest wave score of the event. Can't wait to see you in the next round. Rest up. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Shot Mike. Here we go, straight at it, Connor Schleipen. Nice wrap in a beautiful pocket, straight into a tube,
yes!
and he'll come out here. Very well done indeed. A cool little 1 foot as he looks back at the beach. Love that.
That was so sick. How was that turn, though? Wrapping it. I was almost, when he bottom turned there, his board looks loose. I was going, is it actually going to hold on this turn? And it held really well through that maneuver and came back deep on that turn and set him up for that tube. He had to work hard to just sneak out that little doggy door at the end there. I loved that.
Yeah, I felt like if that was me, I'd be eyes closed by the end of that barrel, just hoping I wasn't going to get slammed. But he did really well here. We have a wave for Jet as well. He got that nice click on that second turn. That's that timing, the tempo that we saw from him yesterday. Cal, bigger looking wave as well. He used a lot of time to wait for this wave. This would have been hard to see Connor's wave behind this. He surfed it really well. That end section got that tail pop and into the whitewater there. But Connor Schleipen, that was definitely a very fun wave to watch from him. Edgard,
Yeah.
this was cool too.
Yeah, Edgard loves these waves as well. He loves these big hits. So that was 2 well put together turns. Get him on the scoreboard. And here we go. Watch this one. It's a big wave, a big wall. Drives off the bottom. Beautiful rip off the top. Straight now into the tube. He's deep. And that doggy door looks at the beach. He's pretty stoked on that.
He did so well to come out of that carve, and it put him on the foam ball. So essentially just put him in the perfect spot to tuck into that barrel and then just threaded the needle on that exit.
Love the artful surfing from Connor Schleipen. While judges deliberate, time for a quick break here. More live action. Waves are still pumping. We'll be right back.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Back at it at Ballito, a great heat continues. Connor Schleipen, the South African, into the lead now, 6.83 for a beautifully surfed wave. Just before we went to break, puts him in top spot, still waiting on other numbers to come through. Gragia, we do a score for him, currently in second. Robson, he's pretty well placed with the 5. Definitely want to go to work on his 3. Schilling, He's shown us some flashes. Hasn't really managed to combo up some of that spicy serving we've come to appreciate from him. Let's see how he goes. Still 9 on the clock. Plenty of waves on offer. Here's a look at Grajia.
Oh my goodness, I loved that bottom turn. Oh wow, quick 2 for 1 there too. Absolutely free fell on that second turn as well. Connor Slipen, his last wave was his best. He's going to back it up. So this score's still to lock in. 2 solid turns, but couldn't hold on for that second completion with that second white water just coming back towards him there. But Edgard, that was really cool. That was that same sort of airdrop that we saw from Ryaru Ito earlier on today.
Yeah, Edgard's looking so strong. He loves these sections coming at him. And then Connor as well had a couple of good turns, just going incomplete on that last one. But Connor will feel really good about that 6.83. That's a very strong number in this heat right now. Of course, Connor's parents, John and Joe, very cool family. We know about his brother Luke Schlappen as well. And Luke stepped back from competition a bit. He's focusing on a bit of free surfing for a while. Also a really cool surfer. I love watching Luke surfing as well. Both come with this very cool style of surfing, nice and relaxed and really fun to watch.
Big wave here for the big man and a huge maneuver. And even Cal bit off more than he could chew right there. He goes down hard, sent down. And that was a big old section. You can see he's identifying. He's taking different kind of waves. He's looking for the sets. He's looking for those really bold running waves to offer him a big hammer section. When he connects with one of those, it will be a massive number. But a couple of times now, he's just gone down. All right, here goes Jet Schilling. Coiled off the bottom, really nicely done if he can hang on, but not quite. And that explosion just blows him up from below, and he'll be a little bit rattled at the moment because he's kind of been trying the same thing over and over. It's not quite happening for him yet.
He's got that second turn with that fin drift. It's super convincing. So with a land, you know that the score is definitely going to come. It's just that convergence is coming particularly hard. So Cal, you can see that board actually not pivoting back to the beach, which is going to make it really hard for the completion.
Yeah, that's that maneuver of Callum. That's the one that's caused multiple injuries with surfers as well. When that back foot comes off on that heavy landing on a floater, it's nasty. Of course, he's fine, but I don't like that. I cringe when I see those maneuvers.
Float's the most dangerous maneuver in surfing. Even on a 2-foot day, you can hurt yourself doing floats.
I mean, it sounds like a basic.
Yeah.
It's actually seen as a softer maneuver nowadays, but it's caused crazy injuries over time, hasn't it? Yeah, it can be a dangerous move. And yeah, we saw Jet. He's just, I mean, he actually connected that wave quite well, didn't he? But it's just that landing said to him, no ways. Kind of as he sort of went into that shore break for the landing, it sort of kicked back at him, and just getting that bounce. If you don't get it right, there's no way you can hold on to stay on your board. It's just too heavy an impact.
Yeah, I agree. And Jet, with the completion, like I mentioned before, you definitely see the score going there because it has so much spark and pizzazz about that second turn because he's not just placing it there, he's drifting that tail up and over. So putting his board in the most critical part, but there's so much water out there. It is, when you fall on those turns, Jet and Cal on those last two would definitely know about it. They would have felt it. Cal was under for a little while, so he popped up like, woo! Looked like a bit of a roller coaster underneath the water there. So he needs a 6.07. I love the fact that he's going those bigger waves. He is a bigger guy. He would have identified that in comparison to Connor and Jet, him and Edgard, probably around that similar size. He knows that if he's on the bigger waves and doing his turns, it's going to be rewarded. So I love the fact that he's been waiting for those moments, but unfortunately his execution rate just not concise today.
Under the 5-minute mark right now. From above, you can see much closer together lines in comparison to what we had yesterday. That's why we're seeing surfers able to get multiple opportunities. It is Callum Robson and Jet Schilling at the moment with their work ahead of them. 6s is the order of business that they're looking at. That assumes, of course, no further improvement with surfers like Connor Schleipen in second prio and Edgard Grajia with first priority. So this one will really come down to decisions, obviously, from the lineup, but on-wave decisions as well. But that approach that we've seen from Grajia, this guy, It's got him in second so far. A late entry. Just kind of wipes the whitewater away. He'll go behind a section. He'll drive. The board's still traveling. He went a long way there, but he went down.
Yeah, it was going to be a tricky barrel to exit. But there is a moment where you watch waves like that and you're thinking, oh, please, there's a chance. But unfortunately, that wave completely closing out on him. Cal needs to be careful in moments like that. He was too close for my liking to Edgard on that one. You could see Edgard, I'm not saying it was Cal's fault that he was caught behind, but he does need to be careful to not get too close considering Cal did have that first priority.
3.5 left now. Grajia from that second place position won't be adding to that points cushion. It's not a big one. It's 6s right now that are being chased. Callum Robson second prio. So let's see if he'll find himself an opportunity. I dare say he will go something with 3 minutes and a little bit of change to go. Jet Schilling's not a million miles back himself. Here's another look at this one. An unusual wave. But it ran and ran. He kept going until the end.
He travelled a lot, and I was just looking at what Jess was saying. It's. I don't think there's much in that, but I mean, it's very clear with priority. For me, it's an important part of the sport because we want our surfers to feel like they're almost free surfing in the lineup. So when you've got priority, you've got right of way, unobstructed right of way. That means your competitors must clear out the way. They mustn't be hanging on the fringes. They mustn't be breaking any sections down. And if that happens, then you are sort of questioning the priority judge. So you've got to be careful with that.
Yeah, I don't think it was close enough to be a priority interference. It just was way too close for me.
You do have to be careful with it, obviously. But, I mean, isn't sort of that what happens in sport anyway, is you get really close to the rules without actually breaking them. See if you can get an advantage. Let's see if Schilling can get an advantage on tricky looking wave, and he just kind of disinterestedly threw away a section as we picked up the end of that ride from Jet. Still some stuff to do, but with 2 minutes, you might get a couple on the head trying to paddle out as well. All right, important wave for Cal Robson. Big clean face first of all. This one's hollow. He waits at the bottom, and then he goes over the back.
That wave had a weird lump through the middle. It's definitely, just when you think it's starting to get a little bit smaller as the tide changed and we saw yesterday afternoon drastically drop, then you see waves like that and you go, is it getting bigger? They are some big oncoming sections.
We think about Callum Robson, we think about the waves that he goes on. He'll never not go on a heavy wave. We think about Portugal, Peniche, that 10-point ride. I mean, that was just crazy. So for him not to hit that section, you know how heavy it is out here today. We saw Winter, Vincent talking about that maneuver that he did for the 933 in the previous heat. I mean, he said that's the biggest section he's ever hit for a maneuver.
Yeah, and that he wouldn't hit it in a free surf. It was just a comp-based scenario.
So it's obviously one thing going on a huge wave, being in a huge tube, but hitting a big maneuver, that's where your body sort of hurts, your knees get hurt, your ankles with those big landings.
Final 50 seconds here. We got some paddling. It's still Connor Schleipen with the lead, also with Prio as well. He'll be enjoying himself. He's still got 4 in his total, so might think about that at some stage, but really all he's got to do, job's relatively clear. He knows where the threats are coming from and who he needs to block, and it will probably just come down on this final 30 seconds to a scant few opportunities. Hang on. Ooh, Cal Robson from deep, from behind Grajia, and it was Grajia with priority, so exactly what you guys signalled and flagged up.
Well, he will get interference.
Yeah, it's come to bear there.
You can't cross, of course. As soon as you cross, there's no way, there's no space for crossing in the interference rule.
Yeah, Cal knows that as well.
But Cal wasn't advancing anyway.
Yeah, why not try and go?
Yeah.
Fade him.
You know, there was a double up, and there was a chance that maybe Edgard doesn't get on it, like he's caught behind. So Cal actually knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, he did, didn't he?
He thought this is the only opportunity.
I'm stoked for Connor Schleipen, though. He was well and truly the underdog. Let's take a look at this again, though. Edgard gets to his feet. So his hands leave the rail. He's up on that wave. Cal then overlaps in front of him. So that, with the second priority being with Edgard and it being the higher one, that is then an interference for Cal. It's not going to matter anyway because he was already in third. It's just going to probably knock him down to 4th, which means points going into those next events are going to be lower than what we would see from Jet Schillings. But Connor Slipen, like I mentioned, that was going to be a hard heat for him to win, where he was well and truly the underdog. Jet Schilling put on a CT performance yesterday with some of those turns. So Connor Slipen, this is that inspiration he's taking from Luke, and he wants to try and recreate that momentum for himself.
And we need it. We haven't had a great day for the South Africans. No. And you talk about the tears. I shed a tear when Luke lost today, the defending champion. That was sad. But Connor is going to do it for the South Africans. There's the interference coming in on the screen from Callan Robson. So he'll go down to 4th. And Jet Schilling just didn't quite reach his strides in this one.
Yeah, it didn't happen for him out there, did it? But an entertaining heat for all sorts of reasons. A great one for the South Africans. They'll be absolutely delighted. And to do it with some really entertaining surfing as well. Well done to Schleipen, Gragia as well. Schilling, Robson are out. We'll see them at the US Open. Time for a quick break here. Great looking matchup. Going to hit the water real soon. Stay tuned.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to the action on the Challenger Series here in Ballito. Up to Heat 12 in the round of 64. Having a look at some CT talent in the form of Mateus Serdi out of Brazil. Jackson Bunch was on the CT last year, wants to get back, taking on Ido Hagag. And also Ben Lawrenson from Australia. I'm Paul Evans, joined by JJ Starling, the big for Emsley. And we're excited, aren't we?
Yeah, very
Say
much
yes.
excited. Yes.
Very?
Very, very excited.
What sort of stuff we expect?
Yes, Paul, we are. We are.
What are we hoping to see here? What are we going to get?
I want to see excellent scores.
All right.
I want to see big completions on those end sections. I felt like we were a little stripped of them in that last heat.
I want to see Dean bring me my coffee.
Paul, what do you want to see?
Do you know what I think we might get? What we might start to see? Just some more kind of elbow out style competition, a little bit of that intensity. We had an interference. It wasn't like a malicious one in that one, but I think maybe in these kind of conditions, these sort of stakes, I think we might see a little bit of that, maybe a little bit of more, some arms being held up, bit of splashing. I'm into it. I like it.
I'm all for it. I love a little bit of healthy competition when the claws do tend to come out a little bit. And Mateus, he's a healthy competitor too.
Oh, beautiful bottom turn to him. Really nice. How's that? Absolute. Wow, this wave is just providing sections for Mateus. Beautiful layback jam as well. Variety, flow, speed, power, drive, spark. Love that.
This is that moment we keep coming back to where the CT surfers are setting the standards. They are setting a new scale, and Mateus, what a wave to identify there, Greg.
He can't hear us there in the water, right?
No.
But he's listening, obviously, because...
Oh, yeah,
how's
correct.
that start? That was amazing. How big was that wave, though? The wave was like 6 feet, and there's a replay. I mean, that wave of Mateus Hurdy, we'll watch that bottom turn and try and figure out how many times overhead it was. We see this one from Bunch. Wow! Hold on to it. Massive finish as well for Jackson. So, whoa, first couple of minutes off the bottom, driving. So solid. Look at this thing standing up. Wow, straight into that lip, and then mixes it up with a bit of a Larry at the end as well. So 2 big hits out the back and the Larry on the inside.
I mean, it's Haleiwa, isn't it? The way that thing was running with power and just flying down the line. Love that energy and flow from him. Let's see where that goes score-wise. Reckon it's going to be really healthy. Love the combo from Jackson Bunch as well.
Yeah, I really loved that wave from Jackson, especially with that second turn. There's those big end section, the big drama of that free fall out of it. I wanted to see in this heat. So Jackson getting that done on the first wave, and that's going to take a lot of pressure off, considering we've seen so many falls on that section. So really nice first connection there. This actually was his last wave, not the one prior. And just, yeah, like I mentioned, the first completion on a ride like that, not only is it going to make you feel good, like, okay, I've got a score on the board, but it's also going to make you realize, okay, I can hit those end sections and get a ride out. So that's going to be a really good confidence builder for Jackson Bunch.
So Mateus Hurdy's going to probably be close on that. I would imagine close on excellent, and I think Jackson Bunch will be maybe a point under that. It's going to be a very big opening scores.
Wow.
Oh, wow. One massive maneuver.
Hurdy again throwing a hammer, so not hanging around at all. He's had a blistering start to this heat. Someone that surfed well throughout in the last heat, and he kept the South African fans happy. Connor Schleipen standing by for a chat.
Connor, wow. Big counting result now in Ballito for you. You said it's only the second Challenger Series heat you've ever made it out of.
Yeah, flip. I can't even explain how stoked I am. I mean, I finished first on the Africa region, which put me into round 2 as the highest seed. So to make this heat is huge for me into the third round. So yeah, I'm so stoked.
And tell us, conditions looking quite tricky out there. We got that little bit of an onshore ruffle on it, but how did the heat play out, and how tricky is it truly out there?
Yeah, there's a lot of water moving. Hey, it's rippy, it's heavy, but I don't know, it feels a little bit like home for me. I live at a beach break, a heavy beach break, so I got lucky on that one wave. I did a turn and then found the tubes. I was psyching.
So in the bigger picture now, you are the only South African left in the draw, and that must feel incredible. Your support crew includes the likes of Daniel Emsey and Luke Thompson. How does that play in your head now, and now that the flag is on your shoulders for the rest of the event?
Yeah, I mean, Luke and Dan are just huge inspirations to me. Luke's like my other brother. I was there for him when he won this event, and I've been with him through it all, so he's like a brother, and I'm so stoked that they're down here supporting me, and I'm going to give them my best shot.
So stoked, and the country is behind you. We're so stoked you got through. All the best. Rest up today. We'll see you in the next round. Back to you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mike. A brilliant start to this heat. We wait for judges to throw numbers, but it's been electric so far. A really, really well surf wave, a piece for Hurdy and Bunch, and then another really impressive maneuver from Mateus. So let's see where this goes numbers-wise. It's going to be a little bit of an uphill battle for the likes of Hagag and Lawrenson. Let's see how they go. Number in for Jackson Bunch is healthy, 7.33. Think about his qualifying run a couple of years ago. He surfed brilliantly out here. He was able to go to the air as well. A couple of these left, but also the backhand on the right. It was an absolute weapon for him. With those combos, it's a formula that works well. He's sticking to it thus far. Mateus, where's he going to go? But based on that 7, think of the quality of the surfing we saw in his first wave. I mean, it's going to be excellent, right?
Yeah, you'd have to believe so. It's going to be, a point better than Jackson Bunch's wave. It had an extra turn. It was bigger. He gave us variety on that wave too. That board also has a really healthy balance between hold and release. You can see on turns that he needed it to really stay tight in the pocket and not fling out or drift the fins, it did. But when he started to push on that tail a little bit harder, it also was free to release the fins. So great looking equipment under Matthias Hurdy's feet. And Jackson Bunch with the 7.33. I love that score for him too.
What have you made of Matthias on the CT so far this year?
Matthias has had moments. He has. One of them in particular being at Snapper Rocks. And a heat that really stands out is one against Jake Marshall, where you've started to believe that Matthias was hitting his potential, because it seemed that there was maybe a few demons in his head, some confidence demons that maybe he didn't belong there. And so he has everything he needs to be a consistent championship tour surfer, but I would say his biggest hindrance is probably his headspace.
All right, Lawrenson, big crack from him. Real nice, recovers it cool, but then the wave runs away. So it could start an entry into that wave. And then after that, not much more on offer. Ido just gets it a little wrong. Catches the outside rail and goes down. Or just wash that off and get back into the line. It's a scoring for Matthias, a 7 for his opening ride. So judges actually preferred the combo from Bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I preferred Matthias' one, but I've got a feeling the second score from Matthias is going to go somewhere special. And hopefully we can pull that replay up, and I wouldn't mind seeing that properly, because I think that single maneuver is like really big. It could be that one big single maneuver that goes really high.
He's not hanging around here. He'll flare up and he'll punt, just wafts that tail. And then back into it, just slicing up the pocket for a finish. So he's just been relentless right here. You can see him looking around, scanning, covering everything. He's done quite a lot of surfing already. Think about the maneuvers that he's thrown down already in this heat. He's ticking off the repertoire. And he's on here very much so. 19 on the clock. Still waiting for some numbers for the judges. His second wave will be a significant one. And we'll see also where he goes with that. But out the back, meanwhile, bit of a swing. This looks like Jackson Bunch from deep. Is he a little too deep? Well, he'll be able to tag that first section. But just from where he was, it was always going to be a struggle to get around.
Yeah, he looked really deep from the takeoff when we checked out that drone angle shot.
All right, here goes Ido. He's got some power. I mean, he's got a thick neck and a really strong torso, and he translates that into his surfing with ultra-aggressive power maneuvers, but he hasn't really been able to unleash at all so far in this heat. That'll feel a little better. A couple of sections, a combo of turns, a bit of flow. He needs to build from there. Yeah,
definitely wasn't a completion for Ido as well, so he would definitely want to try and regroup. He did all the hard work. You can see right at that last minute, put his weight on that back foot, and that shift too much energy back, which hindered the complete ride out there. But like you mentioned, he seems like a strong guy, so he can really handle some of these solid looking sections out here. Matthias Hurdy's last score, it did come in, and if you think about it, Matthias has given us more variety in the last 10 minutes than probably what we saw in that entire last heat. So Matthias really showing his full bag of tricks.
Yeah, the previous ride, that one huge turn that we saw just before the break, 5.93, I was sold on that maneuver. I thought it was so much risk involved. He laid into that turn, and I just thought it was extremely dynamic. So we've still got a score to come for Matthias, and this is Ido, just with a big hit there. Not quite holding on to that maneuver, as you mentioned. Paul, strong surfer. He's got a strong power base. So
over here training with Kingy, working with Andy King. He's got a ton of experience. Most famously, masterminded Medina's last world title a couple of years ago now on the Championship Tour. But Kingy over here working with a bunch of surfers. One of them is Ido Hagag. Let's see how we can use some of those strategic insights from him to see if he can advance out of a tough heat. Right now, Jackson Bunch, he has the high score with the 7.33. He doesn't have a lot in terms of a wave there, so just swings for a kick out, but 5.43 on previous to last for him, so building a bit of a platform. He's just coming in behind Matthias Hurdy. It's real close between those two at the moment. We'll get a number to come in for Matthias as well, and it's an improvement. So a 6.4 for him. So we're all caught up with numbers there. Decent total from him, 13.4. We were thinking perhaps that might go further, but that's the numbers he's been rewarded at the moment. 16 on the clock. What an entertaining heat.
Yeah, this has been great. What a start for Mateus. There's that confidence that you can see he's been trying to find on that championship tour, but it can really be overwhelming. It's a new stage, and sometimes that stage can feel really big, but you can see when he's now on this Challenger Series stage, he's owning it. He's got the attention of the audience, and I'm very excited to see what this next part of the heat does for Mateus, because the scores with a 7 and a 6-4 are great, but you can see he really wants to be that surfer who has that excellent lineup.
All right, so it did look like surfer in green had the higher priority on that one. So Mateus Hurdy having to just give way. You saw green on the outside of that wave. Anyway, not too much scoring potential on that one either way.
A little over 15 on the clock here. It is Hurdy and Bunch at the moment, the 1-2. Here goes Ido Hagag driving down the line. And he'll go and just about gather that. He'll just about pull it down and still stick in, try and get the double up here. Hagag onto an inside, just kind of forces the issue and gets the closeout turn, which will feel nice for him as well. He'll be stoked just to be getting involved here. While we wait for that number to drop in, time for a quick break. More live action from the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, right after this.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Beautiful part of the coast, Ballito. Looking great from above once again. We'll fly by from north to south and check out Willard Beach into Bathers, Bogs. After that as well, a bunch of surfing opportunities up and down, particularly on these punchier swells. Really beautiful place to cruise. You can see the boardwalk which runs along the path there. Run Club convened at 5:30 this morning. JJ and Bigfoot did their best to keep up with me, and they failed because I smoked them again.
I do remember getting to the finish line first. Greg, do you remember that I got there first?
Paul, to be honest, you slipped up at the end there, mate.
Yeah.
Mateus Hurdy going big. Alley-oop from him. He'll stop that. He'll almost fall off the tail, but he'll hang on. He'll go floppy. Hurdy has been so entertaining so far. What more can he do out here? We've seen it pretty much every maneuver in the repertoire from him. He has been brilliant so far. That's why he's leading this heat. I just love these conditions. They're offering everything. I think we're expecting like a switch to hit, a bit like yesterday. It went from like A to B very quickly. Today, it's not really done that. It's kind of stuck around and doing something different, and it's just so shreddable. What have we got here?
Yeah, Benny Lorenzen just unfortunately on his heels too much there. He's got so much potential. His backhand is ridiculously strong. And then Ido was nice. I like that full rotation there. And then how's this bonus little end section here? He comes up, tags it. So that's definitely going to be his best, but potentially maybe safety surfing that end section just a little bit too much. And then Ben he got another crack, but you can see frustration really starting to build. And Greg, this alley-oop was next level.
Yeah, let's have a look at this. Sets up, keeps that board speed up, and drifts. And the landing a little touch untidy. Let's just break it down a bit, but really insane. It's, I mean, he's asking all the questions of the judges. Oh my word, going for the full backflip on that one. That's, yeah, he's literally saying to the judges, what do you want? I'll give it to you. Give me the score.
Yeah, I feel like he wants to be the guy that has excellent scores in his lineup. He wants to really stamp his authority as a CT surfer and be a really convincing competitor here to let everyone know that he means business. He's not coming here to muck around. He wants the result just to make sure he's keeping that spot on the championship tour. That alley-oop, I've been wrong on scores today, and I'm happy to be wrong time and time again, but I liked that a lot more than the 6-4. So I see that going at least a point and a half above.
Let's see this. Hopefully it can be slowed down ever so slightly as we approach. Keeps that board mid-face for the speed, and there it is, the slow down. I mean, that is pretty epic. Yes, a little bit uncontrolled on the landing, but I don't know if that's going to affect the score because it was so high, so perfect, and yeah, it was just so quick. And straight using that wind, it was fantastic.
Like I mentioned earlier, he's given us more variety in this heat alone than what we saw in that last one. So Mateus is really throwing out every stop right now.
Hagag just throws one up, tosses it into the breeze, but he put it down as well, and he's struggled a bit out here. He has not found connections at all. His previous wave, his high score of 417, he's going to need plenty more than that. Number in for Hurdy, 663 for him, a marginal improvement. That's the return from our judging panel, who aren't overly seduced with what they're seeing from Mateus today.
I think that wave, though, they would have punished him for
on the landing.
On the landing, I think that's where. I mean, the rest of it was flawless. It was fantastic.
Yeah,
but say we hit the siren now and we leave the booth and we go home, and that's the end of the contest. Please make a highlights package for us for the 2 days that we've seen. We think about Joel's air. We think about Sierra Kerr's huge turns yesterday. We think about Vitor Ferreira with those big hits. We think about Winter Vincent with the biggest turn he's ever done. We think about what Mateus has brought to this one, and Jackson Punch. We could have the hugest highlight package already from a day and a half of surfing.
Combos there from Hurdy all the way to the inside, just kind of belting that thing. So he's showing us all sorts. Progression, he's going rogue. He's also going kind of business and just sort of sticking to some traditional kind of stock surfing. There's so many ways to get a score out here. He's trying all of them. Here's a look at Ido.
Yeah, Ido he's connecting the dots. He's lacking maybe that extra spark. He definitely went for it on that second section there. Unfortunately, you can see that board just not rotating the whole way back around. And then this is that traditional approach that we're seeing from Mateus. Sick end turn. That was cool just to see the amount of airtime he had under his board as he was coming off the lip line. So Mateus is staying busy. He really is trying to push that distance between him and second even further. And considering Jackson Bunch only needs a 6-3, Jackson's that type of surfer who can get a 6-3 in one turn because his backhand is so good. So Jackson also has an air game as well. It's just that we haven't seen too many lefts come into play.
Gone really quiet though, Jackson Punch, hasn't he, for a while? Where's he been?
Good question. Not sure. I can't even see him on this drone, so I'd assume that he's well up, potentially towards the rocks, which has been a real traditional peak over the last couple of days. Yes, just where the Red Bull buoy is. We've seen a lot of surfers position themselves up there. Ben Lorenston. So our two goofy footers are trying to find these waves that are going to allow them to go big, because that traditional goofy foot surfing has really been paying off for people this event.
Well, right on cue, using Prio. Good looking opening section for Jackson Bunch. Nice vertical hit from him, and I'll just bank one off the top. Just got a touch caught by a chop there, but he did really well not to lose too much speed, and that's a great slice. Just came into that lip with all of that speed and was able to use the rail, fins and tail and just make a plume of spray out the back of the wave. Looked really cool.
Yeah, solid from Jackson. As we continue with live action. Oh, that was a bit awkward from Ben. But I think that wave from Jackson, those turns are so vertical, I think that's going to put him into the lead, which is quite interesting because Matthias Hurdy has got 5 scores on the board that would have him comfortably getting through this heat. Any of those of his top 5 scores would. That's how productive he has been in this heat. And here is the replay from Ado. Wow, big whack off the top there. Just not gripping the fins on that second bottom turn. So you can see he's got the power he's wanting to push. And then this is that last one from Jackson Bunch. So sets up, watch out, vertical in the lip. Super critical on that maneuver. And this is Ben on that awkward turn. Hits it up, just loses his board. So Ben just not finding any connection with a bit of open face. So Matthias Hurdy is in the lead, but that last score from Jackson Bunch, I think, could change that leading situation.
5 minutes on the clock here. Really entertaining heat. I've loved the way Matthias Hurdy has gone about his business out here. I just wonder now, we kind of speculated on the strategy, wanted to be dominant. I just wonder whether maybe just dial things back a bit. There's a huge gap between him and the surfers chasing him down. Well, it's a combo for Benny Lawrenson. Ido Hagag is looking for a 9-5, essentially. Jackson Bunch will go to the lead, 6-7 for him for his last wave, which puts him now back into first. So after wondering where is he and why hasn't he been surfing, it's because he's making excellent choices and went for the right wave and absolutely vindicated, back to first.
Yeah, the judges loving that end section, especially with the goofy footers. They can get really vertical and it is paying off for them. And if it's working...
Does he surf better than Matthias Hurdy for you guys out here so far?
It's so different because one's traditional, one's really progressive. So it really is, what do you fancy?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, sorry. Well, if I want to answer the question, I do enjoy both. It's really hard. Jackson Bunch, I love a solid backhand Rio. So Jackson, I've really enjoyed, but Matthias has been more entertaining for me. He's had more risk in his surfing with some of those airs. So I've really enjoyed what Matthias has been doing this heat.
Yeah, technically Matthias has been flawless. He's given us absolutely everything.
What a showman.
Yeah, and Jackson's just, maybe we've got to argue that he's probably got the most vertical and quickest turns we've seen
absolutely.
on the backhand in the competition so far. And he's getting rewarded, rightfully so. He has the lead.
Ooh. Nice big hit.
Yeah, Ben suddenly had a couple of connections on his last wave or two.
I'm telling you, Ben Lorenson's backhand is incredible. So you can see he's just been struggling to find that particular wave that is going to really let him showcase that and mistiming a couple of sections too. But he is a surfer who, when he does connect, he is in the fight. It's just unfortunately wave selection has been letting him down right now. And those surfers who have had experience here and surfed this wave multiple times, we can't forget this is Ben's first ever official Challenger Series as a qualifier from the Australia region. But those surfers who have done the reps out here know how it works. It is really showing in the scoreline right now.
Well, he's at combo right now. He's looking at a 9.33 to move up. Ido Hagag, 9.46. That's the order of business for them. They need to go huge. 2.5 on the clock here. That's what the score sheet looks like. You can see Matthias Hurdy's got a lot of pretty healthy numbers, but actually the top two go to Jackson Bunch in terms of his overall total. Is about 0.5 point in it at the moment. Jackson Bunch showing his pedigree. Another surfer who got on the CT, that was last year. Unfortunately fell foul of the cut, was unable to stick around him. You're thinking unfinished business from him. I just think he's really well-rounded. It'll be a great addition to that tour, but he's got to get back there. Lawrenson going down, just getting the weight shifts a little wrong with an entry into that one. Under that 2-minute mark right now.
And if this was turned around and these were lefts, it would probably be the other way around. Oh, whoa.
Wow.
Matthias just going, you think about the airs that Jackson would maybe be doing on his forehand, and we've seen it here in Ballito when those lefts start working as well. So dynamic. So both these guys in first and second, Jackson and Matthias Hurdy, are so progressive with their surfing. It's just on another level, right?
Matthias so fired up for this heat. I mean, he looks so up for it. Just maybe might want to consider just kind of putting the lid on that, bringing it back. He's going to need lots more where that came from for later rounds because competition is going to be so hard to make it through heats. Here goes Lawrenson. Just kind of slicing away, going through the motions a little bit here. I think he knows his races run, really, ultimately. Sometimes you got to put this one down to experience and think, okay, this is a learning curve. It's kind of a steep one as well. As you mentioned, JJ, real powerful surfer, but he's just come up against two surfers that have just been better in all sorts of ways. They've picked better ways. They've just been on fire.
Yeah, Benny as well. This is going to sound ridiculous. He surfs really good when the waves are good. Some competitors find that quite daunting because it's more room to see error and mistake. But when it's good, that's really when Ben levels up and finds his strides. But when you come up against Jackson Bunch, who's surfing like that, it does make it feel like it's an impossible task.
Yeah, really, really nice. Love the precision from him. He's got those really thin boards. Sometimes in thicker water with thicker lips, that looks great. He can just kind of slice through before he belts it into the lip. But just loving that technique from him, cat-like.
Yeah, he's had a bunch of those good backhand vertical
Greg
turns.
Emsley.
Wow. What dad jokes, isn't it? It's that time of day, just before lunchtime. Out they come.
Well, he has. But that was fantastic. Jackson Bunch with that win. He's still got a score to come. Matthias Hurdy putting on a display of progressive surfing. And that was sitting back and watching a surf movie, really.
Yeah, really entertaining. Let's get another look at this and admire this backhand attack.
Yeah, this was great, especially this second turn. Just timing that so perfectly. That tail completely out behind the wave too. So extra points for the technique and the risk in that second turn. And I'm excited for him for the rest of this comp because we are seeing the conditions slightly build. Tomorrow is supposed to be bigger again, and we know he thrives in the big stuff. So Jackson Bunch could be a mega threat for a win here.
A brilliant heat, really entertaining. Love the way that both Bunch and Hurdy went about that. They'll be advancing through to the next round. We'll keep rolling. Got another great looking matchup hitting the water real soon. Giggs and Kai back into the studio for the call. Stay tuned.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. Beautiful KwaZulu-Natal here on the east coast of South Africa. And so much surfing action to unpack here on the second day of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. Sights and sounds of the beautiful Willard Beach. And of course, all that it takes to make the opening stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series a reality. It's already July, we're halfway through the year, and it's the start of thinking about things for 2027, and it starts here for a lot of surfers who are wanting to get to the top level of the sport. Of course, the Championship Tour of 2027. The discussion starts right here with the Challenger Series. Gigsley is alongside Kai Linder. Good afternoon, Kai. It's lunchtime in the area. There's lots of great things in and around the site. How are you enjoying it?
Loving it. Warm weather, beautiful people everywhere, great food, and of course, great surfing. I mean, look at that last heat. 2 of the CT guys just going absolutely ham. Matthias Hurdy, wow, he just came out guns flaring. I think in the discussion before the heat, he was like, you say it's onshore. Well, here we go.
Well, of course, the playing field here in overhead surf in Ballito, as you see the names like Eli Hanneman, and of course, Wesley Dantas is in there as well. Let's have a look at what happened during the break as we get things underway here for an exciting heat number 13.
Well, Eli with just like a little lazy frontside air there. Well, that was still Matthias on his way in, so there you go, just continuing the trend of the heat. Nice big hack in the corner there for Wesley Dantas, and of course he's a big unit, this boy, not shy of throwing the board around and managing to hold on for that last turn as well. Then we went into Dane Henry yesterday, one of the standouts for us, Gigs, and continuing the trend. Nice little power hack, had to readjust the feet there, so you can see conditions a little bit tricky. It's not perfect out there, but certainly looking at that last heat, there is plenty of scoring potential out there.
There is, and there's firepower in the lineup as well. Championship Tour surfer Eli Hanneman is here in the Challenger Series. He's going to use this first opportunity. Of course, 5 big stops on the calendar this year. This is the first one here at Ballito. And then young surfers like World Junior Champion Dane Henry in and amongst it, trying to fast-track his way to Championship Tour status. So much to talk about, and this young Australian has been turning a lot of heads here in Ballito.
Yeah, like I said, yesterday really was one of the standouts. Here you see him going to the air. Oh, that was brutal. But showing the intent, it's time to go to the air. There's that little tuft of onshore on it. It's not strong. You can see the water's still nice and clean, a little bit of a glass on it. But that little tuft of onshore is there, and with these big lip lines, you're going to see the surfers starting to go to the air. And I think the criteria is going to have to shift a little bit over the next few heats to allow for that.
Well, we saw Matthias Hurdy, as you mentioned, Kai, going to the air. Jackson Bunch, just a narrow win over him in that previous heat. And we'll see how that energy spills over into the next heat on the template. It's the round of 64 4-man heats with 2 advancing each time. And that name Dantas, the surfing family out of Ubatuba in Brazil. Of course, Wesley, brother of Wiggly. Both of them no strangers to competition, and at 28 years of age, Wesley Dantas just having some inspiration in his later years to have a run. Meanwhile, Hirota O'Hara also is now an older competitor, 29 years of age already. Can you believe it? Think back to all those smiles. Whenever I see Hirota O'Hara's name, the first thing you think about was that massive win as a young teenager over in Huntington Beach all those years ago.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago too, but he's a very good surfer. We're talking about, some surfers having just that cleanliness to their surfing. He's one of those guys who's going to put his hand up.
Yeah, absolutely. Love his style, that low-down approach of his. What are we making of this?
He was looking so good coming off the bottom. Unfortunately, the wave kind of creased as he went up into the lip, so it kind of threw him off. So it's going to be a little reset for him. And at the moment, it's that first opening right from Wesley Dantas that's setting the trend with a 5.0. Also a couple of little wobbles and bumps on that one, but he managed to get a couple of good turns down the line. And that's going to be the top score of the heat so far.
Let's just follow Eli Hanneman here as he approaches an inside track. Lovely over the thing, or sits down for that. So judges will just have to rub that score down a little bit. And as they ponder that, let's go down and hear from fellow Hawaiian Jackson Bunch, who took a heat win in that previous heat.
Thank you, Giggs. Jackson, that was a great heat to watch from the beach. I feel like you and Mateo for the first 15 minutes had pretty much comboed everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tricky out there. It's moving everywhere, and I was lucky enough to just get into that first 7.33 and then kind of just try to stay busy and back it up as quick as I can, you know, like anything can happen. You can catch one at the top and then finish your ride and paddle straight back out and you're in another wave. So just wanted to try and get that back up as quick as I can and then waited for a bit better of a wave.
Nice. I definitely agree anything can happen at Willard Beach. I've been wanting to ask this question. I haven't been able to ask anyone. What boards are you riding with? You know, I feel like every heat, there's a heat on, there's a heat off, there's still swell, there's slower heat.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just riding my normal short board. This is my Magic board that I've had for quite a while. I rode this board in Newcastle for that last event of the year, last year, and then I rode it in Tahiti in the QS down there, and I haven't ridden it, literally put it in the water till this morning. I caught like 2 waves this morning, and it's just one of those boards that you know it's magic, so just try not to break it, and yeah, just keep it on ice for these events.
Nice. Well, I know you did a bit of your own homemade fixed job there, but good luck for the next round, and thanks for chatting to us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, great to hear from Jackson Bunch, who's on his way to the round of 32 here. Of course, saw him at the championship tour level a season or 2 back. I loved the precision of his surfing, particularly in that stop in Abu Dhabi. Went very far in the draw there, and really his surfing is just absolutely pinpoint. Perfect by theory, perfect by practice. And perhaps Jackson Bunch is on his way back to the championship tour in 2027.
Well, you've got to know how intense and serious Challenger Series surfing is, especially for those guys dropping down from the CT when they're pulling the Magic board out for their first heat of the event.
Yep, and of course I love that topic of a Magic board. And again, this is just a look back at Hirota O'Hara, Kai, who had really not stretching much out of the judges' scorecard for that.
No, that wasn't much in that one. But here was Eli's first wave. Came around the section, nice little vertical climb. And then around the corner, hit it really well. Went to the goat boat just for a couple of seconds, but managing to ride out of it. Got the 267, just really because of the landing there. And then this was Wesley. First turn, wasn't much in it. He had to start getting that big frame down the line and goes for the aerial. So, wow, that was... I wouldn't say it was the cleanest air of the bunch, but he definitely got some rotation out on that thing.
Well, Wiggly Dantas into the early lead, care of that 5-point ride. Judges thinking of another score for him as we move along in the round of 64 here. Local time just after 12:30. Talking to the conditions on hand here. Still lots of solid overhead waves there. You see that fairly tight swell period moving onto the sandbars here. And we are more than halfway through the tide fill here, Kai. And that wind, as you mentioned, there is a little ruffle to it still, but it is kind of settled down a little bit over the last 2 hours.
Yeah, it's not too bad right now. And like I said, if you look at it on the screen, it looks almost glassy still. But in reality, when you're out there on the beach and having a look, it does have a bit of a ruffle on it. But it's not blowing. It's really, really light. And what that's going to mean is to give these guys a nice lip line to actually attack. As you see Dane, wow, that was aggressive. And then just comes around the corner for the float as well. Great 2-turn combo. So going to be excited to see what comes in for that one.
Well, judges will ponder, and that was the right approach. Meanwhile, look at the size of this wave here. Just free floats down into a heavy section. Does Wesley Dantas, who prior to this that we've just watched unfold, found another 5-point ride in the lineup, a 5-2-3 this time. We'll hang the question and discussion on, does Wesley Dantas' single turn now improve on one of his already 2 counting rides? He's into the early lead here. And waiting for that number from Dane Henry, which is fairly obvious to say it's the best wave of the heat thus far.
Yeah, it looked really good. Big paddle in now, too.
Well, back at it. Live action. Dane Henry, the World Junior Champion out of the Gold Coast of Australia. So much in discussion and so much with anticipation. Many speculating it's really just a formality for Dane Henry to work through the Challenger Series. We'll see how right people's predictions are. We've seen a lot of rising stars at junior career time step to the big leagues and sometimes hit a few misses, so to speak, on their way to the top of the sport. Meanwhile, Hirota O'Hara back at it. He'll just jam into that, get stuck with it, and it'll be a throwaway for his third ride. Just see again, just talking to the conditions on hand here, Kai. Lots of energy still, lots unfolding, and lots of waves in the lineup as well.
Yeah, lots of waves. You're seeing a high wave count already, especially from Dane. He's looking at everything. But 557 for those turns. Still waiting on the score for the air, so we'll have to see where that comes in.
Well, 557. Yes, you're right. The turn's got the 557, and then the air still waiting for a score. 100% right there, Kai. And clock moving along quickly here as well. 16.5 now on the clock. Judges will get the numbers in for Dane Henry and into the lead now as we start moving towards the halfway mark.
Yeah, 633 for that air. It was quite a critical section and showing a lot of commitment going for it. So getting rewarded with 633, goes into the lead. Wesley in second now. Let's watch this left, the big man. Got quite a casual style, kind of belies the intensity of the maneuvers, but he's also a big solid unit, so he's not scared to go for the lip line. And here we go with Dane's air. Late to the air, so he did really well to punch the board through the lip there and get it around. And then this was Hiroto, but unfortunately, I mean, I would have loved to have seen that turn ridden out, but he just doesn't seem to quite be feeling his rhythm.
All right, so the heat's starting to take some shape here as we move towards the halfway mark in it. Where is Eli Hanneman, Championship Tour Surfer of 2026? Blazed this Challenger Series last year, a fifth in Ballito this time last year with that quarterfinal loss to Luke Thompson, eventual winner, but a third in Ericeira, second in Brazil, a fourth at Pipe. Remember the Challenger Series included a stop at Pipeline last year, and that easily saw Eli Hanneman back to Championship Tour qualification. Right now on the CT though, a new adjusted format for the year, and he's sitting at 29th on the Championship Tour, and we'll ask the questions, does Eli Hanneman bring a comeback story here at the Challenger Series? We'll take a quick break and we'll continue with the show.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, and what about a beautiful location for the opening stop? This is the KwaZulu-Natal region, the Ballito Pro unfolding. Just the wonderful coastline here, the clear tropical water, beaches packed with surf fans, the warm subtropical feeling. It is the Southern Hemisphere's winter, but it's summer all year round here in beautiful Ballito. Gigs and Kai along for the call. A place you call home these days, Kylander?
Yeah, it's a pretty heavenly place, the North Coast, kind of like the North Shore. It's just tropical, warm water, the ocean's alive, big game fishing, and of course really good waves. A lot of power in the waves too though, Gigs. I can tell you, if you look at that shot and all those lineups, not many channels on offer. You've got to paddle for your wave here.
Well, that's what this man Dantes would have done as we pull back the tapes. Getting stuck on that one, but just talking to the region and, of course, your home these days, of course, that new Club Med, just a few kilometers up the coast here, just adds further to the tourist experience for the KwaZulu-Natal region.
Yeah, a lot of tourism investment happening in the area. You know, you've just got the new Ernie Els golf course opening up right here in Ballito as well. A couple of big developments happening. You're seeing sort of the urban area grow north towards Tinley Manor and even further to Blythedale and Zinkwazi. In a lot of those KwaZulu ads, you see that beautiful area shot of the lagoon in Zinkwazi. It's also a beautiful place to go hang out and enjoy the coast.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a rich coastline, so much on offer. Just everything from angling to surfing to everything around it. Of course, great diving in the area, the visibility of the Indian Ocean here, of course, being fed by that warm Mozambique current. And certainly the world's best surfers are lapping it up, including this man, Dane Henry, who's going to loft that one, and he does that beautifully at the 11-minute mark, slams into it as he makes a strong statement. Well, shoots the arrow, and let's see if somebody who loves this game is Eli Hanneman, and he'll get stuck for the second time, uncharacteristic from our championship tour surfer. Of course, Hanneman out of the Hawaiian Islands. Where is he in this showdown for the first Challenger Series? Just not typical Eli Hanneman here as we move down to 10.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, not typical Eli, but my goodness, that's typical Dane Henry. That air was just ridiculous and then went into that big layback hammer. It's going to have to be a massive score for him. And let's watch the replay here. So it took off, you could just see the intent. Bang, straight out with the grab, almost full rotation, and then just annihilates the oncoming section. That was one of the best waves of the day for sure. And then Eli looking to do the same. He was looking really good into the turn, and just looks like the fin bogged there and the rail turned, and he might have had a little squeak after that.
Yeah, a little bit of back foot trouble there. We saw it on a landing earlier as well. So something just a little off for Eli Hanneman here, but Dane Henry, I was starting to think about Winter Vincent, who posted a 9.33 earlier. Let's see how Eli Hanneman brings himself into the story. It's a 9.5-minute heat for him. Zaps the top corner, lots of board speed. And you know he's able to go above the lip. He just sees that inside section tapering off, and back to the lineup he'll go. He'll want to get some momentum of his own here for this first Challenger Series stop. But back to the discussion of Dane Henry and where it goes on the scoreline. Kai next to me here is leaning forward, staring at our screen here that gives us what you eventually see top left of screen there for all the numbers. He's looking for any indication of where this Dane Henry score is going to go. Meanwhile, we'll say this, all four surfers are waiting now for scores as we go under the 9-minute mark. Priority back with Dane Henry, everybody else making their way back out into the lineup. And as we wait for those scores, we just sort of reflect on the action as we peel back the tapes.
Well, Hiroto here, beautiful carve. That's the guy we know. Just getting caught again. He seems to be a little bit out of sorts today, and you know, everyone has those days. Then the big boy takes off. He's going to go to the air. Oh,
wow.
He just, that's brute force right there. He literally just bruted his way out of that landing. So everyone going to the air now. But I look back at the 9.33 for Winter, and we were in the booth gigs. It was outrageous. But if I just look at the totality of that wave from Dane Henry, getting critical with a big rear air and then the brutality of the turn, I've got to feel like that was maybe the wave of the day so far.
Well, great entertainment value here in the Challenger Series, the first stop of the schedule this year. We're just in the round of 64 as we start working our way through second day of competition, and it's coming at us. Surf fans, I trust, are lapping this all up around the world, waiting for scores for all four, and lots of speculation as to where that number is going to go. Judges are peppering it in. You see 5 judges on duty. highest and lowest opinions will be removed, and the remaining 3 get divided by 3 for the average of a 9.43. So it goes just a smidgen above Winter Vincent's number. Let's have a look at this one again, Kai.
Just look at the loft he gets, tail high, got the grab in as well, and just maybe like landed a little bit onto the white water on top of the lip. But I mean, I'm not going to deduct anything away from that. And then the turn was just vicious. So fantastic surfing.
Well, live action here from Eli Hanneman, and he'll just bounce off there. No completion again. It's now a 6.5-minute heat for Eli. We know what he's capable of. Seen him in the championship tour jersey. Just such a talent, and an even better version of a few years back when he qualified for the first time. More mature now in stature is Hanneman, already 25 years of age. And a little look into the athlete area behind the infrastructure. This young man, also the Hawaiian, Levi Slauson, on his way to do battle in another loaded heat as we start looking down the contest draw to an upcoming heat 14.
Yeah. In the meantime, the big guy is just quietly going about his business. 7.93 drops in for Wesley Dantas, backs up with the 5.23 earlier in the heat. So he's sitting comfortably in second place now. And Eli and Hirota are actually comboed for second place.
Wow. Heat is torn in half here as we go under the 6-minute mark. Henry and Dantes putting big requirements now on our respective 2 surfers, Hanneman and O'Hara. And both Hanneman and O'Hara are just top performers in their leagues. And certainly right now, both of them just letting a lot of scores go adrift. Let's have a look at that 7.93. So tail high, layback approach to recovery. But, Kai, impressive nonetheless, and a huge chuckle. I love that grin on the face of Wesley Dantes. No claim from him, just a big Cheshire cat.
I think about halfway through that he was like, oh, I'm probably not going to make this, and then was able to muscle his way out of the sort of layback. So he was having a chuckle.
Ballito shoved him back up to his feet, so to speak. Oh, love it. 5 minutes to go, and that is the shape of the heat here with Henry and Dantes out front. And certainly perhaps a little more to come. Start looking at the backup scores for discussion of Dane Henry, the heat leader. 6.33 can be replaced, so can the 5.23 of Wesley in that second place position. So super fun. Can any of the third and fourth place surfers unlock a combination here, Kai, with 4.5 now on the clock?
Well, Hirota's managed to squeak out a 4.7, so that gets him out of the combo at least, but he's going to need a pretty hefty 8.46 to knock on the door of Wesley Dantas. But he's capable. I mean, we've seen Hirota drop some big scores in this event before. He's had some good runs here in Ballito in years past. So we're just going to have to see what happens. But 4 minutes, clock's ticking away now. It's putting the pressure on Eli and Hirota. And if I've seen one sort of pattern today in all the heats from this morning, is that those surfers that are really struggling to find scores before the halfway mark sort of continue on that trend.
Wow, Hanneman looking at every opportunity here. Big meaty section, he left-hander, and he'll just let that go, and he'll probably just want to at this stage just forget about the heat. Meanwhile, into picture comes Wesley Dantes, of course, brother of Wiggly. We remember about 10, 11 years back, just over 2015, 2016, around that era, as John was heading towards his first world title. Wiggly Dantes was part of it, getting some great results. Locations like Fiji come to mind, and both Dantes is always with strong showings on the North Shore of Hawaii.
Yeah, but like I said, they're big boys. They could have played rugby for Brazil. They're that big and stocky and strong, always big power-based surfing. And I mean, Wesley's had a really good run for many years here in Ballito. It must be one of his favorite stops.
Absolutely. Qualifying vying the South American Regional Qualifying Series. He's having a late run with his contest convictions. See a little chat unfolding. Isabella Nichols in the foreground here, just focusing in on the conditions on hand, watching how the water's moving with the incoming tide. As we hit the almost 1 o'clock mark here, we're moving very close now. Next 2 hours will see us reach the top of the tide, and certainly some chunky waves in the lineup here. The tide, as I say, hasn't really dampened anything. We're getting some of the biggest numbers as we move towards that higher tide.
Well, I think that combined with that like little light onshore flows sort of opened up the game for the airs. I think this morning, you know, we saw 1 or 2 guys go to the air, but the landings were so heavy. I mean, almost going below sea level on the sandbanks. So a bit more water, making those landings maybe just a little bit more manageable.
Watching the lineup here for any movement. This is Wesley Dantes, who just blocked Eli Hanneman off that. So surfer in second. You see Hanneman just with a little bit of disgust looking over his left shoulder. He's now raking this lineup, looking for any opportunity. It is a combination that is required for him to get out of those bottom rungs of the ladder, so to speak. Already on 90 seconds. And a frustrating visit to Ballito for Eli Hanneman. We spoke of his blitz through the Challenger Series last year. Of course, making that final in Brazil against Samuel Pupo for great results, a 4th at pipe in that 4-man Challenger Series that Caleb Robson got the win on. And Hanneman's just going to freewheel this one in. He will just want to show everybody what he's capable of. It's not that, it's a lot more in his wheelhouse, and it's just been one of those heats for him as we go under 1 minute to go. It's been a similar story for Hiroto Ahara, who has unlocked the combination. And meanwhile, somewhere in there, Wesley Dantes was traveling behind the curtain, but quietly sitting with the priority and just letting this one steer to the finish line now is the Australian Dane Henry, a massive 9.43 in the scoreline, a huge talking point when we get to the highlights at the end of the day.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, for guys like Eli and Hiroto, yeah, it's brutal. You come all this way to South Africa and you're knocked out in your first heat. But the good news is within a 2-hour drive, a 2-hour flight, you're at some pretty heavenly point breaks. Life is well priced for those coming from over the ocean to South Africa. And I'm sure they'll just stick around and have a good time.
Well, everyone is enjoying the sights and sounds and the colourful feeling of the Rainbow Nation here in beautiful South Africa. It is an easy place to wipe off a heat and just reset with thoughts of the up-and-coming US Open of Surfing, the second stop on the Challenger Series. But for now, that will be an official result. We will lose Eli Hanneman and we will lose Hiroto Ahara. It is an official result. There it is. Dane Henry, all credit to the 9.43 for the heat win. And, well, props to Wesley Dantes as well, who's on his way to the round of 32 here in Ballito. But that man on screen with his sights set on Championship Tour permanence in 2027. The reigning world junior champion continues through the draw here in Ballito. Stay with us. Lots more still to come from beautiful South Africa.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up. Welcome back to the show. This is the beautiful region of Ballito on the east coast of South Africa.
the Dolphin Coast with its warm waters lapping the shores, and vacation, beach, holiday makers, everybody in and around to plug into the vibes around the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Of course, this stretch, the KwaZulu-Natal coastline, just the jewel of economic activity, of tourism, the gateway to the Big Five and the game viewing in and around the region, and certainly a place that should be a destination for everybody as they experience the beauty of this region. It's a good afternoon as we start framing up another heat out in the water. Gig Cilliers alongside Kai Linda for the call, and another loaded heat coming at us. Watch for David Silva and Douglas Silva. Not related. Dylan Wilcoxon will represent Indonesia. Levi Slauson from the United States. It's a good afternoon, and how good is it to be in Ballito?
So good, Gigs, and conditions are still flaring. As we see David up and riding, no stranger to this wave.
No stranger at all is David Silva. He's focused and back for more in 2025. Lots to talk about here as we get a new heat underway. It is the round of 64. 2 surfers advance each time into the round of 32. Day number 2 of competition here for the season's opening Challenger Series. Of course, David Silva, we all know, a former winner here in 2019, set himself up for championship tour appearances through to 2021 and beyond. And yeah, who can forget that exciting final back then? We had Sal Masakela as a honorary guest at the event, and it was just so much fun. Getting that win back then over Jack Freestone, and lots of water under the bridge, so to speak, for David Silva. Lots has happened both in the contest fest and in his personal journey. And we'll talk more about that as we continue the surfing action. Levi Slauson, what a hammer on the end section. That was exciting surfing to get his scorecard open. And, well, Douglas Silva just also little decimals. So quick priority in favor of Dylan Wilcoxon, the young talent out of Indonesia. And so much to unpack as we continue the show, Kai.
Yeah, Dylan Wilcoxon was one of the standouts yesterday in the first round. Like, really enjoyed his surfing. So I'm sort of excited to see if he's going to continue the trend and give us another good performance. Interesting thing there, just watching David Silva surf, Gigs. I don't think I've ever seen him surf a PU surfboard.
Yeah, it was a disciple to those slated designs, the epoxy and composite constructions. They have always worked for him. He's been able to use those to great effect on so many different surf conditions as well. And yeah, as you say, it's a good call you make. His surfing is precision. He has that sort of poised timing and sneaky powerful as well as David Silva. As we get, you mentioned Wilcoxon's performances yesterday. Here comes the momentum carry into day 2 of the Ballito Pro. And he does it very well indeed. The young teenager who grew up in the Mentawai Islands, and already with the momentum in that last season, last year of a win at the QS 6000 level at NIAS, took the juniors out as well. And here he is rolling up his sleeves, ready to do battle. Of course, inspired by Rio Waida, who sneaked through a heat result earlier this morning. But that pace and that flow of David Silva, always so recognizable.
I mean, it's like, really look at what he just did there. That foam climb wasn't over like a little foamy. It was literally over a barrel. So pretty intense surfing, even though it looked maybe a little bit more mellow. And then love this turn. Absolutely hammered into that turn. Levi Slauson. So some great power surfing. And then, yeah, the Indonesian kid just got a really nice, relaxed style, very clean. You see him come around and just hook into that one, and then gets the third turn, blasts the fins out, just very Harry casual.
Well, back to live action here. See the intention of David Silva. And he'll just get 2 turns on that. His first one, although we enjoyed that turbo boost up the whitewater, just a 2.5. And the best of those openers could belong to Levi Slauson, a strong hammering turn into the end section for a 5.83. Waiting to see what the judges have to say about Dylan Wilcoxon, whose surfing was absolutely precise. And you think that there's a lot more that we're going to see from Will Coxon over the seasons to come, but certainly just framing himself up here for the world to see in the Challenger Series jersey. And it's going to be fun to see where that number lands in comparison to Levi Slawson's scorecard.
Yeah, I think Levi probably with the edge, 5.83 with those two big heavy turns. Here he goes again.
Well, let's have a look. Slawson's wave number 2. Couple of twists and turns on this one. It'll be a throwaway. He'll just go back to the drawing board. He'll quickly move back out over the sandbar. Clock ticking along. 5.83. Love that slam into that end section.
The close-out maneuver was crazy good. Really committed. Big, powerful left coming at him, and he just laid into it. Dylan's wave also really, really good, but they're having a good think on it. This was David, and as always, just so strong on the backhand. You see how much power he puts through those turns. That little end section didn't really give him much to work on. He still managed to get the turn out, and then the wave faded. And here you saw he was just looking for that ramp, but this wave just kept sort of running away from him. By the time he finally found the open face, it had kind of washed off into the channel. So not much happening there, but he'll be happy with the 5.83 and 5.17 coming in for Dylan.
Yeah, so a little bit of a separation between Will Coxon running down the line. Those end sections really do. You need to attack the critical section. It's been the theme all the way through, and certainly as we move into the higher tides, still those big sections offering up the points. So the 5.83 is the best number just yet for Levi Slawson, who's into the early lead. And on the other end of the scale, very little to talk about for Douglas Silva. So you see 2 silvers in the lineup, not related. Douglas Silva hails from Macaepe in the northeast of Brazil, of course, the city of Recife, Porto de Galinhas. It is the home to the Gouveia family. Of course, Ian Gouveia, all part of the Ballito Pro this year. But you think back to Fabio Gouveia, who first put a flag up and drew the attention to the area. Meanwhile, this is Douglas, 2-time Brazilian champion, has been here working the qualifying series event a number of days back, Kai, and some stellar performances in the lineup from the other Brazilian goofy footer.
Yeah, he's also got one of those, just that powerful backhand, hey, and he's not scared to attack the lip, so just needs the wave to give him a bit of opportunity. But we've seen the trend today is some surfers are in rhythm, some are not. And when they're not, they just tend to have absolute shockers. So let's hope he can turn it around, find a good wave. Sometimes you just need to find that one wave. It doesn't need to be an 8 or 9. It could even be a 4, but it just gives you your rhythm back and gets you back in sync.
Well, Douglas Silva in the white singlet is now in the rotation. He'll come back to the lineup for a 4th priority. You need to make your way certainly out and towards the group of surfers to be allocated your priority, no matter what number. There it is, it finally lands, a 4th priority. So priority judge on the site, looking at every single interaction that happens. Of course, if a surfer has a priority and leaves the zone, let's say for an equipment failure or such, they'll suspend the priority, and then if he arrives back, you get handed that position back again. So there's many details to the priority judge. It's a specific role, and certainly it's communicated out to the surfers as well, who know at any given time who has the unobstructed right of way.
Well, looking at the highlight here, this wave just kind of made him work through it, and then it just went really hubbly and bubbly on him, but nothing happening on that one. And yeah, Giggs, I've got to say, not a job I want. You can be the priority judge, okay?
Swanson into the end section again, incomplete. And as we started talking about Douglas Silva's pedigree, he took that really broken wave and really sort of didn't intro himself according to what we were framing up for him. But there's plenty of time, a little over 18 to go. You spoke about personal rhythm. We saw that really, for sake of not being overcritical, really lacking in that last heat from names like Hirota O'Hara and Eli Hanneman. And certainly, you know, you can't have a blitz at every event.
No.
And certainly, those will be throwaways for the surfers we've just mentioned. But for surfers like Douglas Silva, he'll want to really get involved in this first showcasing on the Challenger Series. And of course, there's a bunch of surfers in the lineup here that have a lot of experience. David Silva primarily, with his previous win in Ballito, of course, making the finals in 2021 against Jack Robinson in Mexico. There's been some stellar performances from David Silva, moments of brilliance in the Championship Tour jersey. And almost on cue, he goes in and out. He has to give way to the young Indonesian Dylan Wilcoxon, who's in and out. So again, everybody's sort of just sizing up opportunities, getting to their feet. Some of them are finding shape and form on the sandbar, and some of them twisting and just, losing energy, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a lot more tricky than this morning, because this morning was a bit more lined up. But, just look back to that last heat. We saw 9-point rides, high sevens, so your scoring potential is out there. It's just about finding it. And now, it just goes down again. And it's, we spoke about it in the last heat. It is brutal. Like, you come all this way, and South Africa is a long trip for someone from, like, Hawaii, for example. But that is the nature of the Challenger Series. The good news is go get yourself a nice bottle of South African red, big steak, go to one of the restaurants in the area, get some good seafood, and just enjoy life.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple of misfires there from all of our surfers as the scorecards go up to date. Let's have a look here. Two-turn combination. This is good surfing on show from Levi Slauson. Liking what we see from him. Got that 5.83 in early, now trying to back himself up. He'll ditch a 1-point ride and replace it with that. Nice speedy reflexes from our surfer in red.
Cat-like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was some good surfing. He did really well on the second turn. He was so late to the lip there and managed to just get the board to transition back off the lip and out into the landing. So I don't think it's going to be a massive score, but certainly better than a 1.0. So he's just going to put a little bit more pressure on the rest of the heat. Dylan in first currently with a 5.17 and a 2.57. So with the 5.83 under the belt, I think Levi's definitely going to go top of the pops. But so far in this heat, it's probably been one of the slowest heats of the morning, really. No one seems to really have found their rhythm.
Yeah, think of the big chunky waves we saw on offer. Even the misfires from Eli Hanneman were on a couple of bigger waves. Haven't seen anything really meaty in the way of solid walls coming through the lineup just yet here as we move towards the halfway mark of heat 14. But as you mentioned, 5.83 and then a backup to come for Levi Slauson. Meanwhile, David Silva stings the lip, inside out, one maneuver only. And he too will not have a big requirement to move his scorecard up. Everybody's sitting with softer numbers. Scorecard starting to update here as we watch Dylan Wilcoxon. You know what he's trying to do. He can feel that wind into his face. Looking forward, section like that. Gets the tail high. Incomplete. As that scorecard starts loading up numbers, Slauson adds the 5.17 to the 5.83 and goes into the lead. And just awaiting a score from David Silva. One single backhand punch, also not on a specifically very big wave, guys. So may just touch the requirements of the 4.25.
Yeah, no, if you look at that shot now, you can see it. The ocean's got a bit of a ripple on it, but there's no white caps. So the wind's not really blowing. Yes, it's onshore, but if you can find the lip line, you're going to get rewarded. Let's have a look here at Levi. Nice and patient for the section, whips the first turn, and wow, he really did well to make it out of that second turn. That was super late.
Nice surfing for the 5.17, and then David Silva's been rewarded with this, Kai. So we mentioned perhaps the size of the wave letting the score down slightly, 3.33. It's not a massive number. And then Wilcoxon backs into it.
Yeah, he was looking for the launch here, but every time he seemed to be ready, it would just sort of wobble out on him. And finally got to this little end section. He threw a nice tail high, but not able to ride out of it. I think he's got the right idea now, is find that launch section and go to the air. Most of these younger surfers, these newbies at the Challenger Series, have grown up with aerial surfing, though, so they really can do it.
Well, we passed the halfway mark. We'll just stick with Douglas Silva here, who's going to bring a meaningful score. He'll stay intact on that, and as judges ponder that, we'll sit back and take a quick break from the action. We'll bring you that score when we come back to the Ballito Pro.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to Ballito in South Africa. It is the KwaZulu-Natal region. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop on the calendar. And before the break, we asked the question, did Douglas Silva get a reasonable number or not? The answer was yes, as we track the action down the line beautifully upside down for the rotation. Dylan Wilcoxon will go incomplete. But Douglas Silva, our surfer in the white singlet, fetched that 667 for a single maneuver, Kai.
Yeah, it was a good turn. He really had to sort of wrangle the ride out as well. It was a heavy section, so getting rewarded. Since the start of the event yesterday, we've seen those single maneuvers pull in scores though, so we're just saying all it takes is that one wave to sort of change the trajectory of the heat and your confidence, and that's going to do it for Douglas Silva. Now he just needs to find the backup.
Well, one single maneuver has changed the shape of the heat as well. 667 is the best individual wave, and it was just for one maneuver. So strong story from the panel. It was a big, heavy section, and certainly goes over the top score of Levi Slauson there. Both of them, though, slamming into sections for points.
Yeah, now it's sort of a three-horse race because you've got Wilcoxon with the the 517, so he's within shouting distance, needs the 584, looking to replace the 257. It is the more experienced Silva and David now that needs some scores. He really hasn't broken through that sort of 4-point mark yet. Both his scores sitting in the threes, and that's not really what we're used to seeing from him. Here he goes.
Well, on cue, David Silva. As we mentioned, a former winner. He's had his time in the championship tour jersey as well. Beautifully over that. This is more the David Silva that we know. Lovely technique. He coils it up. He times the turns well. This one's run across the mid-break of Willard Beach here. And it's going to serve him up something in the form of a step in the right direction, because just prior to that, Kai, just a pair of threes. So good spicy surfing, as you would think, from David Silva, now 31 years of age, the 5'7" surfer out of Guarajá. Always been a sparring mate with surfers like Gabriel Medina and so many others, Jesse Mendez, all of the chaps in the area. But took a little break. His daughter was very, very ill, focused on his family's well-being for a season, and was out of the jersey through 2023 into 2024. But here he is back in 2026. Steering to where perhaps he belongs, Here's the other talking point, that single maneuver of Douglas Silva.
That was a heavy section. He did really well to ride out of it. I like that he really punched into the lip on the turn as well. Then we see Levi rolling down the line, throwing a little area. Don't think that one, 3-3-3, so that one wasn't really going to count. And then we had Dylan. Also, you could see he was looking for the area. Goes to the alley-oop, and he got really nice pop. It just kind of maybe carried a little too far into the flats. And then I think they were piping me over the beach commentary because this guy took off and was like, well, actually, this is what I'm capable of. And one of the better waves of the heat so far, really getting whoopy on those turns, some nice heavy maneuvers, and drops a 5.6, so he's in the hunt.
Back into the story is David Silva as we reach the 7-minute mark. Lots to talk about, but a special performance from that last heat. Let's quickly go down and hear from the winner, Dane Henry, of the previous heat.
Thank you, Giggs. Special performance indeed. Sorry, not in Dane. Dane, that 9.43 was absolutely crazy. I know the heat started off a little bit slower, but talk us through that 9.43.
Yeah, it was a slow start of the heat, but I kind of just wanted to get up, get going. Fell on a 4-row that I probably should have committed more to, and kind of fired me up for that wave, and that one came through. I saw Eli was eyeing it off, and everyone knows what that guy can do. And I just saw the section, went for it, ended up getting another bonus section, and let the Jai arrow fly, which I'm sure all the footy fans at home will know. But yeah, it's a really special way to get the event kind of started and into the bigger rounds.
Nice. It's been so good to see you winning a lot of heats over the last few days. We were chatting just before the heat of how swag your mom's looking. How good is it to have your mom here traveling with you, and also, like you said, making sure you're not just eating eggs on toast?
Yeah, it's epic having mum here. She's been the #1 supporter from day one, and she's my manager, my cook, my everything. So really appreciate her here, and she's absolutely loving it in South Africa as well. It's been an epic trip with all the crew, and to also have my coach Duffy here, it's always epic to have him and share these moments with him. And massive shout out to everyone else watching in back home. Nan and Pop, I know you were waiting for this interview, and Dad, my siblings, anyone else that's watching, all the community at home, I really appreciate it. And thanks for all the messages. It's definitely firing me up to go for the big one.
Nice, that's so good to hear. And like you said, we knew that your Nan and Pops were waiting for this interview. It was so worth it after that 9.43. Thanks so much for chatting to us. Good luck for tomorrow.
Cheers.
Back to you guys.
Well, if you have a mom, get up and go and hug her right now. That's what Dane Henry is about to do. You'll miss them when they're gone. That we can tell you. Dane Henry, 15.76, one of the best set of numbers, care of that massive 9.43. He is into the round of 32 here in Ballito.
Let's clear something up also for the non-Australians. When he says footy, he's not talking about World Cup soccer.
Yes. Lots of versions of the throwing the pill around. But we're more the rugby type.
Yes.
And of course we have the soccer team, the Bafana, which has unfortunately fallen out of the World Cup. But lots of fun stuff with everybody tuning in to support the soccer, of course, in and around the contest site as well. The big screens are up, and everybody enjoying the Corona bars and the action and the festivities. Of course, 2 weeks of Surf Carnival set up here for 2026. The full focus this year on Ballito. No championship tour event down in Jeffreys Bay, which always actually falls on the calendar this very week that we are in here in Ballito this year. So a 2-week festival this time around. And Kai, you've been part of it with the skate jams, and there's all the music festivals lined up, and it really is just such a buzz in the place to be.
Yeah, and there's no better place to be in winter than right here. Good waves, warm water, best surfers in the world giving it horns, and here goes the Indonesian.
Well, he has been bumped down into third. Still sitting with a soft 2.57 in his scoreline. David Silva, care of that very smooth backhand performance for a 5.6, still holds a 3.83 of his own. So a couple stories to unpack here. It's not safe yet for David Silva, our surfer in the blue. Of course, Douglas Silva into picture. Another big backhand hit from him. He got a 6.67 earlier on for a massive turn just before the break. and he's back for more, and he's right now only dropping his other counting score, Kai, 0.8. So this is a big step in the right direction. That will meet the requirements of the 2.76 to jump up to second.
Yeah, well, another aggressive single turn maneuver there, and he got it 6.67 last time round. Maybe feel that one come in a little bit lower. It wasn't quite as critical a section. Let's take a look at it though. Definitely knew this was the wave he wanted. Comes around the corner. Nice big throw into the lip. Definitely going to stick with that. He's going to get a bit of a low score, but might see him jump back up into second. It does, 4.1. So now it's an open heat, and there's a lot of hargy-bargy going on here with 2 minutes to go. Biggest requirement is a 5.61 gigs, so this is anyone's heat.
Yep, the heat changes shape. Even Levi Slauson can work on his numbers. He's been pensive in the lineup now, waiting for the push that comes at him. He has the priority as we slip under the 2-minute mark, and he too can improve on the 5.17. So mid-range scores all round can change the shape for all 4 surfers in this encounter. Priority with Slauson, second priority with David Silva, who has bumped down to third. So watch for some action here as we move towards the finish line. Clock will move quickly as well, though we've had a couple of lulls in this heat as we move into the higher tides now, Kai. Still about 90 minutes off the very high block. For priority is Levi Slauson, and well, just in and out and protecting his scoreline, not surfing for a score, just a blocking defensive tactic. And where is David Silva now in the lineup? There he is in pole position, so to speak, as well. And he now has that first priority.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at that shot. They've been sitting really more on the middle bank throughout this heat. And I know with the higher tide, that top bank gets a little less consistent. But as we were watching that drone shot, I could see a right-hander just running down the top bank. You kind of wonder why maybe one or two of these guys haven't had a little paddle up the bank. But here goes David.
Well, we're inside the last minute. Massive explosive turn. He knows that he's able to rip the lip off that. A 5.18 requirement. Starting to hang a question mark for discussion. Was that wave big enough to load a score, a single maneuver, into the requirement where we're starting to look here?
Well, basically, it's got a slot in between Douglas Silva's 2 scores, which were both single maneuver backhand turns. One for the 6.67, really heavy section. The other, a little bit softer. I kind of do put David's turn there in between them, though. It was kind of sitting in the middle, so it's going to be tight.
He spiced that up as well. He really accelerated through it. Watch the intensity.
Well, look, that was a heaving section. The lip was already coming over, and he went full throttle into the turn. So I think he's maybe going to get the score.
He'll ask the question of the panel. Single maneuver. We've seen single maneuvers play a story through the scoreboard all event long here. Critical sections is where the judges want to see the action. They're just on this moment. They're watching that replay themselves. Surf fans could perhaps question the size of the wave. As the only one you mentioned, that Slater Designs board looking spicy again in 2026 underneath David Silva's arm as he runs to the thing. We're just holding on for this number like every other David Silva follower is right now.
And while we're waiting, can we just pick up on the trend for 2026, wearing wetsuits that match your vest color? It seems to be a new vibe.
Well, it means you'd have to fly around the world with 4-color wetsuits. Not sure if it's possible, but certainly lots of fun things to discuss. All credit to that man on screen, young Levi Slauson, 5.83 and the 5.17. Kind of kept the lead most of the way through, and the heat will change shape again here with a 5.43. The judges loved the intensity of it. A great story to take into the remainder of the round. But David Silva will celebrate along with Levi Slauson. We'll continue the round of 64 here. An official result now as we continue. And lots more to come. There's all the numbers on screen. And David Silva just salvaging that at the end.
Yeah, it was tight. He was very, very close not to getting through that heat, but managed to pull the score. Levi Slauson kind of was a little bit in control for a lot of the heat, and good results. Looking forward to the next one.
There are next one, some more big names coming your way. Stay with us as we continue the show.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Welcome back to beautiful Ballito. We'll fly over the surf zone here at Willard Beach and take it all in. A beautiful scene. Some fun competition going down in the water. The waves are still pulsing. Sun's poking through. Beach is enjoying the action as well. We've got a very, very special guest as well joining us in the studio to talk all things Challenger Series, South Africa and life itself. Luke Guinaldo, welcome, mate.
What's going on? How are you?
How you feeling?
Feeling good.
Enjoying your time in South Africa so far?
Yeah, I love it here, man. It's awesome.
First time over here for you, mate? What's the program for you?
No, I came here when I was like 16. Yeah, I went to J-Bay with a couple friends.
Nice. We saw you surf yesterday. You started off your heat, couple of falls, and then all of a sudden clicking in. You were ripping.
Thank you. Yeah, it was really tricky out there yesterday, but luckily I made a bunch of mistakes, but luckily I was able to pass through my heat.
And obviously, like key ingredient for any surf event, the waves have been really consistent thus far, and that's got to help as well, knowing that you're going to get multiple opportunities. There's more sets out there.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's tons of waves out there, and the waves have been absolutely firing, so it's awesome.
Let's keep that continuing. Checking out Heat 15, Jorgen Cousinet of France. Checking out Cade Matson, Hayden Rogers from the USA, Beric de Vries from South Africa, representing the Netherlands. Really enjoying the comeback trail from Beric as well. So another really stacked heat. JJ Styles, what do you make of this quartet?
Yeah, this looks great. Hayden Rogers, he came over to Newcastle for the last Challenger Series of last year's season. I was really impressed. He was quite a sporadic surfer. He really did just kind of blow you away with some moments that went bigger than what you expected. And then Cade Matson does have that CT class to him, so he's looking to get back there. But I agree, Beric has really been on this comeback train, just starting to surf without any pressure on his shoulders. We heard that in his post-heat interview yesterday, and started off pretty strong here too. And then you can see as well, Hayden, this is the surfer that I do get quite excited about in this heat here. This nice looking bottom turn. You can see just drift the fins a little bit too hard for Hayden there, but that's that really exciting kind of not sure what you're going to expect with Hayden's type of surfing. Jorgen is really powerful, and then this is Cade here, Luke.
Well, yeah, I love watching Cade. I love watching all the guys from my region. Wow, that was a sick last turn. Yeah, I'm super excited to watch Cade and Hayden, and obviously Beric and Jorgen as well. Yeah, a bunch of good surfers.
So 25 left on the clock here. Plenty of time from above. You can see still some clean water. That shape of the white water pretty much tells you what we're looking at. This predominantly right-handed. The odd couple of lefts today. Not many, really. All the scores are coming on these rights. And let's see who'll lock in. A couple of scores already of note. Beric de Vries got a 6 for his opening effort. Pretty solid. Cade Matson, slightly better than that. 6-4 for him. So a decent opener as well. Tell us a little bit about that American squad. I know you were over with the ISAs, with the American team, but in terms of like as a crew on the Challenger Series, how's the unity?
Yeah, I don't know. I've grown up with them, competing with them.
But you got homies, and like who you rolling with? Who's your squad? Who's your tight elite squad?
Well, right now, actually, I'm staying with Luca Messinas and Arena, they're from Peru. Oh, here's a wave from Barrick. Let's go through this one. You want to take it away?
No, go, mate. You go.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that was a little slashing turn. I think, yeah, he's going to kick out of there. He's going to want something better to make this heat. And then Jorgen, right? This is Jorgen. Oh, he's got a white wetsuit, too. Oh, snap. That was a nice turn. I think, yeah, that was a good turn.
I have a question for you, Luke, because we've heard rumors about this white wetsuit and how it came about. The storyline is that potentially you had to qualify for the Challenger Series to get the white wetsuit from Hurley?
Yeah. Okay, so Brett Simpson's my team manager for Hurley. And I was like, dude, I really want a white wetsuit, you know, because all the best servers have had them and they look awesome. And I was like, can I have a white wetsuit? And he was like, no, you can't.
Straight up no.
And yeah, and then he was like, oh, I don't know, not yet. And then I was like, well, should I just, what can I do to get the white wetsuit? And he was like, if you make the challengers, I'll give you the white wetsuit. And that was the deal. And then I made it, and I was like, simple, let me get that wetsuit, brother.
Hold your word. I know. It's great, though. We've seen a couple of this event, too.
All right, a little over 22 minutes and 40 seconds to go in this. Let's get down here from the winner of the last heat. A clutch moment right at the end from David Silva. He's standing by for a chat.
David, seeing you in Ballito always reminds me of 2019 when you won this event. It was exceptional, and it's great to see you get another heat win here on the Challenger Series. Waves look quite challenging out there.
Yeah, this spot is beautiful, and the energy is so good. I like too much Ballito, and yeah, I'm very happy to made it for this heat because it's so hard. In the heats is the people surf amazing too, but I'm very happy to made it, and yeah, I'm very happy to take for 2 waves. The board is good too.
And then, incredibly, you were riding your backup board, the Slater Designs. Your main board actually snapped in a free surf down at Bog Bay. So what size board were you riding in the heat? Because you couldn't ride your main board.
Yeah, for this backup board for 5.8. And then, but it's good, but a little bit small. But I think so tomorrow is a little bit the same condition. I think so put it for the 5.11 in the water because I have too much energy for the wave. And then, yeah, I'm very happy, but it's bad to broke my board in the surf, but it's good. God is good.
Well, David, you're on a great roll, and we can't wait to see you in the next round. Congratulations. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah, shot Mikey. Love DVD Silva. What an absolute legend. He's so deadly at this level. Still got one of the ultimate backhands, really, in these kind of conditions. Let's see how far he can go in this event. 21 on the clock. Matson right now in the leads. Jorgen Kuzenet, though, the 7.33 from him. So one of our talking points when we get to the end of this will be who wore it best, the white wetsuit, Jorgen Kuzenet or Luke Ronaldo. But at the moment, he's going all right, Jorgen. He's actually just jumped up to the lead there.
Yeah, I actually haven't watched a lot of him surf, but he's smashing it right now. Was that 7 the one big turn?
Yeah, it was pretty solid. And then he got that 2-turner on that last wave, which was the 4.5. But Jorgen, he's such a power surfer. That really is his play. So conditions like this, they do tend to go towards Jorgen and his style of surfing. Luke, I am so intrigued in your life because you have almost 3 million followers across 2 platforms. That is absurd. That is a crazy amount of people that follow you and watch your stuff. And you definitely would have not the typical Challenger Series experience because these guys don't have that many people waiting for your next post or hoping to be really involved in your journey, but you're quite vulnerable online. So is it surf a heat, go home and edit straight away?
Yeah, actually, it's been surfing, you know, like Depending on how I do in the contest, it's either going to be a I made my heat today post, or it's going to be I lost my heat today post. But yeah, I'm pretty open about my journey and just being authentic. I try not to think about too much how many people are watching, but I mean, the things I like to keep private, I keep private, and the things that I want to share, I share. And so it's just authentic, and it comes across really easily for me.
But if you do need to make yourself cry for the camera, would it be like puppies that are lost, or just lonely, or what? Where would you go to? Or just think about heats, bad heats?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think I would cry if I didn't feel like it.
Yeah.
I'll only cry if I'm really sad.
Just thinking about technique, and we talk about Jorgan and the power that he's got as well. I'd like to just dial in a little bit to your technique. Amazing on the back end yesterday. I know you've been working a bit with Brad Gerlach as well. Tell us a little bit about that, how that's going, because he's been incredible, the work he's been able to do with athletes at this level and at the very top level.
Yeah, he takes athletes, he takes surfers, and he is able to change their surfing completely in such a better way, And I've been working with him almost about 2 years, and yeah, I think the change in my style has been pretty evident, and yeah, I have a lot of my surfing ability to thank to Brad.
Obviously, we're talking about what's happening on the wave, but also movements on land and how they translate into the water. That's a big part of what you guys are working on.
Yeah. So basically, wave key is learning how to get in the best optimal position for what you're trying to do, and to me, it's impossible to do that. I mean, it's very difficult to do that, to practice that while you're in the water, because it happens so quickly. But if you're able to do that on land, then it will translate into the water. And some people are just freaks of nature, and they're able to do that without even practicing. So that's a whole nother story. But I'm definitely not one of those, and I think most people aren't. So wave key definitely can help a lot of people.
Love it. 17 minutes, 40 to go in this one right now. As we were in terms of scores, that's 7-3-3 for Jorgan. Standing pretty big in the scoreline. I've also got decent sixes for Cade Matson. With that CT experience, not enough of it from his point of view. He wants more. A good result here will help him on their journey back to the championship tour. Beric de Vries as well. A 6-point ride from him. So he's in the heat. Hayden Rogers hasn't really fired up as yet. Still plenty of time, but just a little gap now, JJ, in this. And we've seen pulsing heats, a lot of consistency. This one's just gone quiet for a couple of mins.
Yeah, this definitely has tapered a little more than what I was expecting it to, especially after our last rotation. There was a couple of really big, excellent scores in that. It's definitely still keeping that size as we've seen, but you can see as this tide starts to fill in a little bit more, we're starting to have a couple of lulls that filter through the lineup here. And I don't hate that, because a lot of these guys have been getting pretty well flogged all day on those end sections. So these guys are getting a moment to actually regroup, where we haven't seen that all throughout the competition so far today. But Jorgan, yeah, he's definitely feeling pretty comfortable right now. But when you look at someone like Cade or Hayden and Beric, who have such a deep bag of tricks, knowing that your competitors are only looking for fives would be, really uncomfortable here.
Checking out Cade Matson. Rips one off the top. Just kind of stinging, drifting hit. There's another. Plenty of release of the tail, but loads of speed out of the turn, which is crucial to do this. And you'll just slam the lid shut on a closeout section. Always brings intensity. Saw a little bit there on the backhand with speed.
Oh my gosh.
Huge backhand rotation from Hayden Rogers. That was so big.
Yeah, there's the element of surprise and that spark that Hayden does have, which makes him such a enticing competitor to watch. He's one of those guys who are like, please be on more waves and keep trying stuff like that.
How do you get that kind of pop, Luke? That was incredible.
I've never done an air like that in my life. But that's the type of pop that makes Hayden one of my favorite surfers to watch. Yeah, he's definitely like, he's such a, I mean, we've been competing together like against each other for so long. So yeah, it's awesome to watch him compete. I love it. It inspires me so much.
What do you think of this from Cade?
Cade's ripping. He's doing normal Cade stuff. This end turn was really sick. I like how he projected with a lot of speed and finished out the maneuver. I think some of the most important part of the surfing is the completion. That's what Brad Gerlach taught me. And I really like to watch how people complete the turn. Are they completing it quickly? Are they completing it with, you know, like, are they like completing it like, are they not struggling, you know, to complete the turn? Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of authority from him there. And you saw the release of energy as well. Let's see what the judges, well, they're going to give that 5. So decent from him. He's Sorry, we're still waiting for that number to come through. Excuse me, that was previous to last from him. Still waiting for a number. A really good chance of an improvement from him there. I'd love to get up into first place as we go just past the halfway point in this heat. Meanwhile, Jorgan at a reunion island, been based in France for a long time, and a huge hammer layback into a thick lip. That's that powerful physical surfing that he brings. He enjoyed that.
He's just so good in conditions like this, which is what I was kind of alluding to earlier, is a lot of these Europeans, I was alluding to earlier in the day, a lot of these Europeans are typically really good in conditions like this because they surf big, heavy water beach breaks. We've seen so many boards fall victim to those end sections as well, but Jorgen's timing, because of where he lives, he makes that end section look so much easier. So you can see here, gets over this first lump. This wave does split in two, but that shallow bottom turn does put his board in a nice pocket of the wave there. But if he had it gone really deep on his bottom turn, he would have got there too late and then been falling with the lip instead of in front of it. So Jorgen really demonstrating just impeccable timing with that end section.
13 minutes and 40 to go in this. We'll wait for that number to come through. In the meantime, we'll go to a quick commercial break. We're enjoying the action out in the water. More of it real soon, live from South Africa, right after this.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
50 years deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We're in the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region of KZN, the world's best surfers out in the water. Look at this, it's Monday afternoon. This is the July school holidays, and it's great to see the beach packed. The Ballito Pro is the anchor sports event in this region. It drives tourism, it provides employment opportunities, and everyone wins when the Ballito Pro comes to town. KwaZulu-Natal region, we're so blessed to have people from all the nations of the world represented here in this event, and we've got so many people on the beach joining us too, so it's a tourism win for everybody. Back to you, Paul.
Thanks, Frubru. Shot down there on the beach. Just enjoying his time here as ever, keeping the vibes high. Meanwhile, let's see what's happening on the scoreboard. It's ticking over. Jorgan Cuzinet, improvement from him, just kind of consolidating the lead. 6-7-7 for that one turn, the big layback, using all that power, and it's helped him out a lot. This was a replay of Beric.
Yeah, really lovely first turn. Again, he is surfing beyond my expectations for him. Times that second section really nice. It then just bogs a little bit on that third there. You can see, like I mentioned earlier, and in that post-heat interview yesterday, no pressure on his shoulders. He does look like he's having a free surf.
Oh my gosh.
Bomb of a wave from Jorgan, and he sent it. Just couldn't quite get the landing pulled down. He was going so fast right there. Looking good so far in this one. He's not holding back at all. Still 10 minutes on the clock. Already into 14 points. Is Cuzinet. Make the paddle back out he was throwing everything at that, Luke. What do you think happened for him? Just too tricky, too powerful, that section?
I mean, that's the type of surfing that I like to see, and that's the type of surfing that I like to try to do, you know? Yeah, I mean, I think it just happens. In my heat yesterday, I had waves where I went up for the big turn and came down and did not ride out. And I think that's just a part of, yeah, I don't know. Just, it's a part of surfing. Sometimes you don't come down from those.
And what about like the year ahead of you? Obviously, you've got goals at the beginning of the season. You look at the venues and you think like where your surfing's at, where you want it to be. What about the goals for this season? Well, this event, first of all, this season, and then more broadly, what's the dream, mate? Talk us through it.
I think that for this event, I want to get the best result I can, and the best result is a win. And then I want to make the world tour, and then I want to be the best surfer in the world. Yeah.
Simple. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. It's interesting though, because again, like this, it's so your life is so interesting to me because you have this incredible following, and a lot of people make a good career out of social media as well. But your drive for being a competitive surfer outweighs that. Yeah, it definitely does. I love being in front of the camera and making. Wait, hold up! I want to see Hayden. Let's go. Okay, this is a really important wave for him. He's comboed right now. He is gnarly. Oh, dang. Okay, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I think that I really do love being in front of the camera, and I love doing making videos and telling stories. Like, it's definitely one of my passions. But over that, my passion is competing and surfing. And if I can use social media as an outlet to make money and support my surf career, because at the moment, the way surfing is, it's a little bit difficult to make money. So yeah, that's what I've been doing. But yeah, I would say that my passion for surfing is much, much greater than my passion to be a social content creator. But I love it. I love them both, actually. No, it's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And it's really easy to do both, actually. Like, we're already in, like, beautiful places. Like, South Africa is amazing. And I think I'd be, like, making videos either way. Like, I just like sharing my life. And, yeah, just having fun. It's awesome. Here goes Barrick on a sick-looking wave. Paul, you want to take this away?
You go.
Okay, well, he's about to smash. Wow, that was a sick turn. Something I want to point out is I think the judges, when they're scoring waves, they look for two things. One is, can you get into the lip? And the second one is, can you turn your board the opposite direction that you're going? I learned that one from Brad Gerlich as well. And he did that on, that first turn. He turned the board all the way around. I don't think it's going to go quite 7 because it was just that one really good turn. But if he gets a wave with 2 of those in 2 critical sections, then he's definitely looking at that score.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door, isn't he? He'll keep going here as well. Know this wave really, really well. He's got a bit of job, though, in terms of the number 747 is what Beric de Vries is chasing. That's because Cade Madsen has got a 7 of his own, and he's backed that up with a 6-4. So the muscular surfer, Cade, has put him in a pretty strong second position. A bit of a gap there, a bit of a cushion. Hayden Rogers is way back at the moment. Enough time for a couple of 7s, but that's what he'll need. He's on combo right now, 6:20 on the clock here. Cade also with that first priority as well. So he'll be making some decisions, assessing the scoring potential of the waves. Is this a tricky lineup to read from your experience so far?
It is. It 100% is. I think it just takes experience and time out here, and so that's why I came here early. But yeah, it just takes experience and being out there.
And just sort of, visiting those dreams of you, those goals. What do you make of the level of surfing on this tour? How gnarly is it?
Oh, it's the gnarliest. It's the best. Oh, wait, hold up. Here comes sick air. From Barrick, there we go. That's what I want to see. Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, this is as hard as it gets. I mean, it's just as. I mean, yeah, I think the surfing the level is higher on the championship tour, but as far as like, yeah, I think it's up there. It's definitely like right there with the championship.
There's a lot more surfing in a heat as well with
there
4
is.
of you in the water. So that's super gnarly as a competitor, but as a fan, it's amazing to watch because it's non-stop.
Oh yeah, I mean, personally, in my opinion, I have more fun watching the Challenger Series, also because I know the people personally on it. But yeah, the Challenger Series is so fun to watch, and the level is so high. Here goes Hayden on this one. Really want to see him break this combination. So, okay, that's not going to do it for him. But he's going to go back out and try again. I don't think he's going to give up until the clock hits 0.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky when you're the new kid on the block, and you would get this too because essentially you are. Like, this is your first ever Challenger Series. It looks like Hayden, he has so much potential, but is just struggling to... I think he has a certain picture that he wants to paint in his head, but is struggling to adapt that it's not the reality right now. And the waves he's selecting, there's scores on that are easily going to break combination. He only needs a 3, 4, 8 to bring that underneath to do it in one wave. So if you were Hayden right now, are you thinking on that wave there was one big opportunity for a turn there?
Yeah, okay, well, he's probably thinking that now. He's going to be looking to break combination, at least at 3.47, but, man, these waves are just not going his way. I'm not too sure what's going through his head, but, I mean, he trains with Matt. I think he's training with Matt Myers right now at this event, so Matt Myers always seems to have a really good game plan for him.
Yeah, he has a strong squad, doesn't he? Does Myers. Very well versed. His athletes as well, making signals as well from the beach. Got the bright hat on as well for good vision. That's all part of the game as well. Looking back for mid-heat pointers and coaching. 3:40 to go right now. The American squad watching on. They seem pretty chill. They're enjoying themselves.
That's two of the big three right there. I think Crosby's somewhere else.
But coming up next heat, actually, Cross-Color Pinto.
Yeah. Oh, is he? He's next up?
He's in heat 16.
Who's in the heat?
Also got Alistair Reginato, Taj Lindblad, and Luke Temmer.
Oh, you guys got to keep me in here for that. That's going to be fireworks. I love watching Taj Lindblad surf as well. He's got some really good surfing.
Alistair Reginato won the last Challenger Series over at Newcastle as well, so he's coming off a really big win. Those guys, and then Luke Temmer was actually such a standout there too. He's got an incredible air game. We know that we've seen big airs already today, so that's going to be a really interesting one. Essentially 3 power surfers and 1 progressive surfer. So if you're Luke Temmer, you're thinking, great, I'm just going to go to the air and get myself some big scores.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's thinking as well.
And about 2:40 on the clock here. Looks like it's Beric again from swinging off the top, releasing the tail, kind of squirreling a little off the bottom to get extra speed and just really trying to throw everything at it. He punt up on a soft shoulder. He'll just put that down. You can see he really, really wants this. He's definitely fired up. A meaningful heat for him. But it's going to be tough to get past surfers with already the big numbers locked in. The 7s is what Beric's chasing down now with a couple on the clock from above. You can see how close together everyone is in the final few minutes of the heat. And obviously, in that position, you'd rather be the person with not only the score, but also the priority as well that Cade's still got. What are you thinking about this priority hold from him, JJ? Pretty smart so far?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, Beric, it's hard to force a 747 under priority. It has to be a particular type of wave. Either it's a big air on one closeout section or 2 solid-looking turns. The judges have actually made it pretty tricky to get into that 7s on a mid-size wave. So I think it's smart on Cade's behalf. You can tell he really wants to have that first place off Jorgen. There's no points wasting it on one of those mid-size or small ones. So I think smart play from him. And now he's got 90 seconds. Beric has 4th priority. Hayden's comboed. Essentially, his only job now is to do exactly what he's doing, which is following Beric up the beach.
Just over 1:15 to go here. Still Jorgen Kuzenet with the lead. Cade Matson not a long way behind him as well. About half a point to split those two and then a couple of points back. That means that task of a mid-7 for De Vries is still ahead of him. Hayden Rogers, well, he did huge pop with a backhand rotation that was unsuccessful and hasn't really had much else to get excited about really at the moment. He's way off the pace here. Let's see how this plays out in the final 40-odd seconds. But nervous moments for people like Beric who really would love to do well. Obviously represent the Netherlands, but he's in his hometown, his home country of South Africa here. And I want to try and draw on all of that support if he possibly can. But it's going to be tough for him here, Luke.
Yeah, I think we got to give Jorgen his flowers, man. He put together a really good heat. He smashed some crazy sections, went out and found him, and I think he was the best surfer in this heat.
Wore the white wetsuit well as well, didn't he?
Well, I think he's only got half of a white wetsuit, if I saw correctly. The other half, so
I saw the sleeves, maybe a pattern on them. It's not full white wetsuit.
No, he surfed so good. It's awesome. And so did Cade. Cade did really good. Beric's surfing is good as well, and then Hayden had a bit of a shocker, but he'll bounce back. Yeah.
They're all wrapped up here with heat number 15. Kuzune came pretty close last year. He's had a number of seasons, but he's got really close, actually. And I just want to keep the ball rolling. He'll get a heat win. It'll take him through to the next round. Cade Matson as well. We mentioned his previous CT experience. He's had a taste, not enough. He'll want more. Well, he's on a roll in the first event of the year. He's made it out of a tough heat. We'll lose to Fries and Rogers from the draw. As we wrap things up here, and conditions still some size out there, still plenty of opportunity. Maybe a couple of moments that went a little quieter out there, but we'll just keep rolling. A great looking next heat. Expect to see fireworks and major power. Going to hit the water soon. Time for a quick break. More live action from Ballito right after this. Welcome back to the action here. Heat 16, the round of 64 will wrap up a round that's offered us so much brilliant performances. We've seen them throughout. Expect that to continue as well. It's been really, really entertaining. We've got a real special guest joining us in the studio once again, Luke Guinaldo, talking through the action. What's the view like from up here? Are you enjoying it up here, watching it? No pressure on you. Just get to, cast your judgment.
Oh, I think you're wrong about that. I feel more pressure in here than I do out in the water. But no, yeah, it's been awesome. This is really cool, actually. This is my first time, and yeah, I love calling out these heats and watching from right here.
All right, well, we've got a really, really good looking heat about to hit the board. Some surfers that you'll know a lot about, so looking forward to getting your insights from some of them. Two Americans, the former Crosby Colapinto, Taj Lindblad out of Australia, Alistair Reginaldo, and then Luke Temma out of Hawaii. JJ, your thoughts on this matchup?
Yeah, love it. This was actually one of the heats of the round. When you look at this draw in an entirety, this was going to be a big way to finish off this. So Alistair Reginaldo, like I mentioned, just coming off that last Challenger Series win, didn't qualify because he didn't compete in any of the ones prior. He got a wild card into that Newcastle event. So big statement to make as a wild card. And Alistair, or Alfie, we call him, this is going to be cool to see if he can back that up straight away.
Straight into action. Here goes Luke Temma. A couple of minutes off the clock. This is the first wave. A quick rip off the top. Bit of a wobbly one for him, and he'll do well just to drift the fins over the white water. In the end, the wobble, the buckle will undo him. So, first wave in this Heat 16, last heat of the round. Also the last heat of the day as well. So we're wrapping up a really fun day of competition with a great looking matchup. Of course, Corona Zero post show to come after this. We're going to break down loads of talking points, some headline moments, some really big scores. Obviously upsets throughout, really, because the two surfers that you're losing from each of these, I mean, everything's a story in each and every heat. Get a number showing on the scoreboard for Cros, 517. First of all, Luke, are you surprised to see Crosby here? I mean, he looked like that surfer was just going to go from strength to strength on the CT, but hasn't gone all his way this year so far.
I think he is the surfer that's gone strength to strength. I think that the competition is just that gnarly, and so there's some things that just happen that are out of your control. And yeah, I actually was really confused because I've been watching him, and I was like, I thought he was like in the top. I don't know, but yeah, it's crazy. A lot of good competitors on the CT.
Yeah, that new format, it's cutthroat. It is. There's no safety round anymore of, okay, we've got 3-man heat. I know I'm going to get through this and I'm going to get a second chance. And Crosby's had some really big moments over at Margaret River. Got a semi-final, quarter-final finish over there. But it's just been a slight issue of making up the numbers for Crosby since then. He's had mega heats where you're like, oh, wow, he could win this comp. And then just that next one doesn't really go his way. He also drew his brother a lot at the start of this season, which would definitely play in your head like, I've got my brother in the last one, I need to get him now. So I think really smart decision for Crosby to come here and defend his spot on tour and try and just make sure he's executing the backup plan. And what a way to start. I mean, I've said it all day. I'm happy to keep saying it. Those CT guys, you can see a distance, especially when you see the likes of Luke, who is this incredible aerial surfing, but as far as power and turns-wise goes, you can see Crosby has really worked on being that strong surfer.
Yeah, Crosby's got to be one of the best rail surfers in the whole world. So, yeah, it'd be hard to match up against him. But, yeah, I haven't actually watched a lot of Luke Timas surfing, but it'll be interesting to see him surf here. And then Alistair, right? He went on like a crazy run, huh? Like he won like multiple comps, did good in the board riders, and then I was like, whoa, I didn't even know who this guy was.
Yeah.
I haven't watched him surf really, but
he's incredible at surfing. He's got that same power as Crosby, and his timing is wild because he always gets that rooster tail off his turns, and he's really good at both front side and back side. So. And he also has an air game, which you wouldn't expect because he is quite a big, stocky guy. And then Taj Lindblad, you really do put him in that same box as well. For me, I'm kind of the opposite to you. I've seen so much of Crosby and Alistair and Luke, but Taj, I've barely got to watch.
Oh, yeah, you got to watch more of Taj. He gets in these crazy positions of leverage, and he's able to unload, like, insane turns. It's so fun to watch.
Quick wave there for Cros. Just got the rail caught. You can see that water surface undulating, that rip going through the way. There is a bit of bounce, and I think he just caught and grabbed the board. He went down there, but a statement of intent from him already. He's identified the waves he wants. You wonder about the approach of somebody like that back here on the Challenger Series, whether you're kind of a bit bummed to think, oh, I've got to be back there. This wasn't part of the master plan at the start of the year, or you just see it as a huge opportunity. I think he's a really positive guy. I think it'll be the latter for him. Here we go. Reginato, nice hit off the top for him. Plenty of spray, and then pretty cash and cruisy. Just swing on a smaller, softer pocket once again. Wrap around Reginato.
I don't think that's going to go into a scoreline at the end of the heat, but I think it's a good move just to get some waves going, because I think you've seen with some people, they just get stuck thinking they need like 8s right off the bat, but sometimes just getting that one wave, to the start helps a lot.
He's so spring-loaded too. And you can see with these bottom turns, he gets so much leverage of just like pushing really hard off his toes. That first turn was that type of connection I was talking about. So much water comes off his turns when he really does connect. This one, it went into that dead section, so it makes me feel that he's slightly more to the north because some of those waves do go into that deeper water. So all of these surfers just electing to move up the beach a little bit.
It goes Tama off the top. And then this one, plenty more push to it than his last wave. That was a nice snap. He enjoyed that as well. You saw the cheeks puff out, a little bit of self-affirmation as he rode out of that turn. It just felt really nice to get that release, exit with speed, get the completion. A decent number for him. Speaking of good numbers, Jorgen Kuzenet, no surprise to see him posting them in the previous heat. Let's go hear from him. He's with the Frou Brew.
Thank you, Paul. Jorgen. Powerful waves for a powerful surfer out there. It looked tricky, but that kind of surf and the sets that came through in your heat really suited your style of surfing.
I think those conditions can go either way. If you don't catch the right ones, you can just lose first round. And I was telling myself, dude, even if there's a closeout, you just go out there and hit it as hard as you can. And yeah, luckily I had 2 closeout. One, I didn't make one, but I wanted to make it because I think it was a 7+. Like the waves was probably like 2-3 meters. So yeah, that was a good hit, fun hit with the Barrick and Cade, and I don't know what, and Rogers. Yeah, I've never competed against these guys, so I didn't really know his name. But yeah, fun out there. It's good for my strength, which is a powerful turn, and yeah.
You were saying that you were struggling to choose what board to ride out there, which has been a common theme through all the interviews we've done today. So tell us what you finally settled on, and was that the right board choice? You got the win, but how did it feel out there?
Oh, you know what? I went to Bugs this morning at 5:30 in the water with a 511, and the waves were bigger than yesterday, actually. So I was a bit worried. I was like, oh no, maybe I took the wrong board, and yeah, I just did a nap and went back out with a 6-0 down one, and I got 3 really good ones, like 3 good waves, and even right before the heat, I saw some big set. I was like, maybe I should take the 6-1. The 6-1 is going pretty good. Like those last few days, it went pretty good. So yeah, I was really happy with this board. I want to say a quick thank you to Hurricane. It's a South African sponsor, so and we're in South Africa, so it's good to show that the pads are working. Really good pads, and yeah, I'm happy. Can't wait for the next heat. Hopefully tomorrow we'll get better condition than this, but this morning was proper, like barrels and stuff.
Great heat win. Congratulations again. Back to you, Paul.
Shot Mike. Shout out to Craig Butcher from Hurricane, South African legend based over in Hossegor. Doing great work. Colapinto on the paddle back, just surfed another wave, staying busy. Pretty smart move. How do you like the sound of Jorgen Cousinet's day? Went out, had a surf at 5:13, kind of like 8-foot sets. Then went back, had a nap.
Had a nap and decided, maybe that 6-0 might work a little bit better. It was pretty interesting to hear his thought process there, but Jorgen was so convincing in that last heat. So you never know what a nap can do. Midday nap is going to help you make decisions on boards.
I reckon he'd be like a really high-performance napper.
Yeah, 100%.
I think he'd wake up refreshed, reinvigorated, just feeling stronger.
Yeah, definitely. I love a midday nap. I'm not scared of one.
All right, speaking of straight cross Colapinto, let's see where the judges award him for that. This one hasn't exactly caught fire as yet. We've seen some decision-making that's pretty decent. Take some decent-looking waves, some all right waves. We haven't seen anything that's kind of blown our minds yet. Is that coming?
It's definitely coming. I mean, look at the names. They're too good to not have those big starstruck moments in these heats. Obviously, we've seen a couple of 9s go down today. When you think about those 9s, we did get a variety of surfing. Dane Henry with his massive air, and then, of course, Winter with that huge 2-term combo. So there's still potential for that. There's big sections. It just really does come down to rhythm at Ballito.
All right, live action right now. Tema hit off the top from him. Deals with the buckle really well, actually. That got tricky just before he hit that section. A big old wobble tried to grab him, but he was strong enough and steely enough to just stick it into that section. Nice combo. Done a bit of a charge here, is Luke?
Yeah, he's doing really good. I think he's going to be in a pretty solid second place after that wave. I think Taj Lindblad got a wave before that while we were in the interview, too, that I'd really like to see the replay of. It was a 5-5. But I think everyone's still in this heat. It's pretty early days still. I think we're going to have a gnarly ending to this heat because everyone really wants to make it.
Seems pretty even so far, doesn't it, JJ? Everyone's got a decent score at least.
Yeah, definitely. Crosby with that last one, that was a bit of a puff your chest authority moment, like I am the CT man and I'm here to show you guys that. So 6-7-7 for this last one for Crosby. Luke, I'm such a fan of his surfing. Really nice timing on that first turn. This was a tricky end section. There was side wobble as he was coming into that, so did really well to navigate that and come down. That probably would have felt better than how it looked because not a lot of water came off the back, and that was purely because of just the wobble in the wave. Alistair did really well, 2 nice turns. Just felt maybe he was pushing a little bit too wide of the pocket. Didn't have that drama of being right in that bowl there from Alistair. So he had that 3-1-7. It's definitely going to put him more in the heat here, but Alistair's strength is big single maneuvers. So you can see, put in a little bit of space between him and the competitors, moving down the beach. And I'd just love to see him attack a closeout at this point, go one really big turn, because the judges, that is what has been entertaining them all day today. And it's a risky heat strategy, but it could put him in a really good position at this point.
15.5 on the clock here. We're all caught up with scores. It is Cross Colapinto with the best of it. Close to 12 points, just slightly under that. As his combined two-wave total, Luke Temmer not far behind as well. 11-2-3 for him. More action from Reginato. He'll drop in. Just lacked a bit of speed on his last wave. This one looks quicker. Really nice carving turn high in the pocket. It is just one lonely maneuver, though. Doesn't get anything going down the line. It's starting to get, for him, he's made a few choices, just haven't really panned out. I need to get his head in the game, but he does seem like someone that's got a bit about him in terms of that mental strength.
Yeah, definitely. He's the type of guy that's going to keep on swinging. He's going to have a fight to the very end.
All right, Cross will just kick one away in a really tricky section. Always knew what he was going to do from the bottom turn there. But that wave just not really offering him the ideal launch, certainly not landing either.
Luke, I'd love to know, obviously we were talking about how hard this field is, and the Challenger Series is easily one of the toughest competitions ever. Is there a certain person that you look in the draw and you're like, I would love to have a heat against them? I've been wanting to for a really long time.
I'd love to smoke them.
Yeah, essentially what Paul said.
Oh, wow, that was an amazing combo from Taj Lindblad. Wow, I think that's going to put him in first place. That will be the best wave of the heat, in my opinion. Yeah, I think I wanted to make the Challenger, obviously, to make the World Tour, but I also really wanted to do it because I wanted to go up against the best in the world, and I think there are the best in the world on the Challenger. Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be cool going up against like a bunch of Australians and like the top Australian guys. I really want to go get a heat with Crosby, obviously. Yeah, I think just like the top guys.
Cool.
Yeah.
Want to smoke Crosby?
Well,
good to know. We'll quote that. No.
I really like this wave from Taj right here. Big finish, man. That's going to be a really, really good score. Really healthy.
Good power from Taj Lindblad. Good number for him as well. He does go to first place with a 6.83. Time for a quick break here. 13 on the clock. This one is getting better and better by the set. More of it right after the break.
Welcome to KwaDukuza, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaDukuza boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaDukuza's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaDukuza, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We're in the Corona Bar. Best seats in the house to watch the surfing this afternoon. With me, I've got Paul Canning from O'Neill, I've got Emma, and I've got Stefan from our Cape Town O'Neill office enjoying the last heat of the day. Guys, it's been excellent surfing here. PC, what was the highlight for you today?
Oh, no, just the whole day. I mean, we were all pleasantly surprised. I think, we weren't expecting these conditions today. So when we woke up this morning and it was solid 4 feet, we had that clean offshore wind blowing, incredible rail surfing in the morning. And then when the wind turned a bit onshore, I mean, that heat with Dane Henry was just incredible. The aerial surfing was unbelievable. And the beach has been packed for a Monday, so it's been an amazing day.
Emma, that Corona Zero is going to go down really nicely. You've been talking all day as well. What has been your highlight?
Yo, I think I can confidently say I haven't missed a single heat. And if I did, if someone's head got in the way, I could just turn around and watch it right here. It was incredible. I think Dane's heat for me was also crazy. Jackson and Mateo too. I felt like they comboed everyone in the beginning. And yeah, just frothing.
And then Stefan, you're up from Cape Town. Cape Town's normally freezing cold at this time of the year. We're in KwaZulu-Natal, beautiful weather. How's your trip going?
No, it's been amazing. I mean, obviously this is definitely summer and winter for me. And surfing's been epic. And it's just that aerial contest that we saw earlier and all those heats were insane. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
So we're in the last heat of the day, but it's not the end because we're going into the Corona Zero post show. So join us directly after this heat for the Corona Zero post show, and we'll do a full breakdown of all the day's action. Back to you, Paul.
Yeah. Paul, what an epic squad there. In the Corona Zero bar. Let's pick up the action here from above. And we behold Crosby Colapinto, who needs some points, actually. We'll look on the scoreboard and we'll see he's not in the top 2 right now. We've had a couple of moves made. Let's get caught up. Luke Temmer in the lead right now in live action. Here he goes, swing in at a section, out of the lip, reversing down. Won't go complete. Just puff those cheeks out. Plenty of time. I'll have about 8.5. It's only a short paddle back out right now. That's your heat leader. Taj Lindblad muscled his way up into an advancing position. Big snap on the 6.83. Powerful surfing from him. Lines out the back here, Luke. Looks like we got some waves.
Yeah, this is insane. I mean, we came back from the break and the whole heat just flipped on its head. We got Alistair going for a crazy punt. That was a nice one. That will probably go into his, that'll go into his top 2. But I think he's going to need more than that to come out of this heat. But yeah, wow, this is awesome to see. Luke Tima's pulled away in the lead, and Taj is falling right behind him. It's kind of cool, like watching the underdogs, go against the giants. And this was a crazy air attempt right here.
This looked like it hurt. Oh, never mind.
This is a different one. Yeah. Oh, that was the 6. That was a sick little claim. And then we got Kraz on this one doing an air as well. Whoa, that was so sick.
Yeah, Crosby's, we talk about him being this power surfer, and he is. He's got such a crazy rail game. You do forget that he has a really good air game as well, just because of how much he relies on that rail surfing. This is that air attempt we were talking about from Luke Tima. It doesn't get easier watching it the second time too. That back foot slipping off during the landing there. But Crosby now jumps back into the lead. So everyone getting a taste of glory at this point, except for Alistair, who really is unfortunately getting, just a bit whooped right now. He does need a couple of solid scores here. Essentially, it's 2 6s, which is really, really, really doable for Alistair. But Crosby definitely didn't like being in that 3rd position, and he pulled out the stops to get back to the lead.
Yeah, showing his class really there, wasn't he? And doing exactly what he needed to do in terms of what the wave had on offer and also what the scoreboard's got on offer as well. There is an element of trying to find, obviously you want to go all the way up through the scale, but ultimately get up in the 7s if that's what's on offer. We'll do it in most heats. Right now, first place position for Crosby Colapinto once again. Taj Lindblad just been bumped back down. He's only ridden 2 waves though. Are we surprised to see him not really getting busy in this so far, Lou?
I'm not sure what his normal heat strategy is, but I'm pretty confident in him. I think he can get a 5-6 in his sleep. Yeah, I mean, granted, this is the Challenger Series, and you said earlier, you're like, he just needs 2 6s, and I was like, oh, yeah, just 2 6s. It's like the hardest.
A lot easier said than done.
Yeah, dude, a 6 on the Challenger is do the best turns of your life and then claim it at the end.
No claims.
Oh, no claims?
Not for a 6.
I love to claim, man. I mean, if I'm happy after a wave, then I'm definitely not going to hide that.
Yeah, show it, showcase it. No, but for Alistair Reginato, he's a Challenger Series winner. So 2-6 essentially is actually really doable for him. Crosby, just looking at that one there. But Taj, I totally agree. A 5-6 seems so well within his range here. Alistair, though, Paul.
Yeah, here he goes. A tricky wave to surf. Does really well to kind of make the most of it, but sort of a gap between 2 peaks trying to converge with a bit of wobble on it too. Here we go. Important wave using priority. Look at this thing. It's super steep. That's a big crack on the lip. Air drops out and up again.
That's what I like to see right there. Let's go. That's my boy. I love the iron fist too. That's an American Eagle fist right there.
Oh, Taj Lindblad, he waited a couple of minutes. He was pretty patient. He identified exactly what he wanted. That was a quality wave. It was super steep. The obvious contrast with Alistair Reginato's wave, that just a little bit softer and bumpier. That one much more compact. The water draining off the wave face. Comboed it a couple of times. Score-wise, 5-6 is the number. What are you feeling in your waters, Luke?
All day. That thing's I don't know exactly what it's going to be, but it's definitely going to be the score. Yeah, that was so sick. Yeah, it's awesome.
The American Eagle.
Yeah. He's a pretty patriotic guy, so I think he's gonna watch that back and like it.
4.5 to go here. It's with our panel of judges right now. Let's see where they put him. Let's see how this will mix up the situation. Priority with Luke Temmer at the moment in second. Is he vulnerable? Could well be when this number comes in. And it's all fun and games on the beach when you're watching on.
Yeah, Taj travelling with Geordie Lawler on the Challenger Series. So that's Geordie, his partner Serena, and then, of course, Reef Hazelwood in the back there too. So pretty cool squad on the beach. But this was a meaty first section there. Taj not letting anything out to dry. On that second one as well, just connecting really well. There's that American Eagle from Taj. And it was a massive score. I mean, it had to be two of the biggest turns we've seen in this heat for the last 27 minutes.
Jumps to first. Temmer here, trying to get on the comeback. Big punt from him and down again. Not wildly dissimilar to an effort he had a while ago, but that one was loftier. He went higher, looking for 7-2-4. We thought there'd be fireworks. You know what? He's going to have another chance at this. It's only a short paddle back. He'll dip under this white water, pop into the lineup with maybe 2.5 or so to go. What a dramatic finish.
Oh, dude, I was just about to say that's exactly what he needs to do, is go for that crazy air, and he would have taken out Crosby. I think he can still go out there and do it, though.
The numbers for Taj Lindblad, a couple of judges going all the way to excellent. I mean, the wave offers you the platform, the canvas, but obviously then you still need to surf it well. So he picked a quality wave. A lot of intensity from him. You almost feel like the quieter he is for a few minutes, you can kind of feel that good energy, that positive anger rising in him, and then he just unleashes fury.
He's sneaky dangerous, bro, and sneaky powerful. Yeah.
All right, meanwhile, way out the back, Cros Colapinto, first priority, in second place now in this heat, though. Taj Lindblad with just 3 waves. So he's had good economy in terms of decisions that he's made. Now let's see how this plays out in the final, just over 2 minutes here. Just a reminder of that number to be chased down by Luke Temmer. 7-2-4 for him. Reginato's got quite a bit more to do. 9-3. Free surfers are ready to go.
Yeah, that's the Adam Dufner squad getting ready for training this afternoon. All right, Luke Temmer.
Here he goes, chasing down that number of 7-2 the opening section. Bit inauspicious. Can he find a ramp here? He cannot. About 2 on the clock, a little under. He'll be frustrated with that. He'll have another chance to go again. But a little slap of the water, understandable. He just wanted someone to stand up for him. It just didn't quite happen.
There's nothing more frustrating than knowing you have the score within yourself and knowing that you have that repertoire, the bag of tricks. You've done the reps, you've put in the work over the off season, and it's just the wave selection in the ocean, unfortunately, letting him down a little bit. A 7-2-4, like I mentioned in that last year, is a particular wave. It's hard to force. You can see Luke has done exactly what he needed to do. He's created space. He's down the beach. Just that section really not presenting himself. And seeing he's got a healthy heat total too at 12.43. That's not a bad looking heat score. It's just when you have guys like Taj and Crosby, it probably does have to guarantee at least a 14-point combo. And Crosby's actually coming beneath that too. And he's a CT surfer, so you automatically kind of expect them to get there. So Luke, you can see he wants it so bad, but just falling short right now.
Yeah, I was also going to say that, I mean, look at Luke has probably surfed like one of the better heats ever, you know, like he was like winning at one point, you know, and like that's just how hard the Challenger is. Like you'll be winning the heat 1 second, and then the next second, you know, you're Crosby, Colapinto, and Taj Lindblad are beating you.
Yeah. It chops and changes. Honestly, if we had a ratio of how many heats clipped on their head, more than at least once, it would probably be 100%. There's so many different scenarios that play out in just a short 30-minute time. So Luke Temmer, it's a big requirement. There's only 10 seconds to go, but you got to think going into the US Open, how many airs we see in that event. That could be an event that really does benefit him in his style of surfing.
We're all wrapped up here. You could see Luke Temmer desperately trying to get away from the long, rangy arms of Crosby Colapinto, who's just making sure in second place and with better priority that he just covered every move. So a good rally from Luke Temmer. Unfortunately, unable to get there. He'll bow out alongside Alistair Reginato, but you have to say Taj Lindblad and Crosby Colapinto, well done to those two Americans who have looked really good out there. Luke, it's been really fun having you in the studio, mate. Come back in sometime. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, I had an awesome time. It was great being here. Thanks, guys.
Plans for South Africa the rest of the day? What's your day looking like?
I'm going to go home and absolutely do nothing. Just rest.
Love.
I respect that. That sounds good. We're going to do the Corona Zero post show. Should we? Should we do that?
No, I think you guys can do it without me.
Should we get the Bigfoot back in for it too?
Let's get the Bigfoot back in.
A lot of talking points from a really, really fun day of competition here. Corona Zero post show coming at you right after the break.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The US Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Welcome in to the Corona Syrup post show for day number 2 of action down here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. Now today really did live up to the hype. We saw the high seeds of the men's division come out to play in full force. We saw a lot of underdogs rise to the occasion, but a lot of those CT surfers absolutely dominate in what was surprisingly pumping conditions here at Ballito. We're expecting it to drop off, but we love when we rock up and the waves are better than expected. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Now, guys, just to cheers to how much I love you guys, and just working with you is
from the heart
the best thing ever. Cheers. So, tell me, highlights of the day. Both of you. Paul, I'd love to start with you. Paul the Tank Evans.
Yeah, well, on that note, it's power. I think power's back, right? I mean, if you got it, flaunt it. And that's what we saw today. This wave packs a punch, and surfers that were good enough to kind of take that on. I thought they really shone through, and I thought that was kind of refreshing. The airs are sick, like we love that too, but sometimes it's all about just kind of smashing that lip, big calves. Love it.
Greg Bigfoot Emsley, your highlight?
The word for me is a simple word, big. Okay, we saw a strong ocean, big waves, big beach break waves, 6 foot solid, and big turns, big maneuvers, and a lot of variety with the bigness of those turns. And we heard the surfers talk about it, we saw it for ourselves. A lot of major, massive maneuvers performed today.
Well, my word is excellent, because we saw many, many, many excellent scores today, and a lot of them did come from this one heat in particular that was just an absolute standout. It was this man, Xavier Huxtable, who did take the win with an 8 and a 7.5 here, Paul.
Yeah, like I said, Smooth Gorilla just absolutely ripping in. I love the rail work from him, and he just looked like he's really enjoying himself as well. Why wouldn't you? But Jordan Lawler as well just looked absolutely lethal. Taking on the biggest sections, it's so cupped out, it's draining, it's powerful. He's going really fast, but he's nimble, he's athletic and audacious. Absolute show, but I just thought Huxtable was a class above in this, and even in the interview afterwards, you could tell how much he enjoys his surfing. Obviously, when you win, you're happy, but that was brilliant from him.
Yeah, I just think Zave is such a fun surfer to watch, and there's that power that you love too. So Geordie Lawler actually getting the highest wave of that heat. It was that 2-turn combo with a really critical end turn, but it was Iago Dominguez and Caleb Tancred who fell short of the fight today. Really, really convincing performance from both Xavier and Geordie. That backhand 2-turn combo, though, Greg, was pretty impressive.
Yeah, Geordie is just looking so sharp, and he built in that heat. He really looked really fast through those maneuvers, but as that heat built, he just got those combos in with those big, crisp turns off the top, and then comboing it up with those solid finishes.
Well, his travel buddy is Taj Lindblad, and he happened to win that last heat of the day. He is with Mike Frew on the glass.
Taj, great heat win, final heat of the day there. You brought some of that family momentum from your sister winning Brazil there. Must have got inspired by her. Take a little bit of that momentum into that heat. You said you stuck to your heat strategy throughout. What was it out there?
I was just trying to take off on sets. With the high tide, it kind of got a little mushier, so the smaller ones didn't really have an end section. So I just wanted to take off on sets, and it looks like everyone was getting big scores doing that, so it's kind of what I stuck to.
This is your first time visiting in South Africa and surfing the Challenger in Ballito. Tell me a couple of things that stick out in your mind in terms of the first few days that have been here.
Well, the waves are super fun. Every morning's so beautiful. It's really cool. And the food, yeah, it's just awesome. I want to do a safari. It seems like there's some exploring to do, so that would be fun. But yeah, so far it's been so fun. I'm here with a good group of people, so yeah, it's sick.
On the other side of the world, did anybody set their alarms to watch your heat?
Maybe my parents, maybe Sawyer, but she's got to get her sleep, huh? She's a pro athlete.
Oh, great stuff. Taking the win there. And we'll see you in the next round. Have an awesome evening, and we can't wait to see you back in the jersey out there. Back to you, Paul.
Oh, thanks, Mike. No, it's cool to see Taj be so supportive of Sawyer. Just anywhere she goes, he's always just her biggest supporter in her corner, and I love their relationship between the two.
She's an inspo as well, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, she's kind of the role model right now. She's showing how you do it.
So another heat that I loved today, guys, was heat number 10. Winter Vincent went absolute turbo in that heat, dropping in the highest wave score of this round so far. It's a 9.33 for this one, Greg.
Wow, how's that set-up turn? And this finish, Victoria Falls behind him. Just it's like he's jumped off Victoria Falls right there on that free fall out of that lip. And at that point, the highest score matching Sierra Kerr with the 9.33. And then this huge turn from the chap that was in the studio here, Luke Ginaldo. He's riding a slightly longer board, a 6-1. And he's getting some solid maneuvers and some big scores of his own with an 8.5.
Yes, look at these waves though. I mean, it's so dreamy. Put real high quality surfers out in these kind of conditions and we kind of know what's going to happen. I think at a winter, and he's already gone huge here in the past. 2 years ago was his big result, went to the semi, so he loves the wave and you can see why.
He's got such good rhythm too. So Winter Vincent, extremely convincing, and you always have high hopes for someone like Winter. He's so smooth, he's got impeccable timing, and living up to those expectations right now, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely is as well. And you do start to come to a stage where you were the new kind of story and there's no pressure on you, and then all of a sudden a bit more focus, a bit more of a target, a bit more of expectancy, how to react to that. This is what this season is for him, actually. He's definitely one of the names, qualified off the back of his result last year on the CS, so people expect him to move up. So how does he react to that pressure? Well, we're going to find out, but I think he's handling it pretty well.
Luke Ginaldo being one of the few surfers still remaining from that opening round, and it's pretty impressive. Some of those bottom turns into those top turn combos are solid.
Yeah, he's strong. He's a strong lad. Big turns, and I like the fact that he's actually been riding his step-up board, a 6-1, a little bit more rail work, and you see he gets drive out of those turns, and it throws lots of spray and looking really strong for the judges. In fact, a few of the surfers opting for a slight step-up. I'm quite amazed at this contest, the size of boards. We're hearing 6.1, 6.2s. It's almost like the surfboard sizes have jumped back up a little bit again.
We just touched on it when we had him in here, didn't we? We're working with Brad Gerlach, and if you look at like Ger's stable, obviously different surfers and varieties of surfers, but they've all had one thing, and that's the technique. Technique really good, and when you've got a great technique, you can go a little longer with the board. It's going to look really, really good, and that's what happens.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm loving what he's bringing to the table right now. We do have another couple of days of surfing. We've got about 4 or 5 ahead of us, and today, like I mentioned at the start, was a pleasant surprise. We didn't expect the waves to show up quite like they did. So let's go to our friends at Surfline, see what we have on offer for the rest of this window here. And Greg, no one knows this coastline better than you.
Yeah, so maybe not, but there's a few. If you look at that big purple patch just out of the Durban region to the south east, you'll see that's what we've been seeing at night. All that lightning, all that thunder, it's been for a couple of nights now, and that seems to keep producing the swell, the southeast swell coming back in at us. So I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think it's right now out on the ocean with the high tide. It's very big, it's very chunky, and look at these next 4 days. Solid surf.
Some people say it may be slightly bigger tomorrow. We're a little surprised to see it ramped up a touch this morning as well. Positive surprise as well. But what we do know is we're going to have waves, and there's nothing better really when you can see that there's going to be waves each day. There's going to be opportunities for everybody. I'm going to have a really, really fun week. Bring it on.
Yeah, I'm excited. I actually love Ballito when it gets a little bit bigger. You start to see who's willing to rise to the occasion, and that's a good indicator that they're ready to make that next step onto the championship tour as well. We had so many incredible moments today, a lot of highlights. I don't really know how we could narrow it down to 5 because there were so many big turns, big airs, 9-point rides being thrown out there, but we are going to do it. This is our top 5 of the day, and of course we're going to start off with someone who gave us a full bag of tricks. It was Matthias Hurdy here, Paul.
Yeah, unbelievable, wasn't he? Really good value for me. Most entertaining surfer for me for the whole day. There were bigger scores that went down, but I just thought what he was able to do on a variety of different ways with just an incredible repertoire, an absolute showman. He's on fire when he's in this kind of form. He's really, really hard to beat, and I just thought he was brilliant out there. Great value to advance.
Yeah, Matthias, he did really show that CT class. Now, Mihimana Bray, he was looking fabulous today for the Tahitian surfer, Greg.
Yeah, Miyam is just so strong, as all the Tahitians are, and those turns, big, strong legs, and just pulling off those big maneuvers.
Big 777 for Mihimana. Now, Luke Ginaldo got this 8.5 today, Paul.
Yeah, excellent technique, excellent surfing. Judges agreed as well. First time out for him on the Challenger Series. I tell you what, he looks like very much he should be keeping this kind of company on this tour. He looks really good.
So Winter Vincent, he's going to come in at number 2. This was the second highest score of the day, being a 9.33 here, Greg.
Smoothest surfer on the world tour for me right now. How is that free fall out of the lip? And a nice little subtle claim as well.
I just think Winter is ready to level up. I mean, even just that first carve had so much power and trajectory in it. So falling from the lip line there for Winter Vincent, and it had to be a 9 here, Paul.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff from him. The audacity to take on a lip that thick, move in with that much speed and power, brilliant.
And then, of course, number 1, the highest score of the day, Dane Henry, 9.43, Greg.
Yeah, this is just huge. I love the combo. I love the fact that there was so much risk put into that first maneuver. And just watch this. Takes off, eyes it straight up into a full rotation and goes one more, boom. And that is the highest score of competition so far.
It just impeccable timing too. He didn't even look like he was going to fall at all. You're just convinced at how good his make rate is, Paul.
A lot of hype about this guy. Is he like the chosen one from Australia, from that next generation? And he's living up to the hype. You can see why he's earning it.
Yeah, a lot of people expecting him to be that next guy to qualify for the championship tour. We do obviously have a lot of competition ahead of us, so we're hoping that we're going to see some of these best guys keep putting on incredible performances. We're going to come back nice and early tomorrow, same call time as today, and hope that the waves are absolutely pumping. There also is a hype around the women's round too. Now, those ladies haven't had a chance to surf yet, but maybe with a bit of extra swell, we could see some excellent scores from the women too, Paul.
Yeah, and also an opportunity for them today, a whole day off, right? So not only they get a chance just to kind of rest and recuperate, the ones that surfed yesterday, but also a little bit of a better read on conditions, another day looking at it, and just a chance to see where some of the judging is going as well. So extra intel for them. They would have had free surf waves up at bogs, which would have felt really cool as well. So bring it on. I bet they're ready to go.
And Greg, a couple of those women coming from the championship tour as well. You've mentioned 6 of them. Do you see them being the standout of that next round?
Absolutely. I think it's going to be the same as the men. You're going to see a big domination from the championship tour women. I saw a lot of them preparing up at bog, further up, getting their reps in, looking good. And watch for Sierra Kerr joining that pack.
The CT guys didn't have it all their own way, though, today, I'll say. Some of the form ones, I think some of that new talent from the CS put the hand up today. I reckon call it a draw between surfers we haven't yet seen on the CT. I don't think they completely dominated today, which I love to see, right?
Yes,
because we want to see the new talent come through. So let's see if we get that with the women as well. I think we might do. I think we might see a few stories.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see the women potentially on tomorrow. We're going to leave you guys with a highlight package of what was an incredible day number 2. And we'll see you here bright and early tomorrow morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.